The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water all blood like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Ooh, yeah, why they wanna put me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down, yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow it down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights, make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, ATP, good morning. We back at it with another one, man. It's Wednesday. Thank everybody who is in the building. Always appreciate the early comers, you know what I mean? The foundational grassroots support to this movement right here. I always appreciate you guys. So many other places to be right now. News coming out. I love this boxing space nowadays. Presently, things are just moving. So many things are going on all around the world in boxing. Yesterday, we had a great show. Salute to the panel that was up there yesterday. Can't wait to see how the panel taps in today. Can't wait to hear all the different perspectives off the news that's come out pretty much overnight, right? So things is continuing to develop in this Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford situation. Canelo Alvarez, maybe it's old news. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. But, I caught up on Canelo Alvarez actually speaking on Terrence Bud Crawford. We'll talk about that as well. And we're tapped in 100% on the psychology of this fight at this point. Both these fighters are such great fighters going into this fight. We know that it's going to be the intangibles that make the big difference and separate these guys when it comes to fight night. Now, clearly, we won't get the answer to 9 out of 10 of our questions until these guys face each other on September 13th, but still a lot of fun to speculate. A lot of fun to watch how these guys are reacting to certain questions, seeing how these guys are reacting to these little debates that are popping out in between them, but understanding and knowing that. Shout out to Coach Eddie, who said it best yesterday. Men fight in the ring, not belts, not accolades, not resumes, right? That's not what fights in the ring. Men fight in the ring. So, but we're still gonna dive in a little bit more into that situation. The news also coming out. We have to go over and dive a little bit deeper into the Duran and its Virgil Ortiz situation, as Virgil Ortiz's coach, Robert Garcia, communicates to the space availability, speaks on the availability of the 154-pound WBC interim champion, basically states that Virgil Ortiz is looking for a fight in September, and that, matter of fact, his contacts communicated to him that Duran Boots Ennis and his team may in fact be looking for a few tune-ups before they get in the ring with the Virgil Ortiz Jr. Now, that doesn't necessarily align with what we're hearing from the Duran Boots Ennis side of the team. We'll dive into that as well. I think more importantly, Virgil Ortiz Jr. seems like he's looking, according to Robert Garcia, to get into something in September, on the back end of actually hearing that Turki Al-Sheikh is actually interested in putting that fight together on a mega card he's putting together in November. So we'll talk about that as well. Big news comes out. Big Bill Haney hits the Twitter space up, sets it on fire, and confirms that Turki Al-Sheikh has went ahead and sent out an offer to the Brian Norman's team. And Brian Norman, pretty much, if you guys are coming from over at the Boxing Voice, you saw Bill Haney up there with Brian Norman Sr. And it looks like, it's some confirmation there, right? It looks like there's some reality to that situation. So it looks like we can maybe just presently assume there is an active negotiation going on right now, formally being offered a fight in Saudi Arabia for Brian Norman Jr. to meet Devin Haney. Big time fight that's been put together. Big move for Brian Norman Jr. To have a big fight on his resume like Devin Haney. And of course, Devin Haney shutting down the haters. Bill Haney and Devin Haney shutting down the haters, letting them know that they're here for all the smoke. A lot of people thought that this wasn't going to happen, thought that Devin wouldn't pull the trigger on this. We'll talk about that, the ramifications of what that's going to look like at 147 pounds. A lot of other news also. Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. seem to be in negotiations, as Turkey's also looking to put that rematch together late September, on the back end of also hearing news from Mauricio Suleiman, who's speaking on the current state of the WBC at 147 pounds and putting Conor Benn in the race, as well as a legitimate fight for the winner of Mario Barrios and Manny Pacquiao as well. We'll talk about that as well. And we got to dive into the heavyweight division a little bit. We know this weekend Deontay Wilder will be making his return into the sport. Seems to be rejuvenated, reinvigorated, recharged, recalibrated, ready for the heavyweight division, as he still has aspirations of chasing down heavyweight champion legacy. But he wants to get a couple of tune-ups in there. We also got to talk about that. The psychology and the mental health of Deontay Wilder, and what's changed, and what can we look forward to in seeing him, as the American heavyweight division is placid, flat to say the least, maybe even an understatement. We don't know what's going on with American heavyweight boxing. Deontay Wilder, although he's a little bit long in the tooth, as some people might say, might be the American heavyweight boxing hope right now. Other news with Jarrell Big Baby Miller and Jared Anderson, the real Big Baby, according to Jared Anderson, may be in negotiations as well to put on a fight, as Turkey Al-Sheikh seems to be wanting to facilitate that and finally put some perspective on the American heavyweight boxing scene. We'll talk about all that. We're going to talk about the Moses Atuma Dillian White fight card as well, fast-tracking the young bull out of England, Moses Atuma, who's been shaking up the space, last year's Ring Magazine Prospect of the Year. Well, look, let's talk about where he's going to be heading up and what this fight actually means to him against Dillian White. We'll talk about some of the fights on the undercard as well, as Nick Ball be defending his WBA title against Sam Goodman. Bruce Carrington may have some words about that, not necessarily happy about how Nick Ball is moving. Matter of fact, Bruce Carrington not happy about how the 126-pound division is moving when it comes to the champions. Now that he is ranked as high as he is in all the sanctioning bodies, where are all the champions at? As Bruce Carrington's having a hard time getting these guys to agree to meet him in the squared circle, right? But we'll talk about 126 pounds as well. We'll talk about the 130-pound division. Raymond Ford set to fight Anthony Kakachi. Raymond Ford not happy with the way the boxing politics are treating him as of late. I don't know if he's putting all that blame on Eddie Hearn or if he's accepting it as boxing being what it is, but Eddie Hearn trying to do his job, keep him active. He'll be on that card as well, fighting Anthony Kakachi. We'll talk about the 130-pound weight class division, as we see the entry of Stephen Fulton getting ready to fight O'Shaquie Foster. We see what's happening. Emmanuel Navarrete has a rematch coming his way. And Lamont Roach, of course, dealing with the politics of the Gervonta Tank Davis fight, which is still, unless something has changed, although it hasn't been officially announced, we're supposed to be seeing this happening in August 16th, around that date. We'll talk about that as well. Why not? What else we got to talk about, man? I try to put some things for us to talk about. Oh, of course, we're going into the Jake Paul, right? We're going into the Jake Paul, Cesar Chavez Jr. Fight, but maybe even more interesting on that card, a sleeper. I don't hear a lot of people talking about it, but we'll talk about it here today. We're going to talk about Floyd Schofield Jr., and we're going to talk about him and Tevin Farmer and talk about this ultimate potential litmus test that Floyd Schofield Jr. is finally going to get, as he's been pushing and clamoring, him and his father clamoring for big fights, championship fights, cut from a different cloth. Floyd Schofield Jr. gets maybe the first real test of his career against a little bit long in the tooth, but still a veteran, an experienced veteran who's actually been shaking up the boxing space, this close to getting a significant win that would recharge and bring him back into the space where he wants to be at 135 pounds. Tevin Farmer back out there on the hunt. We've seen him fall short with Raymond Mortala. We've seen him fall short twice with William Zepeda. Maybe the fourth time is a charm, right? We'll talk about that fight as well and how that impacts the 135-pound division. The division is shaking up now with Abdullah Mason in negotiations with fighting, well, ordered at least. The WBO has mandated and ordered a fight between him and the number one ranked Sam Noakes for that WBO vacated title on the back end of Keyshawn Davis losing that title on the scales. A lot to talk about, right, guys? A lot to talk about, man. So I don't know where we're going to start. I'll tell you where I'm going to start. I'm going to go down, and we're going to do a little roll call here. Shout out to everybody who's in the building. Like I said, I appreciate you guys from a real place of love and a real place of appreciation. I appreciate you guys for being here with me in the morning so we can build on this boxing talk. So shout out to Joseph Johnson, first one in the building, said, "What's good, Clay?" Salute, fam. Salute to you, Joseph Johnson. Hope everything is good. I think, Joseph, you're out there on the West Coast, if I'm correct. So I know you're up early messing with this damn platform today. I appreciate you 100%. Shout out to Ross Clot, Mr. Your favorite boxer's a bum. Always appreciate when I see Ross Clot in the building. I know the show is ready to go once I see Ross Clot in the building. YG Knight in the building. Kalia World says, "I have a question, but nobody never answered my question." Kalia, please. I apologize. Please put the question in there. I'll make sure I answer it. You know how I like to answer your questions, Kalia, man. Salute to Kalia World in the building. Let me know what the question is. I'm sorry. Sometimes you get caught up in the ranting and looking into this camera. And us content creators love the sound of our own voice. We get caught up and forget about you guys. We forget about you guys, the most important people in the building, the actual subscribers who make this channel possible. So I'll never want you to feel that way, Kalia. Please put that question in there and let's get that answered. We got to. All right. Salute to RC in the building, says ATP with the flex emoji on there. Yeah, salute RC for sure, man. Let's get it popping. Big Sarge in the building says Canelo saying Bud is slightly better than TBE. That just doesn't align with him also questioning Bud's resume. We got to talk about it. We're going to talk about it, Big Sarge. We're going to talk about it because we spoke about it yesterday. And let's be honest. We've got a couple of months until this fight happens. We're going to be talking a lot about this. This might be the hottest fight out right now. We're never going to leave it alone. We're going to consistently follow up on what's going on, but I do agree with you. That was a significant statement by Canelo Alvarez. And like I said yesterday, we may think whatever we want to think as fans. The Canelo fans might feel this is a wash and not going to even be a competitive fight. The Terrence Bud Crawford fans might feel like this is a fight for him to win. But ultimately, the psychology of both these fighters, being that their skill set and IQ is at such a high level, it's going to be those intangibles that make a difference. Canelo Alvarez communicating to the space how he may look at Terrence Bud Crawford may affect on how he approaches the fight, and the approach is going to make the biggest difference. We'll talk about that. Let's continue to go down the line here. Ray Davis in the MFM building. I know Ray is going to be up here in a minute. He works overnight, but he'll be here soon, and we'll be tapping in. Our co-host will be in the building. Have no fears. Have no fears. J.R. Spock, salute to J.R. Spock in the building. My Colorado Connect right there says, Devin better get those running shoes ready. We'll talk about it. Hey, man, we're going to talk about it. At the end of the day, one step closer to seeing Devin Haney get an opportunity to show improve. And does he even need to show improve? But more important, I don't know what's more important. We'll talk about it because this is an opportunity for both these fighters to do something real special in both their careers right now. Brian Norman Jr. coming off of an exciting KO of the year performance. Man, listen, man, he's got some momentum building behind him. Is this the move? Is this the name on his resume? Because Jin Sasaki was a great knockout, but who is Jin Sasaki? If I had the cricket button, I hit the cricket buttons. Nobody knows who Jin Sasaki is, but we know Jin Sasaki right now probably for the most significant thing he's done in his career at this point, which is getting knocked out by the HNIC right now, the welterweight division, Brian Norman Jr. Devin Haney, perfect timing, gets Brian Norman while he's hot off that cast iron stove, This is an opportunity for Devin Haney. We'll talk about that fight as well. Maybe he does have to put his running shoes on. I don't know. Turkey says no more running. We'll talk about what that's going to look like as well. Shout out to Big Tim 45 in the building. Says, salute, Clay, checking in from Cancun. Well, salute to you, man. You know I'm jealous of you. I'm over here at my crib. This guy's in Cancun, Mexico. Man, be safe out there, brother. Enjoy yourself. Check your drinks. Guard your drinks. I heard about how I can get down there in those resorts. You know what I mean? But I'm sure you know better than I know. I don't know if you're down there with a loved one or with some friends and family members, whatever have you. Hope you guys have a great time. And more importantly, I hope you guys get back home where you live safe and healthy. Take pictures, man. Shout out to my brother. I think they calling him the YouTube mayor, the Thomas Hill, the mayor. Thomas, yesterday, everybody was talking about Coach Eddie and saying that Coach Eddie was in competition with you, man, that he might be running for mayor. I don't know. So Thomas might have to get his campaign going on. You might have to get your campaign going on, get your signs posted up on the phone booth poles, whatever they call them, and on the walls, and passing out flyers throughout the YouTube community. Coach Eddie may be running for the boxing space mayor. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. I don't know. But yesterday, I think a couple people were kind of like may have been trying to nominate Coach Eddie. I don't know if he's accepted the nomination, but salute to you, brother. Says Bill Bainey, to be exact. That ninja stay capping, but I love it. Let the Haneyyites rejoice. The boxing boys. Bill, they said they never received an offer. Bill, well, yeah, and immediately did. Wow. Oh, we'll talk about it. I just watched it too. I feel like it looks like Brian Norman said Bill, you know, it was a technical thing where Brian Norman, from what I saw, was saying that Bill didn't send the offer. Of course he didn't. Turkey sent the offer, but Brian Norman seems to be, I don't know, Brian Norman Sr. looked like a person who was very happy and who was dealing with, some good problems right now, which is trying to negotiate and get the biggest offer, get the best money for his son. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I don't know, Thomas. I don't know. Big Sarge in the building. Thomas Hill, salute. Let's see who else is in here. Eastside Easy. I was looking for you, Eastside. Eastside, I was looking for you. I'm glad I found you. Kind of low in the list. I'm like, where Eastside? I'm in the back of my mind while I'm going down this roll call. I'm like, where's Eastside at? But there he is. Salute to the good guy. Claymore Rain was good, chat. L Dub, the boxing plug in the building. Salute, man. L, please feel free to put in that exclusive information in the chat anytime you feel like it. L Dub is almost 10 for 10 when he shoots his shot. It's all net. Always listening and looking for what L Dub Boxing has to say and share with the boxing space. I'm sure he'll correct me at some point in the middle of this build. There's some information, I'm sure, I don't know, but L Dub will keep you on point and get you right together. One thing's for sure, two things for certain. L Dub is on point with his information and his facts. You can check it if you need to, but after a while, if you know, right? Salute to L Dub Boxing in the building, man. Let's see, going down the list. JR, what JR saying? Why does boxing keep pairing up A-side fighters on winning streaks against perennial losers? It's lame. Oh, JR, I gotta get the button here. JR, as of late, JR seems like he's not been that impressed or excited. I don't know, JR. You let me know. It seems like you just haven't been very enthusiastic about the direction boxing is going in. A couple of fights been put together that JR Spark is not so excited about anymore. I don't know. Don't let him take your happiness, JR. Don't let him take your happiness and enthusiasm, man. You know what I mean? Life is short, brother. Life is short, man. But we'll talk about it. JR. Hopefully we can give a little bit of life to you and bring some more joy in your heart about boxing. We can bring it back full circle. I believe we can do it, man. Just stay right there in your seat. Don't go nowhere, JR Spock. You know we love you, and we're gonna get it together. We're gonna fix it. And if we don't fix it, alhamdulillah, God will fix it. He will fix it. Salute to you, man. Fly Frequencies with the super assalamu alaikum in the building, and of course, walaikum salam to my Aki in the building. Wouldn't be the show without my brother from another mother, Fly Frequency in the building. Shout out to Fly Frequency in the building. Chris Brooks says, salute my brother, Claymore Rain and family, and then put a did at the end. Okay, salute. Salute, Chris Brooks. Rashad Wilson, salute my guy, Rashad Wilson in the building. We keep going down the list. Let's see here. What did he say here? Chris Brooks said, I heard something from Tim Brownlee that was profounding of Crawford. Well, talk about it, Chris Brooks, when we get a chance. I think I know what you're talking about. And look, man, we're going to talk about it today because as much as people want to take away the credit from Terrence Crawford for the things he's accomplished, there seems to be an excuse and a reason There's always an excuse and there's a reason. There's always an asterisk next to some of his most significant wins. There's always an asterisk on his resume. It doesn't make a difference. Number one, he will be fighting Canelo Alvarez on September 13th. But more importantly, you can't take away the accolades, the doubts, the asterisk, whatever you want to look at it. Him being a 2-weight class undisputed champion, 4-weight class champion will never change. And does it benefit Canelo Alvarez to continue to sit there and try to dismiss this man's resume, dismiss this man's achievements? How does that make the fight as far as a value to Canelo Alvarez? But looks like Canelo Alvarez backed up a little bit on his words and kept it 100. Compared this man to quite possibly the best ever TBE self-proclaimed Floyd Mayweather Jr. and said that this guy may edge out Floyd Mayweather on the skill set. So that's one way to go at it, to go ahead and build up the value of this fight. We're going to talk about all that today. We're going to talk about it, man. Thomas Hill says Sasaki don't even know Sasaki is right about now. Yeah, man. Sasaki's still getting it together, man. You know, missing a little bit of information about the prior 6 weeks, trying to get it together, man. Oh, man. What else? Let's go down. Mr. Big Play Brain in the building said, what's good, family? Mr. Big Play Brain in the building. Of course, I know my guy, Anton Ziegler. Not sure if you're on the road today, my brother, but assalamu alaikum. Hope you are driving safe if you are, or if you're home, wherever you're at. But be safe out there. I know them wheels is turning. Therefore, you are earning. Anton Ziegler in the best place you could be right now. Salute to that. Ant McQueen in the building for sure. That's always a good look to see my brother Ant McQueen in the building. A scholar. And Ant McQueen shouting out Fly Frequencies. How could anyone hate the maven of Brussels motored aircrafts? Okay, Mr. Ant McQueen. And that's what I be saying, right? How can y'all hate on my brother, man? Shout out to my brother, my big brother, my OG, the scholar amongst scholar, coming from the other side of the pond, Mr. Echo in the building. Good morning, good side. Good morning, Governor. Was that close? Does that sound like somebody from anyway? Whatever. Salute to you, brother. Cardenas in the building says Bradley is Crawford's boy. Yeah, Bradley's Crawford's boy, but was he lying? We're gonna talk about it. Was Bradley off of his rocker when he said what he said? I don't know. Maybe I might pull up the video. And we can listen to what Tim Bradley said. You know, I can't remember. Somebody popped up in my a comment on one of my videos and gave me a link to a video of Dante Boxing Nation kind of breaking down this whole entire difference between what Canelo was trying to do to Terrence Bud Crawford, and basically validating not only Terrence Bud Crawford's current resume, but also speaking towards Canelo Alvarez's resume, and say the names don't necessarily represent the achievement. Maybe they don't align all the way, right? A lot of these fights that he fought, who were these guys at the time? And, you know, what did he do when he got up against the most elite of the fighters? When he got against Floyd Mayweather, when he got against Dimitri Bivol, even when he got against Erislandy Lara, when he fought certain fights, how did he look against these guys? You know, resumes is resumes. And I thought it was interesting, some of the information that he was sharing there, right? So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that too, man. Let me see here. Going down the list. Just trying to make sure I catch everybody as I'm going down the list. I think I have, man. For the most part, I think I've caught everybody. So it is what it is, right? We back at it. We are back at it. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me do this. Guys, remember, as you're coming into the building, don't forget to hit the like button. Show some love to the algorithm. If this is your first time here, I always say, take an opportunity to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. So where do we start, man? Where do we start? I'm trying to think of where to start at, man, because I know at one point, speaking on Canelo and Terrence Bud Crawford is probably the big news, but do I go through the little stuff first and work my way back up, or do I start? Let's start off with something hot right now, hot and fresh off the press right now, as Bill Haney has put out the tweet and put out the information. Let me see if I can find the tweet, first of all. Why not, man, right? Let's put the tweet out there. Hold on a second here. What happened here? What? Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Bang. Let's do this. Let's do that. And let's do this. And let's do that. And let's do this. Okay. So here we are on X. And about last night, about 11 hours ago, last night, as everybody was getting ready to go to bed and, you know, spending that quality time with their family, putting their kids to bed and doing whatever else you might be doing with your significant other. Shout out to my wife, you know what I mean, who's back in town. You know, she was out of town for a couple of days. She's back in town. That being said, this is what Bill Haney was doing. Bill Haney was putting out a tweet and letting it be known. He said, let me, well, he was retweeting, a post by the boxing boy, by Ness, who put out and said, listen, I'm being told Brian Norman Jr. was offered a fight against Devin Haney in Saudi Arabia. Followed up, of course, by Hassan, who puts out boxing information as well, is saying Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney were offered a fight by Turki Al-Sheikh, and he's just waiting for their answers. So the information is out there right now, currently in the space right now, in the universe right now, that Turki Al-Sheikh is very interested in getting involved in the Brian Norman Jr. Hold on one second here. Ray Davis sent me, I sent it to you. I'll send it right now. Maybe I didn't send it. Hold on. Oh, my bad, Ray. You know what? I sent it to the wrong person, but maybe he'll hit the link as well. There you go, Ray. I just sent it correctly now. You're right. I didn't send it in the right place. I sent it to somebody else. They got the link too. Maybe they might come up. There you go, Ray. Like as I was saying, Turki Al-Sheikh has salute to T Bugs in the Tate Bugs in the building as well, man. Rick Tim, salute to you, family. Salute. So yeah, that being said, Turki Al-Sheikh showing interest in this Brian Norman Jr. fight with Devin Haney, and more importantly, or maybe just as important, as I stated at that Brian Norman fight after he beat Jin Sasaki, I said that this fight was going to be, that fight with Jin Sasaki was a super significant fight. Now, that fight wasn't a fight that I was going to use to scale or gauge Brian Norman Jr.'s skill set. I'll probably find some other fights that he's got involved with that made us look at him. I think the Giovanni Santillan fight probably be his most significant fight thus far in his career, as far as legitimizing him or validating any type of weight that he may hold in that division. That was a big time fight. That victory right there really made the boxing space take a look at Brian Norman Jr. Hardcore boxing fans, especially in a time when you saw Jerron Boots Ennis not being able to get the big fights, and we really didn't see anybody in the division that was going to offer Jerron Boots Ennis any legitimate opposition, right? And it looks like most of the other champions in the division kind of felt the same way. They weren't clamoring to fight him. But when we saw Brian Norman Jr. fight against Giovanni Santillan, we saw another opponent for Jerron Boots Ennis, right? I know me personally, when I saw it, I said, there he is. He was looking for the dance partner. Every great fighter is looking for that dance partner. And Brian Norman Jr. looked like he checked some of those boxes. Granted, he didn't have the experience and he didn't have the resume yet, but we saw something, the eye test, and the way he was able to dispose of Gio Santillan going into that fight as an underdog and being able to dominate that way. We saw another dance partner for Jerron Boots Ennis. And maybe the most important thing that happened for Brian Norman Jr. is in that fight, he was able to collect on an interim, at that time, WBO title. Put him in a lot of conversations, especially as the boxing space was waiting for Terrence Crawford to figure out what he was going to do with those championships, as he was the undisputed champion in the division at that point. All the other champions that were in the division were in interim status, as far as Mario Barras, as far as, well, no, actually, yeah. Adron Ennis actually had the IBF title at that time. He had been emailed the champion as the IBF stripped Terrence Crawford that title. But regardless, mostly interim champions of that division. It put Brian Norman Jr. in a conversation that we knew we were going to look forward to once Terrence Crawford pulled the trigger on whatever he decided to do. We saw a messy negotiation that didn't go well between him and Jerron Boots Ennis. And we saw him take that opportunity to get some time and get a hand surgery, kind of like laid a little placid, trying to figure out what Brian Norman Jr. was going to do. Came back on the undercard of Michaela Mayer and Sandy Ryan. People threw shots at that, defended his title against Derek Cuevas. But ultimately, at the end of that fight, Jin Sasaki comes over from Japan, puts an offer out there, gracefully, as the Japanese do, respectfully requested Brian Norman Jr.'s presence in Japan to defend his WBO title in Japan. People didn't know who Jin Sasaki was. We had to go and check him out, right? Most people, I think, went and checked Jin Sasaki out and saw him fighting, and we knew there was a potential there, at a minimum, that Jin Sasaki was going to be a great dance partner for Brian Norman. And not in the sense of it being a competitive fight, but in the sense of, if you're going to stand there in front of Brian Norman Jr., if you're going to push the pace and fight Brian Norman Jr., not run away, not move around, and really just go toe-to-toe with him, well, one or two things are going to happen. Either you're going to prove Brian Norman Jr. to not be what we thought he was, or we're going to get what we ultimately did end up getting, knockout of the year. And that knockout shook up the algorithm in the boxing space. Everybody looking for Brian Norman Jr. If you didn't know who he was, you watched the highlight reel and said, damn it, I need to know who he is, right? If you didn't know who Brian Norman Jr. was at that point, at a minimum, at the end of that highlight knockout, you started to dive in and figure out who Brian Norman is. And as you're doing your research, if you're a casual and didn't know who Brian Norman Jr. is, you're seeing that this guy's knocked out Giovanni Santillan. You've seen what he did with Derek Cuevas. You're seeing the messy negotiation going on between him and Jerron Boots Ennis, one of the future pound-for-pound best fighters in the game, if people don't already have him on pound-for-pound list, and a lineal unified champion in the welterweight division. Knowing that history, you had to start becoming a little bit more dialed in and checking out what's going on Brian Norman Jr. And the next question has to be, what's the next step going to be for Brian Norman? You're done come off of a highlight reel knockout of the year. What's the next fight going to be? What makes the most sense for Brian Norman as the space is clamoring? The space is clamoring at this point to see Brian Norman in the ring again, because he's must-see boxing. The casual fan base, which is what that fight, the biggest thing that fight did for Brian Norman Jr. is it crossed him over. But he still was going to need that fight that was going to make sense. And yesterday's price isn't today's price. Not everybody can afford to potentially pay Brian Norman Jr. what he's actually worth now for not being a pay-per-view fighter. Who's going to do it? Well, you guys know how I feel about it. I said, I wonder if Turki Al-Sheikh is taking a second look at Brian Norman Jr. Being that Jerron Boots Ennis, although that was a fight that everybody was clamoring to see happen, he moved up to 154. Turki wanted him to go up to 154. But if it wasn't going to be Jerron Boots Ennis, I mean, what big fight could we put with Brian Norman Jr. in the welterweight division that Turki Al-Sheikh would actually be interested in? Was it going to be against Mario Barrios, or the winner between Mario Barrios and Manny Pacquiao? Right? Maybe not. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't going to be Jerron. Who's the fight going to be with? Well, there's a fighter that we all know. Some of us love, some of us hate, some of us have no feelings either way. There's a fighter who's been on the road of redemption. Last year, had an unfortunate situation to get in the ring with a PD using fighter, antic-driven fighter, who was on the road to doing great things at the time, leaving the lightweight division as an undisputed champion, came into the 140-pound weight class division and became a WBC champion, defeating one of the best champions in the division in Regis Prograis. Ran into a little bit of a stump, a little pothole in the road, got held up a little bit, took a year off the space, came back on a mission for redemption, had a fight with Jose Ramirez, ex-unified champion in the division, and left the weight class at 140, fought Jose Ramirez and had a lackluster performance, right? A lot of people like, damn, this wasn't the performance. Although it was a win, although he moved around and won damn near every round, it just didn't do it. It didn't deliver. So people still pushing back at none other than Devin the Dream Haney, doubting him, wondering where he's at mentally. He brought in trainers with Shane Mosley and other moving parts inside of his camp, and we expected to see something different, and he seemed like he fought a little bit reserved, a little bit of fear, right? This is some PTSD. Where's Devin Haney at? Rumors circulating about maybe he was trying to get the big fight with Ryan Garcia. He's trying to protect the bag. Turki Al-Sheikh also catching flack for that card. Even though he's not the one in the ring fighting, he caught a little bit of flack for it. And Devin looking for that fight that makes sense. He tried to get the fight with Teofimo Lopez, and that fell through, as Teofimo Lopez is now priced himself out of a fight with a Devin Haney, wanted bigger bags. We saw where T.O.'s at. We're not going to spend too much time on it, but T.O. wasn't going to be the one. Bill Haney, being the marketing genius he's becoming and earning that name in spades all the time, said, man, I know what we need to do. We're at 147 pounds. We haven't fought in the division yet, but we need to put Devin back on track. We need to get a champion in front of him. Mario Barrios don't want the smoke. We're dealing with the politics of what's going over there with the PBC, and they got him lined up with Manny Pacquiao. Jerron Boots Ennis, maybe 50-50. We don't really want the smoke with Jerron Boots Ennis, and the other 50% is Jerron Boots Ennis is also rumoring to want to move to 154, and is also dealing with other opportunities, becoming a unified champion. Who else better than Brian Norman Jr.? But it was all going to be based off of what happened with Brian Norman Jr. in that Jin Sasaki fight. It was going to make the biggest difference. Maybe not even on the simple fact that he wins that fight with Jin Sasaki, but the way he wins that fight. And boy, did Brian Norman Jr. deliver, right? He delivered. Knockout of the year. Perfect timing as the stars have aligned that Devin Haney needs that signature fight that's going to bring him back to the top of the conversation as far as elite boxers are concerned. Is he gone? Is he scared of that left hook? Is he scared to get punched on? I think Brian Norman checks a lot of those boxes. And Brian Norman, of course, like I said earlier, looking for that signature fight, looking for that signature opponent, that dance partner that's going to go on his resume, that's going to confirm finally, because I'm telling you guys, it's not all sweet in boxing. Although Brian Norman Jr. did what he did against Jin Sasaki, we still don't know who Brian Norman is all the way. And listen, respectfully, I say that because we've seen what Brian Norman's done against his last three opponents, but who were they? Giovanni Santillan was a great opponent, and he did what he was supposed to do, but he was coming off of 4 lackluster fights before that. Well, 3 lackluster fights and a no contest that people thought he was losing when he fought against Bokacic, and he still hasn't been tested yet. Jin Sasaki didn't check the boxes. Derek Cuevas didn't check the boxes. He seemed like he wasn't motivated to be in the ring. Brian Norman's still looking for that dance partner as Jerron Boots Ennis has left the division. Who is he going to fight? What's going to make sense? Devin Haney. Devin Haney checks the boxes, right, ladies and gentlemen? Devin Haney checks the boxes. And Turki Al-Sheikh seems to believe the same exact thing. Now interested in the Brian Norman Jr. Business. Brian Norman Jr. has all vested interest right now to give his best performance, getting an opportunity to show out against one of the youngest undisputed champions in boxing, and quite frankly, the youngest undisputed champion in the four belt weight era, right? In the 4-belt era. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm tongue twisted right now. And Brian Norman Jr. being the youngest active champion in the game. This might be one of the fight of the year candidate fights here, right? It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. What we got going on here? We got a lot going on here. Dev needs a little more power, and we have a good damn fight. Yeah. We're gonna talk about it, man. And we got to talk about exactly what Devin Haney brings to the table, because a lot of people are counting him out a little bit, and we got to talk about what Brian Norman Jr. brings to the table. Athleticism, IQ, experience, all these different things. These are great fighters that are fighting each other. If Turki gets behind, you can best believe that this is forecasted to be a very competitive fight, and we just don't know who's going to win. But we'll talk about it today and try to get some perspective on what we're seeing there, right? Shout out to my co-host Ray Davis in the building. Ray popping up, man, with that Chicago Bulls hat on. Ray,
Chicago Red, baby.
What's good, King? How you living?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling.
No doubt. You know,
Great
I started the show a little bit.
Great conversation. Great dialogue today. Great fan response. Unfortunately, you guys are going to be calling me a one-sided person, but it's cool. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stay out of it though. I have my fun in the chat, so I'm gonna stay out of it. I'm gonna let you guys cook on everything to show that I'm biased to the situation.
Yeah. No doubt. Guys, we got about 50 people in the building, 46 people in the building. Please remember to hit that like button as you walk into the building. I appreciate you and thank you in advance. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a second. Go ahead and make sure you do that, man. All right? And hit your notification so you are getting notification when this information drops. So, but yeah, Ray, this is definitely up your alley. I know that you're a supporter of Devin Haney and what they're doing over there. And listen, a lot of people doubted Devin Haney and Bill Haney's intentions on this list, and also coming off of a knockout like Brian Norman Jr. did come off of against Jin Sasaki. A lot of people were like, ooh, I know Devin don't want no parts of that. He need to stay far away from it. But Bill Haney begs to differ.
I agree.
He begs to differ as he's gone ahead and convinced Turki Al-Sheikh to get in his business. Big opportunity for Brian Norman Jr., but I think just as big an opportunity for Devin Haney. But look, I want to hear from you, man. Where are you at this point? See what's happening.
I was 100% on the respect of the knockout. Matter of fact, not just this knockout, the one prior to with Cuevas.
Derek Cuevas, yes.
Okay, so you know what I mean? It is what it is. But where has Cuevas been for the last 2 years? He was putting hands on him in the first round, right? Making him uncomfortable where Brian Norman had to actually step it up. That's
Yeah,
number
and,
one.
well, let me keep in mind, just for whatever it's worth, Brian Norman also was coming off a little hiatus, hand surgery, wasn't in the ring for a little while as well. Not as long as Derek
All right, I'll give him that. Okay, we'll give him that. Then he fights Jin Sasaki, who shouldn't have been in the ring with him, but they took the fight because it was a fight that was challenged to them. The guy was ranked high in the WBO. Hey,
I mean, they took the fight for the money. Let's be honest. Brian Norman at the time trying to raise his market value,
right,
trying to make an argument to get more money at this point. They wanted to change the tax bracket.
All right, we'll put it on the tax bracket. I was giving them other credits, but okay, we'll put it on the tax bracket. That guy should have never been in a ring with anybody in the top 5 in the welterweight division across the board. So, likely with that being said, he laid this guy out who was 135-pound lightweight who moved up in weight and was able to hold his own just as Mikey Garcia did until Earl Spence put his hands on him. Now we go back a couple fights before that. He was in a rough spout with Centillion. Centillion almost really was winning that fight until chaos happened for him. So we go fight prior to that. Damn near no contest, and he was getting his tail whooped. Got sat down on his pockets and all that. So is he who we say he really is? But he got a knockout against a guy he should have literally cleaned house with, right? Should have cleaned house with. That gives him the power to say, "Oh, watch out, this guy's the guy." Listen, some people don't need to play boxing, man. We heard this before. Play boxing, bad things happen, and I think in this case of Jin Sasaki, he was playing boxing, and he got hurt. It is what it is. Do I see something like this happen to Dev or someone else like Boots or anything? No, I don't. I think these guys are better boxers. I think these guys they're more well-rounded, and I've seen Devin get hit with a steroid-loaded punch, get up off the ground, not once, not twice, but 3 times, right? Finish the fight.
Arguably 5.
Yeah, well, we'll say 5. He still got up. Give me arguably, right? Still got into that ring and he did his thing. Now, on the other hand, we seen Devin wobble. We seen Devin back up in a Ramirez fight. So does that play a part? Does that make him feel like he's not him, but does that make us see that Devin's no way, shape, or form ready for a fight like this? Or does he have something to prove? That's what it comes down to. Brian Norman, obviously, he's a guy that they see some weaknesses in. They see something in Regis Prograis, because let me tell you, when Regis Prograis was fighting Devin, it was all, oh, Devin better watch out. Regis punches hard. Devin better watch out. Regis does this. Devin better watch out. It was always Devin that needs to do something and not Regis. And we watched the master class that fight. Do we see something similar? Possibly. Do we see Devin getting knocked out? Possibly. But the problem is, and what I see is, I think Devin to take the distance on this fight, and I think he outclasses Brian Norman without having to run. But, teach your own.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Experience
I think Devin, without a doubt, Devin can win this fight. He does have it, but there are certain boxes that we just don't know. Number one, since Devin Haney's left 135 pounds outside of a Regis Prograis fight, we don't know if the power wasn't there at 135, to be honest with you. At 140, oh man, my bad. At 140, we saw him show some glimpse of power against Regis Prograis, but we didn't see him have that killer instinct. A lot of people complained about that. When he heard those complaints, he reacted to it, and he ran into a fight with Ryan Garcia and tried to improve that this was, that the weight cut was killing him at 135, and that this fighter that we're seeing at 140 was going to be was going to check those boxes in areas that people may have had some doubts about where Devin sits at when it came to that conversation. Now, I heard information about what Devin Haney was doing in that camp to get ready for the Ryan Garcia fight, and a lot of people, including people like Zab Judah and a lot of pundits in the space and gym owners who are watching him fight, said, listen, there's a good chance Devin's going to knock out Ryan Garcia. Why? Because he was doing everybody so bad in the sparring, in the gym. He was beating up middleweights, from what I understand, in the gym, putting hands on them. And they were like, this is a new Devin Haney. If you guys remember on the buildup of that fight, Devin Haney was deadlifting and doing a lot of building a lot of muscle and really trying to get strong. And even I was like, oh man, are we about to see this new Devin Haney? Devin Haney drank from the cup of Gervonta Tank Davis fans and people who said that he needed to be must-watch, must-see boxing, being that he was trying to get the biggest bags just like Gervonta was. He wanted to come to the table and bring something to the table and build up on a new fan base, a casual fan base, some people might say, but a fan base that I would say more so was looking for the knockouts that were following Gervonta Tank Davis. He drank from that cup and might have poisoned himself when he got in the ring with Ryan Garcia, who had a very, very, I won't say it was underrated because everybody knew about that left hook, but I think he was underrated or underestimated on how accurate and fast that left hook would actually be coming from Devin Haney side of the conversation, as we saw Ryan Garcia was just couldn't miss with the shot, clipped Devin Haney multiple times. We saw the antics and his stock and market value plummeted into the ground. And Devin Haney took that opportunity, as Bill advised him, to go ahead and take that year off. Go ahead and let's get out of the limelight. Let's get out of the space right now. And matter of fact, let's go ahead, especially on the back end of a potential lawsuit or a lawsuit that we're trying to put against Ryan Garcia. Let's get you out the limelight. Let your head heal up mentally and let your body grow, as we got plans. And I stated it before. I said, listen, man, Devin needs to leave 140. I felt like the weight cut looked bad at 140. He had the raccoon eyes. He had the Neo and the Matrix sunglasses on and was walking around not looking like the weight cut did him any justice. And I believe it may be a rumor, but from what I understood, he had moved on from and didn't involve Victor Conte or the snack program in that particular camp. So I think that speaks to the amount of influence that snack program has on Devin's ability to cut the weight and rehydrate properly to be the fighter, a more competitive fighter. As soon as you saw Victor Conte remove from that, we saw him back on that 135-pound issue as far as cutting that weight. And he had a bad performance against Ryan Garcia. Took that year off, came back, fought against Jose Ramirez. We know what he looked like in there. There's questions, I guess, at the end of the day. Damn all the ranting that I'm saying, but just to say that nothing is promised. The last time we saw Devin Haney be a dominant fighter was probably at 140 pounds against Regis Prograis. We immediately saw that what happened with him and Ryan Garcia. Now Brian Norman Jr., quite frankly, I don't even know if it's an argument at this point, but if there is, he's definitely in the conversation of being the hardest puncher in that division. Brian Norman Jr. has been fighting and boxing for a very long time, probably since the age of 9 years old. Second generation fighter coming off of his father, who's also a boxer who did decent in his career. Nothing extra special or nothing like that, but did decent. But he's been coming up around and inside of a boxing gym his whole life, maybe even longer than Devin Haney, as far as when you look at when he started and what he started as. Devin started in a boxing gym with his father, who was in the streets doing other things and wasn't boxing, just wanted to get his son out of the streets and potentially having a bad go at it like he did growing up. But Brian Norman really just watched his father, was admiring what his father had done and wanted to be like his father, a boxer. And I'm only speaking to that just to say the motivation, the will, and what he's probably soaked up. Granted, he's only 23, 24 years old right now, but now timing may be an issue here, or maybe something significant to talk about, because Brian Norman Jr. really at the top of where he's really moving with a lot of momentum behind him, a lot of activity behind him, and a lot of great performances behind him. And I agree with you about Jin Sasaki. I said that Jin Sasaki doesn't necessarily validate this man. He wasn't the kind of competition, but he has a lot of eyes on him. It gained him a lot of recognition. He has an opportunity to build on that momentum and get a following to be able to get in the conversation of the big paydays. And now he's garnered the attention of Turki Al-Sheikh and is going to be on a huge stage. All these things are motivation. All these things dive into the psychology of what motivates a fighter to give his best showing, to not sleep. He knows what this opportunity is, and this makes a big difference. Granted, this also makes a big difference for Devin Haney, who's getting a second chance at life. We got to remember that Devin Haney was in a situation, and what the reason was behind him suing Ryan Garcia and his team. Why? Because Devin Haney was getting lowballed by the top ranks, by the match rooms. He couldn't get any offers. Let's not forget that Devin Haney was this close to fighting on a black prime card, that he was in a situation to where he had to rebuild everything from the ground up, and he wasn't promised to be at the same status that he was before. Being that he's a fighter who boxes as well as he does, one of the things that Devin Haney brings to the table that makes it easier for him to get in these big fights is the fact that he's a high reward, high risk, but high reward fighter. You take away that value, you take away that big payday that he assures all the opponents he fights against, he could have been blackballed and iced out the game. But Turkey Alish grabbed him up and said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hold you down, and we're going to still make it to where you're the biggest payday. But he has to deliver. Coming off of that performance against Jose Ramirez, people rumored that Turkey Alish's Tom and Jerry information and everything like that was based on Devin. I don't think that's what it was, but I don't think it changes the fact that it showed what the boxing space thought about Devin Haney. It showed that Devin Haney is looked at as a fighter who runs around the ring now, who's scared to get hit, whose fights too reserved, and he's suffering from PTSD and may be a different fighter who may never return to the status that he once had. He has a lot of pressure on him. Last time Devin Haney had that kind of pressure on him, he put on a subpar performance and really exposed himself against Ryan Garcia and got hit a lot more than he was supposed to because he was chasing the knockout. So how's Devin Haney dealing with that, with the mental pressure and the pressure that may be on him from Turkey Alishik to put on big performances, as Turkey Alishik is now putting his foot down and making a stance against fighters who are not engaging, who are running around the ring, calling them Tom and Jerry antics, not fighters that box necessarily, but fighters who are scared to get hit, and promising if you deliver a performance like that on his card, it's probably going to be your last performance and your last payday from Riyadh Season or Ring Magazine or Turkey Alishik, whoever you want to align it with. So there's pressure there. There's pressure there for Devin Haney. Brian Norman, is there pressure there for him? I think to a certain degree there is, but I think more so, it's probably a lot more excitement because I have no reason to believe that they're not super confident going this fight. They know that they're hard punchers, and they don't believe that anybody can stand in front of their in front of the pressure that they bring. And they believe that there's reason to believe that they're athletic enough to be able to get to Devin Haney. And how's Devin Haney going to deal with the power of a Brian Norman Jr.? One might want to say that, you know, Ryan Garcia punches harder than Brian Norman Jr. I don't know if that necessarily is true. I'm be honest with you. And I don't know if the Normans believe it does. And I think that's where the difference is going to be in this fight, is going to be in the mentality of these guys getting in the ring with each other. This fight right now, for me, is a 50-50 fight. I can see Brian Norman Jr. knocking Devin Haney out. I'm not going to hold you about it. But I can also see Devin Haney putting on a boxing clinic, moving around that ring, and giving a straight boxing lesson to Brian Norman Jr. and winning a 12-round fight. Either way, the fight is intriguing. It's a fight that's exciting. The eye test says that Brian Norman Jr. is a bigger, stronger fighter. Brian Norman Jr. is going to get an opportunity to show his athleticism in this fight. He's going to get a chance to show his IQ in this fight, things that we've questioned about him. We're going to get a chance to find out. On the back end of a victory against a Devin Haney, we might see a new star in boxing. And Devin Haney gets an opportunity to outbox Brian Norman and put on an exciting fight at the same exact time. And we might see a resurgence of Devin Haney in the boxing space. I think this fight is a lot closer than people want to say it is. And I think the importance behind this fight is huge. And it makes for great boxing. Shout out to Turkey Alishik, always giving us these fights.
I got something for you. Don't laugh, though. And y'all can laugh, but, you know, I just think it's funny. So if we see, and it's a far shot, if we see Devin Haney beat Brian Norman, maybe even KO Brian Norman, right? Do we start thinking a resemblance of Bud Crawford, like Devin goes on a tear, knocking out his next 3 or 4 opponents? We start giving him the same accolades, or do we think, I mean, I already know that they're comparing the snack thing, right? But let's forget about snack for a second. Let's just talk about how Bud moved to 147 and knocked out everybody, right? He had a couple of fights where he went the distance at 140. You know, he went to distance at 135 one fight. But for the most part, he had this knockout streak going at 147. If Devin gets in that ring at 147 with Brian Norman and starts a knockout streak, do we look at him differently?
Yes. I mean, how do you not look at him different at the end of the day? Listen, I'm always trying to be as honest and transparent as possible. And I've been telling people that Devin Haney has boxes that he needs to check with me. Without a doubt, the performances he put on at 135, the accolades he was able to get is great. he became undisputed in one fight, right? In one fight, he became undisputed, and that's not his fault. He took the opportunity that was in front of him. But it doesn't check the boxes and turn him into too much more than he was before he became undisputed, because it was against a George Kambosos, who, in my opinion, I didn't rate like that. I know a lot of people tried to, and they did because of what he did against Teofimo Lopez. But the reality is, I didn't rate him that way, and I find that a lot of boxing fans in the space didn't rate him that way. But maybe an even more significant fight for Devin, in my opinion, was what he did against Regis Prograis. I thought that was a significant fight. Now, the Lomachenko fight was also a good fight, but Lomachenko was coming off of a little bit of a hiatus as well, getting a little bit long in the tooth. Look, great fight, great for his resume, but didn't necessarily make Devin Haney the end-all, be-all. And then when we saw him against Ryan Garcia, in my opinion, against one of the first times I see him in the ring with a fighter who he didn't have the height advantage over, he didn't have the age advantage over. Granted, I think he came in the game with the wrong game plan. I think that's what it was, but still, it didn't do anything to help his value or help his brand to be exposed that way against Ryan Garcia. Then he took a year off out of boxing to get his head together. Still holding Devin Haney at a high level and saying he's one of those guys, but still questioning and wondering, well, damn, when he got hit with the power shots, when he got in there with the puncher, he didn't look right. And now he's going up in weight and he's fighting a catchweight fight against a Jose Ramirez. And we're like, all right, let's see what he does. He arguably runs away from Jose Ramirez for about 12 rounds. He moves around a lot, to say the least, right? A lot of pundits in the space said he was running around the ring. And why? Some might say because of the power that Jose Ramirez brings. And although it wasn't as much power, let's say Ryan Garcia, was enough to have him on his bicycle. Bill Haney gave a lot of respect to Robert Garcia and said, listen, I was respecting the fact that these guys are probably going to strategize and have a great game plan. And we know that Devin Haney's been outside of the ring for so long. I want to protect my son. I want to build his confidence back up. We've chosen to fight very defensively. That's okay. But once again, didn't help the Devin Haney arguing about what he would do. Now he's fighting at 147 pounds with the hardest puncher in the division. Oh, yeah, man, there's doubt here. There's doubt here, and there's questions that need to be answered, and everything isn't promised, because anything that any decisions or assumptions or conclusions that anybody's coming up with when it comes to the Devin Haney conversation are based on fights that happened against lesser opponents, lesser punchers, opponents with asterisks next to them, whether they didn't rate to be in the ring with him or whether or not they were long in the tooth as far as age is concerned, or smaller than him. I mean, there's asterisks there. And Devin Haney has shown me on the eye test the possibilities that can come from him, but he hasn't had the opportunity and taken the opportunity and done it against a fighter at the caliber and the imminent danger that Brian Norman Jr. pushes out there. This is a first fight for Devin Haney as far as I'm concerned, especially in front of the casual boxing space and a lot of hardcore fans as well, who are going to be questioning. They'll be supporting, they'll be rooting for him, but are they 100% sure that Devin Haney's going to come out on the other side of this fight with a victory? I don't know if anybody can walk around feeling that way, getting in the ring with a puncher like Brian Norman.
You worried about that?
You know, it's a great fight, man.
I think Conor Ben would have definitely took the opportunity, but nobody seemed to be wanting to make that fight with Conor Ben either.
Well, Conor Ben is tied up right now. We'll be talking about him a little bit later. Turkey Al-Sheikh actually spoke about it a little bit. Conor Ben is moving towards a rematch with Chris Eubank. Looks like that's going to happen towards the end of September. And also in the conversations, let's be honest, Conor Ben hasn't fought at 147 pounds since 2022. Right. So he's been outside of that division so long, fighting catch weights, fighting at 154 pounds, fighting at 160 pounds. I don't know whether a fight's going to happen with Chris Eubank Jr. It's going to be at 160 or 168, as Chris Eubank Jr. is also in the conversations of potentially fighting Canelo Alvarez, or the winner between Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford in September of next year, right? So he's in that conversation, as well as the likes of Hamza Shiraz. There's a lot of things going on right now. Conor Ben just really isn't in the conversation 147 pounds and's got bigger fish to fry. There's no doubt in my mind that the payday that he's going to get for fighting Chris Eubank Jr. on the back end of a fight of the year candidate that they had against each other is way more lucrative and makes way more sense than him fighting against Devin Haney. I think Brian Norman Jr. checks the boxes and really is, I think, the best option and the best opportunity for Devin Haney. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't see any other fighter that's going to bring that type of opportunity to Devin Haney like Brian Norman Jr. Teofimo would have been a great fight, but we saw how Teofimo decided to handle it. It is what it is. Salute to Devontae Bone in the building. Look, we got 47 people, 47, 50 people in the building. I don't know how many, but at the end of the day, please make sure that we're hitting that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look and make sure you hit that like button, man. Support the channel. Let's help the channel get in the right algorithm. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, don't waste another moment. Take the opportunity right now. Carpe diem. Seize the moment. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. It is what it is, though, Ray. I definitely see all the things that you're saying and what your eye test and what your understanding of Devin Haney says that he brings to the table, right? And he does. But I think if I'll push back on anything that you're saying is we're talking about Devin Haney in a past tense. We're not talking about Devin. We're not talking about Devin Haney and who he is today. Right. The reality is none of us really know 100% who he is today. That we have not seen enough evidence to show that he's fully healed and that he's fully returned into the person who he was, who he'd bet maybe a lot of people would bet the house on his ability to beat fighters. He hasn't shown that he's back yet. And Jose Ramirez fight did not show that Devin is back. And fighting against Brian Norman Jr., it's a courageous move. It shows that he still has that belief in himself. At a minimum, he's still a dog. He's willing to take risk, but without a doubt, this is a risk for Devin Haney. One of the biggest risks that he can take right now at 147 pounds, if not the biggest risk.
Right.
You know, it's a great fight, man. It builds up to be a great story at the end of the day.
I'm on it either way, and I think it's very dangerous for him. I think this is like you said, the make or break of his for us as fans. You know what I mean? Like not as haters, but as fans as a sport of boxing, not as fans of Devin Haney or anything else. This solidifies who he is. Whether he gets a good performance, even on a loss, how he goes out and performs makes us understand who he is, and also puts it in perspective of who Brian Norman is. So, at the end of the day, we're going to see both fighters. I like how you broke it down in the youngest undisputed champion of the 4-bit era to the youngest current champion of today's era of today. That's significant. That's a great way of building that fight up. It has some words to be said, and it means a lot to the sport, man. It's showing that boxing is true. But I like it, man. I like it. I like the way you broke it down.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I love the fight, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. And look, Devin Haney shows that he's always ready and available to show and prove. People make those shots at Devin Haney in multiple different ways. They might not like how his father communicates to the space. They might think that Devin Haney's had some advantages in certain fights. They might have a hard time giving him respect in multiple different ways. But one thing about Devin Haney, and one thing he's been consistent in the boxing space, is that he turns down no smoke. He's always looking to show and prove, to fight the best fights that are available out there for him. And he's doing it again and just staying true to his brand, getting in the ring with, quite frankly, in my opinion, the most dangerous 147-pound fighter available in the division and a champion. So he gets this win. He walks away with the title. He gets in a conversation of unifications, perfect timing. Jerron Boots Ennis leaving the division, a fight between him and, of the back end of a victory here. He gets a potential unification against a winner between Mario Barrios and Manny Pacquiao. He gets an opportunity. We'll see maybe a shot at Rolly Romero at that title that he's holding now, that he'll be upgraded to a full champion on the back end of Jerron Ennis leaving the division. I don't know how they're going to handle the IBF conversation at 147, but once again, in the biggest conversations, and if he beats Brian Norman Jr., he's the best fighter in my opinion at 147 pounds. No argument. You beat Brian Norman Jr., you collect that WBO title, you are the go-to best fighter at 147 pounds. You have the leader and the richest, most paid supporter and sponsor in Turki Al-Sheikh. Big time reward for anybody who gets in the ring with Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney is back in spades on the back end of a victory against Brian Norman Jr. And I think it's hard to argue about that at this point, hater or not hater. It is what it is, right?
I agree.
So unless you got anything else, I'll move on. You know what I mean? We could talk about this going to the 168-pound division a little bit here. Let's talk about 168 pounds. Of course, the biggest conversation at 168 pounds right now, Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Bud Crawford. Canelo Alvarez goes on record and says that he rates Terrence Bud Crawford a little bit more than he does Floyd Mayweather. Now, I know the whole world is going to get shaken up like, what? What are you talking about? Floyd Mayweather, the guy who fought Shane Mosley, who fought Miguel Cotto, who fought what's my name? What's his name? Corrales. What's his first name? Eddie Corrales? Diego, I'm sorry. Fighting Diego Corrales, the guy who fought Ricky Hatton, the guy who fought, everybody. At what point are we going to but we can say that Canelo Alvarez is tapping in a little bit into the Mayweather playbook as far as pumping up value into the fighter he's fighting, because he understands that this fight is a fight that most people feel like is a mismatch, that is weight classes for a reason, that Terrence Bud Crawford is stepping in over his head. So, he's going to want to build this fight up because he doesn't want anybody to take away from his victory, right? He doesn't want anybody to take away from it, so he's going to build this fight up. But that being said, yesterday we talked a little bit about the mentality and the psychology of a Canelo Alvarez going into a fight like this. And I said, how is he looking at Terrence Bud Crawford? Makes a big difference on how and who he's going to be when he goes into that ring. On the back end statement of that, if we take it on front face value, that he values and looks at Terrence Bud Crawford to be a little bit better than, quite frankly, the best fighter he has on his resume, does this affect his psychology, in your opinion, and the way he's approaching this fight and how he's going to fight?
Glad you brought this back up. So that comment or that statement, we'll go with statement, is there for one reason. That's to reiterate and correct his original statement of how he feels and confidence. Right? We may think at it as him building the fight up. That's a very good strategy. That's a great point. That's a way of looking at that comment. But I think he really believes that him initially stating that, he's a better fighter, whatever the case may be, he's supposed to believe that, right? That's his confidence. But then that part of 100%, I'm going to beat him, right? Now it comes back to, I lost to Floyd Mayweather Jr., right? First comparison is, this is my rematch for Floyd Mayweather Jr. Now, in comparison, we're looking at it as, I think he's a better version of Floyd Mayweather Jr., to say the least, to now acknowledge that he doesn't believe he has a 100% chance. He's not saying that. He's saying that, this guy has a really good chance of beating me. I need to be on my my P's and Q's. I need to cross all my T's and dot my I's because this guy's coming to fight. I looked past him initially, but now I'm seeing him face to face. This is not the guy that I thought he was. So, I'm definitely looking forward to this fight. Now I'm looking forward to a challenge because I think this is going to be a challenge for me as opposed to me thinking that it was going to be a walkthrough. And I think that's the rethinking and recalibration of Canelo's mindset. But it is what it is. And I'm not listening to Antoine Ziegler, so it's all good. But, yeah, man, I think that's what it does, Clay. I think that's what we're looking at. I think Canelo has realized that Bud is something to deal with in the ring. I think he's recognizing that, and that's his comparison because that's his biggest. So you were talking about Benavidez being his biggest situation after this fight if he loses. No, it's going to be always Floyd because Floyd is the guy that took everything from him. Though it put him on stardom, it still was his first loss. It was a guy that he was supposed to be the guy to stop Floyd because Floyd was the most hated boxer in boxing at the time. So he was supposed to be the hero, and he failed everybody. So now this is his redemption tour, and I believe this is why he's believing that he's putting Floyd and Bud in the same category because he believes that this is the guy that he has to give that respect to.
Yeah. Listen, man, I think everything you said, I'm saying holds value and holds weight. I think that, without a doubt, him stating that and bringing up Floyd Mayweather does show that Floyd is still living rent free in his head. That fight, that situation is a situation that he thinks about. He revisits it, and he looks at Terrence Bud Crawford, and he potentially sees an opportunity at some redemption when it comes to that. Now, like you said, although Floyd gave him the stardom and it was the best loss of his career, maybe the best and most significant fight of his career because it put him in the limelight and gave him the opportunity to be who he is today. Is Canelo Alvarez who he is today if he doesn't get in the ring with a Floyd Mayweather? One can argue it one way or the other, right? And yeah, David Benavidez, I just think that this is the David Benavidez, Canelo Alvarez era in Canelo Alvarez's story. I think David Benavidez is the most significant topic in his life right now. And I think this fight right here, you know, he may be trying to replace it and get everybody to forget about that situation, meaning that David is not 175 and talking about even potentially fighting cruiserweight fights, and in the conversations of trying to fight, you know, and become a undisputed champion and fight maybe Dimitri Bivol or Caleb Smith, and so many different things going on with David Benavidez right now. Maybe they're not bringing up Canelo as much, but right now, people are talking about, when they talk about this Terrence Crawford fight, you're either supporting the fight or you're mad at the fight. And if you're mad at the fight, you're probably mad at it because you believe it should be David Benavidez in the ring with Canelo Alvarez. But that being said, him stating what he said about Floyd Mayweather and where he rates Terrence Crawford does show you that he still revisits that fight quite frequently. But I do think there's a psychology to it, and I believe that this is an edge towards Terrence Crawford. Now, people might see it the other way, being that clearly Canelo Alvarez is taking Terrence very seriously. So you can be sure and be certain that he's taking his camp very seriously, that he's not sleeping on Terrence Crawford, that he's not underestimating Terrence Crawford. He's taking Terrence Crawford very seriously. I think the conversation is still there as far as him overtraining for Terrence Crawford. If maybe he's giving Terrence Crawford too much respect. Does he go into this fight and give him too much respect and fight in a way that Canelo Alvarez might not, you know, be accustomed to fighting to right now? Because at the end of the day, you are who you are in your last fight. Your best fight is your last fight. And Canelo Alvarez in his last fight wasn't able to cut the ring off on William Skull. He hasn't had to do that in a very long time. And when you go back in his resume, you talk about the Erislandy Laras, you talk about Floyd Mayweather, you talk about Dimitri Bivol, there's an argument to say that athleticism played a part in how he performed those fights, that he wasn't the most athletic guy in the ring, that he didn't have the experience at that time as well. He also spoke to that as well. But there's something there to be said about Terrence Crawford's checking the boxes in those areas. In my opinion, Terrence Crawford doesn't fight anything like against like Floyd Mayweather. But if he goes into this fight preparing for Floyd Mayweather, or thinking about a Floyd Mayweather, or seeking redemption and doing the things that he felt like he should have done against Floyd, but didn't do that, and do that against Terrence Crawford, then I think there's an argument to say that we're going to be seeing a Canelo Alvarez that we haven't seen in a very long time. And if that's the case, if we're looking at a fighter who's changing his game in the ninth inning and not doing what got him where he is today in these big weight class divisions, it might be a lot more opportunity than people might want to admit there for Terrence Crawford to take advantage of. You know, did you see Tim Bradley speak on Canelo dismissing Terrence Crawford's resume, speaking towards the fact that he's never fought an elite fighter and that he's fought so many different elite fighters? Did you see Tim Bradley kind of share how you felt about that?
I did not, but here's funny. I know you said you were going to play that, right? So here's the funny thing about this. When Bud was about to fight Earl Spence, Tim Bradley was up in arms, hooting and tooting, all about how Bud's resume is better than what people think it is, whatever the case may be. Crazy. Now, I did hear you talk about this earlier. Someone mentioned it in the chat, said did you see it? And I haven't personally, but I think it's crazy that now he's saying how his resume is suspect. Like, come on, bro. Like, are we really about to do this? Does Tim Bradley really need so much attention or has so much hate in his blood that he can't help himself? That's what I need to understand and where I don't get.
So what, do you feel like Tim Bradley was talking down to Bud or something?
That's what it sounded like you said. I didn't hear the interview, so basically,
no, that's not all. He said he was defending Bud.
He's defending. Oh, well, then he's doing it. Okay, then on that note, no, I didn't hear it. So it's probably the same spew he gave then.
No, he was definitely listening to.
Okay, listen, then I'm cool for that. I thought you were saying the opposite.
No, not at all.
Today, I'm in the car today. I'm not on the road. Yep, just got my hair done, got my fresh lineup of my mustache. Anyway, hey, man, let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about this Crawford thing, man. Let's talk about Canelo. Canelo, come on, bro. You know, why you trying to degrade the competition, bro? That don't make no damn sense, man. How you gonna sit there and be like, whoa, he hasn't fought and beat an elite fighter? Bro, are you kidding me? Bruh. And the fans is definitely running with that, you know, especially your fans. That just don't make no damn sense, man. Since when did we start degrading the fighter that you facing? That's going to depreciate the actual victory if you win. That's going to depreciate it. You fought a guy that ain't fought nobody. Make that make sense. How does Crawford have all these accolades and all of a sudden he ain't fought nobody? Please explain that. Well, with the guy, you don't see the guys now, so they was nobody?
Okay.
I think at that point, there's a significant part in that point that I want to address, and it makes sense to me. And I've always said this, right? But the reality is, there's truth and there's lies. And I spoke about this yesterday, and I said that there's certain things that everybody knows, right? It's you know, is it an opinion? I guess somebody can say it's an opinion, but it's not an opinion that Terrence Bud Crawford is a two-weight class undisputed champion, that he's rated on the pound-for-pound list and was number one at one point. And the only reason he's not number one right now, if we want to be honest, is because of his activity, right? His counterparts in Monster Inoue and Alexander Usyk are more active and have done more significant things in the past few years. But Terrence Bud Crawford still being in that conversation, there's no doubt in my mind that I believe Canelo Alvarez does not believe that Terrence Bud Crawford is an elite and hasn't earned his place to be inside the ring with him. If he says that and tries to dismiss the value that Terrence Bud Crawford brings, not monetary-wise, not as far as following is concerned, not as far as selling pay-per-views and putting asses in seats or being a bigger star in boxing, but as far as a counterpart, a dance partner who presents a lot of issues that a lot of fighters he's fought in recent times does not provide for him, there's an argument there to say that Canelo Alvarez is trying to mentally F-bomb Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford, and trying to convince him or convince himself that this guy is just like anybody else he's fought, where I think there's an argument there to be said that he's 100% not like everybody else you fought. And the one fighter that you bring up in the conversation when you start to speak about who you would compare him to is, quite frankly, the best fighter you ever fought, which is Floyd Mayweather. And you say that he edges him out. So if you go back on that now and say that Terrence Crawford hasn't done anything or fought anybody elite, it kind of exposes Canelo Alvarez to a certain degree. And if you want to ask yourself a question, if it's something that you even care to ask yourself, there's a reason for everything. Why would Canelo do that? If it's not exposing some sort of insecurity in Canelo Alvarez, what is it doing?
Right. No, you're right. That's exactly what you said yesterday, and you've been speaking on. I think even on Blue Channel. I think, like I said, I think the whole question you had yesterday, and like I said, when we talked about it afterward, I kind of understood your question more. Does Canelo believe he can beat Bud in a 12-round fight? That's what it comes down to. That's what I was trying to speak on yesterday without dragging certain things into the picture. But it brings questions into himself believing it. So does he have to diminish and build himself up, get the fans on his side? Yeah, absolutely. It's part of the sport. That's what we do. You know what I mean? The more we can bring with us, the better, right? So I think at the same time, you know what I mean, when you're lying to yourself, now you got to face the facts. The facts is that you do need this guy to be the best opponent that you ever had. You do need to know that you're bringing this guy up from 154 pounds, if not 147. You do need to know that this guy is one of the pound-for-pound greats, regardless of your status of having him not fight nobody. So all these things have to check certain boxes. At the same time, you're knocking those boxes down, but then you're trying to give them boxes that are equivalent to being the best person, like in the same sentence. You're contradicting yourself 100%. So there lies the question you had: does he have the confidence to believe that he could beat a Bud Crawford and
in a 12-round fight?
In a 12-round fight, and that there says no. I need a knockout to beat this dude, and that's why you're starting to see some of the antics, and now I'm backtracking in certain things, but it is what it is, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, I think look, without a doubt, when we're talking about Canelo Alvarez, when we're talking about Terrence Bud Crawford, I never want to put out a narrative out there that would have people thinking that I think that Canelo Alvarez is scared or that he can't or that, you know, he's outmatched. This is not the case. Canelo Alvarez still is favored to win against Terrence Crawford, and for good reason, right? But at the end of the day, when you're fighting when you got such a great fighter in Terence Bud Crawford, a special fighter, and what I consider a special fighter in Canelo Alvarez for all the things he's achieved, it's just small things. It's just small things. And in these press conferences, you can't really walk away with that much from them because these guys are there to sell a fight, and you can't walk away with so much. You can't put but so much weight on what's happening at the press conference because there's so many different intangibles and variables, things are being taken into consideration as to why they're saying what they're saying and where they're coming from. But like I said, sometimes you can pull little jewels. You can pull little things from what they're saying and saying, why did he say that? Because in one sense, you're cutting down Terence Crawford and saying that he's out of his league. But at the same exact time, you're comparing him to, quite frankly, the most difficult fight and the most exposed, the best fighter that you fought. You're comparing him to that guy. Not only are you comparing it to him and saying that, you're not saying he's close to that guy. You're saying he edges him out, that you rate him as somebody who's better than that fighter. And forget about everybody's personal opinion about how they feel about that. I'm sure most people would disagree with that and feel that Floyd Mayweather, just because his resume, is the better fighter. But the important perspective is, what does Canelo Alvarez think about it, right? Well, let's just let Tim keep cooking.
All right, but they were somebody when he fought him. They were champions or past champions. Ricky Burns, Gamboa, all these guys, man. Victor Posto. You got, hey, man, go to 147. Beat the man that beat Manny Pacquiao. Jeff Horn. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop, man. Y'all need to stop. Went up to Madrimov, 154, went up and beat Madrimov. Beat Madrimov. Different weight class. So when Crawford come up there and beat on your head like he said he gonna do, he gonna beat on your head, Canelo, how that's gonna look? How that's gonna look? You got beat by a nobody. You got beat by a guy that ain't got no elite names on his resume. Make that make sense. I ain't never seen Floyd Mayweather put down his opponents like that, man.
And I'm going to stop it there because it goes back to what I said yesterday. The pressure is on Canelo, not on Bud. It's clearly pressure there, right? And here you go, potentially doubling down on the pressure. And what Tim said is accurate. You lose against this guy. You lost against somebody who didn't fight the fighters you fought, who came up 2 weight classes, who you said didn't rate, who you said didn't fight nobody in elite. And like Bud said, and I love the answer that Bud gave, well, I'm going to be fighting somebody elite on September 13th. You know what I mean? I'm going to fight somebody elite on September 13th. If I ain't fought nobody elite, well, I'm finally going to get that elite person on my record, right? And once again, the psychology of boxing, and underappreciated, understated, very important point and part of boxing is the psychology, right? They say it all the time. The best fighters in the game say, man, this is a 70% mental, 30% physical game. And if we're playing any kind of game at a press conference, if we're playing any kind of game at the build-up of a fight, it's a psychology that we're playing on. There's nothing physical happening until September 13th. On a psychological level, where people feel like Terence Crawford is losing these press conferences and losing all these situations where he has nothing to lose, and he's never been accredited with the guy who sells the fights. If anything, they say one of the worst things about Terence Crawford is his lack of talking, his lack of marketability, his lack of making these press conferences big. This is where Canelo Alvarez shines at. This is what he's supposed to be doing. But what is he actually doing? Is he actually exposing where he's at mentally? And how's that registering with Terence Crawford and with Bomac, with the people who building the strategy as they're reading Canelo Alvarez, who pushes Terence Crawford when Terence Crawford gets too close to him, who's trying to dismiss his resume, but at the same time returns and does an interview and compares Terence Crawford to the biggest fight he's ever been in, which is against, well, the most important fight and the most difficult fight he's ever been in, which is against Floyd Mayweather. What does that say about Canelo Alvarez's present mental state, in your opinion?
Again, it says a lot. I told you, it says like he has the college. Listen, I definitely don't think any boxer ever had a lack of confidence of winning or beating their opponent. I think it talks about the problems that he may see in the ring, and it gives him a thought of, can he beat You know what I mean? The difference is not if he can beat the opponent. Can he beat the opponent in his own in a different way? Like looking at resumes and things of that nature. And first of all, I think that's crazy because every fighter is different. Every fight is different. Every part of your career is different as you move into different trajectories. I don't see Canelo really taking him lightly, but I think he was pushing that to the audience that he's taking him lightly. Basically, he's selling the story, and him doing that was him to recap and revisit his thoughts on that, Clay, and that's what it really came down to. Is he had to go back and contemplate these issues, because when you look at this now and you look at the situation now, like Canelo doesn't know what he got himself into. He thought he did, but then when he finally seen him, like I said, the face-to-face stuff, when you start seeing each other and you get these face-offs and you put on heels and things of that nature, all that changes, man. It all says something different. So I don't know, man. Like my opinion is, I don't know.
All right, let's go ahead and go back to
especially not their resume. Damn, you ain't learned nothing. You ain't learned nothing, man. Gosh, dang it, man. I thought y'all took Canelo, I thought you took a page out of Mayweather book. That's why you ain't fighting. You ain't fighting this guy or fighting that guy or fighting Benavidez. You choose what you want to. You've already paid your dues. Come on, bruh. Nah, that's not cool. And I see some of y'all saying, "Oh, well, Crawford didn't give Errol Spence credit because when Crawford beat Errol Spence, y'all didn't get him credit anyway. Y'all didn't get him credit anyway. And I was the first one to say this. Y'all wasn't gonna give him credit. I said, damn it, you can go back and watch my Fight Hype video back in the past. I forget who it was with, but anyways, and I said it. The only problem that I have with this fight, with the fight against Errol Spence, after Crawford beat Sean Porter, right? I'm like, they not gonna give him credit.
And this speaks to also what I understood and how I feel about the reason why people are raising questions and concerns about why Bud Crawford doesn't give as much value to that fight as he feels, as a boxing space feels he should. They feel like he's cutting down Errol Spence. They feel like he attacks Spence, that he doesn't give Spence the respect that he deserves. But the reality is, why is he doing that? Does he hate Errol Spence, or is he just being honest and say that Errol Spence who's in the ring with me, I don't get props for beating him. You guys don't give me the respect for beating him. You said that the man was hurt. He was in the weight class too long. He was a shell of a man of the version that he was. So why would I sit there in every platform and any interview that I go to state that my claim to fame, who made me who I am, one of the greatest fighters in the game, pound for pound best fighter in the game, is against a fighter that all you guys feel like was a shell of himself? Naturally, he's going to sit there and keep it 100 and say, listen, man, fine, not him. We'll talk about everybody else. What do you feel about what Tim said about the reasoning behind Terrence Crawford in this Errol Spence situation?
I thought it was more of a respect thing more than the disrespect that he got from the fan base for what Tim said. I mean, with that point right there, it makes a lot of sense. I thought it was more of a respect thing for the same reasons. Because the fans didn't feel that was the best Errol Spence, or the the boxer that they thought that was the fight that they thought was gonna happen, the matchup they thought was gonna happen. I think Bud was like in respect saying like, look, if y'all feel that he wasn't the best guy that he was supposed to be in the ring, and y'all felt that, there was something wrong with him, whatever the case may be, the guy hasn't fought since, so why should I mention him? Why should I give him, why should I be disrespectful? Be disrespectful to Errol Spence and put him on this list of the toughest guys or the best guys that I beat. Why? It wasn't the best Errol Spence. You're saying that. So at the same time, I thought it was from the signs of respect. But the way that Tim's putting it is, y'all didn't want to give him respect because y'all don't like him, because y'all push back at him. He beats your favorite fighter. It can go either way depending on what side of the street you're standing on. As an Errol Spence fan or not. or just a boxing pundit. So it depends on where you're standing. But I mean, what Tim is saying, there's a lot of respect to what he's saying. I just think on the point though of how you take it, it depends on where you're standing.
Yeah, listen. Without a doubt, and shout out to Oscar Huerta in the building, says, you guys are forgetting that Bud himself said Spence was not elite. Listen, man, without a doubt, that's what Terrence said. And, Terrence is allowed to have his opinion. I mean, if anybody's allowed to have opinion, is a guy who stood in the ring with him and actually fought, you know what I'm saying? And actually, that guy deserves to have his opinion about the fighter he was actually in the ring with, more than maybe arguably any of us who were just on the outside looking in, giving our opinion, right?
Right.
But that's not what the significance is about what Tim Bradley's saying. What Tim Bradley's basically saying is that I didn't get the respect from beating that guy because that guy wasn't the guy who was the fight I was chasing before he got into that accident, right? He was a shell of himself. I think Echo said the same thing in here, right? And I heard somebody else in here say that he begged to fight against Errol Spence. Well, of course, he was pushing for that fight. I don't know if begging necessarily is it. I think there's argument to be said that showed that he was willing to walk away from that. And Errol actually is the one who came back up and made the fight happen. So that fight really happened because Errol wanted the fight to happen and arguably needed the fight to happen for him to check the boxes on what he wanted to do in the legacy of his career, right? But that being said, pushing back at the whole begging thing and leaving that where it's at, just to say that Terrence Crawford and the reasoning behind this fight with Canelo Alvarez and it being so significant is because that was supposed to be the fight that gave him the recognition. That was supposed to be the fight that he got celebrated for, but it turned out not to be that fight. It turned out that fight was easy for a guy who was in the ring with Errol Spence. He understood, like, that fight wasn't even competitive for me. That guy was not in my league. He didn't show and prove that he had an IQ that could compare with mine. He didn't show and prove that he was the biggest opponent I was going to fight. I remember when Terrence Crawford once said, when he was asked if Errol Spence was going to be the hardest fight and the most challenging fight that he was going to have to fight, he said, I won't know until I get in the ring with that guy, because a lot of the times, a lot of the fights that you guys think are going to be my hardest fights end up being my easiest. And a lot of fights that go under the radar and people don't even think the fighter is going to be that complicated end up being my most competitive fight. And I think that was before we saw him get in the ring with Israel Madrimov, right? And realized, like, okay, boom, look, there it is right there. He's showing you that I think he would argue Israel Madrimov was a way more difficult fight than the fight he had with Errol Spence. So I thought it was significant that Tim Bradley spoke to that point right there. Once again, I co-signed those thoughts on it. You know what I mean? That you guys have put Bud in a situation to where he's had to sit back and be on his own and be validated inside his own circles and inside in the eyes of the man in the mirror. And the boxing space really has never really supported Terrence Bud Crawford or given him any respect for the things that he's actually accomplished. Let's go back to Tim and see what else he had to say.
I wish it happened before the car accident. I wish it happened before this, because he's not going to get the credit. So y'all got Crawford mind all combobulated. You know, yeah, he not giving Spence credit because you guys didn't give him credit for the Spence win. Y'all saying Spence was high. Spence had eye problems and all this and above. Damn, y'all confusing him. Y'all confusing Crawford. He just saying, and this is the reason why Crawford is going up to 168 pounds. No catch weight. None of that. No catch weight. No rehydration clause. Because Crawford, a real one.
Nah, I want to keep stopping over and over again, but this is speaking towards the idea that Terrence Bud Crawford is scared of Canelo Alvarez, or that Terrence Bud Crawford is nervous or doesn't, you know what I'm saying, think he can win this fight or whatever have you. Terrence Bud Crawford hasn't asked for a rehydration clause. He was the one who pushed for this fight. He's fighting Canelo Alvarez, the best version of Canelo Alvarez that is available to fight, and he's not leaving any room for any excuses as to what might happen into that fight. How do you feel? I mean, when people say that, is there any point behind that? Like, what do you mean Terrence Bud Crawford is scared of Canelo Alvarez, and what evidence you have of that? Because the way he's handling a press conference, because you see him look at Canelo Alvarez with some respect. You see him give Canelo Alvarez props for the things that he's accomplished in his career. Is it because he says that he's 70% sure he's going to win the fight? What exactly is fueling this idea that Terrence Bud Crawford is scared of Canelo Alvarez, being that he pushed for this fight to happen and he's not giving any leverage? He's not asking for the ring to be 26 feet so he can run around the ring. He's not asking Canelo Alvarez to stay within 10 pounds of 168 pounds on the night of the fight. He's not doing anything but asking for Canelo Alvarez to be the best version of himself. Am I bugging, Ray?
Nope. Hold on. Yeah, no contradictions there, Clay.
No fear.
No.
No fear. Daring to be great, man. It is what it is.
He don't want no excuses after he defeats Canelo Alvarez. Zero excuses from the fans. I don't want to hear Canelo was old and washed up. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear nothing when Crawford go up there and he handle his business on the 13th of September. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody. Give him his flowers once this gets accomplished. And that's the reason why he taking this fight. That's the reason why he want this fight. That's the reason why he want this challenge. It's because of everything y'all say about his resume, say about he ain't fought nobody. It's because of all of that. Everything that y'all saying, a lot of y'all saying, oh yeah, y'all gonna eat y'all words, man. I'm telling y'all gonna eat y'all words. So I talked about Canelo superpower and Mexican, Mexican pride. That's a real thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. They feed off that energy from their Mexican fans. They feed off that energy. Yeah. But y'all don't know, y'all don't know about that remedy that I know, that superpower that people like myself have, Floyd Mayweather have. Yeah. Even Andre Ward, man, all the greats, they have it. They had that thug mentality, street made.
Boom.
Okay. All right.
Comment on it. Speak on it.
I'm going to go back a little bit. So here's where I differ with Tim Bradley. One, Terrence didn't want this fight initially with Canelo. He also made a statement about fighting Canelo and fighting guys in weight classes that weren't his weight class. I think the challenge is in the way that he said the challenge. I believe that aspect is correct. Bud wanted to challenge himself. He didn't believe that anybody or him being the best at what he is, he needed to fight the best to get his name out there and fight the best and to challenge himself. So on that aspect, yes, I do believe that is an accurate statement. But everything else that he's saying about, Bud do this and Bud do that, no, Bud was on record of saying certain things that could come into question. So I'm not going to say that Tim is full of, ish, but he's given the win already to Crawford. You know what I mean? Which it's his opinion and his right to do, but he's giving the win to Crawford when they didn't fight yet. Like there's too much to be said and too much to be done before this fight takes place. August, right? Well, which almost damn near a month and a couple of days away from this fight happening.
Like
was it August? No, we're in the end of June. It's almost July.
August into September. She said.
Oh, September. Excuse me. I thought it was August. Okay, so 2.5 months, right? So this is, regardless, they're going into camp. We'll see how it works out once that happens. Like, don't put the cart before the horse, the carriage before the horse, because then that's when things start backfiring on you later on, and people call you out on it, and videos like this get viral. So it's cool to have your opinions, but to make statements is another thing. And I think that's where Tim is starting to push the limits right here. He's making a lot of statements, and I think these statements are very forthcoming without reason, and it's cool. He has his, he's basing off his opinions. It is what it is. That's his thoughts. But I think also we have to give the respect to both fighters. Canelo's not no slouch, and like I said, Bud knew what he was getting into with Canelo the first time. He told him, Bill, which is funny because he had no doubt in fighting Canelo. He didn't want to fight Canelo, right? That whole weight class thing. Bill told him that it's a good fight to go up there and beat Canelo, and he can do it. He filled the bag up of Canelo, of Crawford's head, you know what I mean, and thoughts of saying, look, man, you can do this. You the baddest man on the planet. Bill told him that. He souped him up and gassed him. Not Tim. But Tim is doing a good job on the back end of that. But we'll see what happens, man. But go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, man. Nah. I mean, I hear what you're saying to a degree. I don't look at it that deep. Without a doubt, Tim Bradley has given his opinion on who he says is going to win this fight months ago. When this fight wasn't even guaranteed or locked in yet, Tim said Crawford going to beat him, and Tim obviously has hands-on experience, and he knows Terrence Bud Crawford in a very pause if anybody wants to go there, but he knows him in an intimate way. As far as he was in the ring with Bud Crawford, he sparred him, and he's one of the people. He gives credit to himself being one of the people who saw Bud Crawford being who Bud Crawford is today before anybody else saw that. And he's made no secrets about who he thinks is going to win this fight. And like you said, his opinion is his opinion, right? But it's still legitimate what he's saying. And what he's actually saying is people who are sleeping on Terrence Bud Crawford, who thinks and always looking to take away from Terrence Bud Crawford and doesn't give the proper accolades and flowers to Bud Crawford to being a fighter who can do special things, who's a special fighter and is a kind of fighter that makes this fight really special. And the fact that Canelo Alvarez is in a lot more danger than people want to give him give respect to, and obviously he believes he's going to win this fight. I think I co-sign what he's saying, basically to say that you guys are crazy if you think this man ain't who this man says he is. And this man has done a lot of things to already be proven already at this point to be taken seriously as far as credibility on who he says he is. But everything he does, you guys find a way to put an asterisk next to it and try to take away from what this man has accomplished. Well, after this fight, on the back end of this fight, and the back end of a victory that he's calling, and I'm looking forward, I believe Bud is going to win as well. But on the back end of this fight, there'll be no excuses. We don't want to hear about age. We don't want to hear about nothing because Terrence Crawford has left no conversations on the table. No excuses, no rehydration clauses, no nothing. This man is an undisputed champion. You say he's a face of boxing. You said you guys wanted to see Errol fight this dude. You thought that Errol was going to beat him. Well, I beat Errol, and turns out Errol wasn't even on my level. And now I'm going to go ahead and fight Canelo Alvarez. It is what it is. So shout out to Tim Bradley. I think he's making a pretty profound statement when it comes to this right now.
That's exactly what it is. Exactly. Profound. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with having an opinion, Clay, but he literally was saying when it happens, like basically he is stating that the fight happened. Like he's seeing
listen, man. People, you do it all the time. You sat there and just said that Devin Haney's going to beat the brakes off Brian Norman Jr.
What?
And gave Brian. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that.
What'd you say?
I never said that.
You didn't say those words, but you basically said that he's going to beat Brian Norman Jr.
No, I said he can. I literally said he can beat Brian. I didn't say he will. I don't know what's going to happen in that fight. I said Brian has a good chance of knocking him out. Devin has a good chance of outboxing him. I never said anybody was going to win that fight yet. But, I mean, I'll go back and look and check the tape. But I'm pretty certain I never said that. I mean, we'll look. You know, I got this device right here in my earbuds. So we're about to go find out. But go ahead, Clay.
Hold on.
Oh, you want to pull it up? I'll pull it up. That's you. And that's me.
Hey,
Red, baby.
what's good, King? How you living?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man.
All right.
Chilling.
So there's no confusion. You know, I started the show a little bit.
Great conversation. Great dialogue today. Great fan response. Unfortunately, you guys are going to be calling me a one-sided person, but it's cool. Yeah.
Boom. So you're already letting it be known. You're coming into the room and you're letting it be known that after you finish giving your opinion on this, we're going to say that you're one-sided, right? So that means that you're going to make a choice. Yep. You're going to make you're picking a winner in this statement, right?
Go ahead. No, I didn't. Go ahead. Stay out of it, though. All right, I have my phone in the chat, so I'm going to stay out of it. I'm going to let you guys cook on everything to show that I'm biased to the situation.
Yeah. No doubt. Guys, we got about 50 people in the building, 46 people at this point. See what's happening.
I was 100% on the respect of the knockout. Matter of fact, not just this knockout, the one prior to with Cuevas.
Derek Cuevas, yes.
Okay, so you know what I mean? It is what it is. But where has Cuevas been for the last 2 years? He was putting hands on him in the first round, right? Making him uncomfortable where Brian Norman had to actually.
So what are you doing here? You're already taking away from the credit.
No, let it build. Let it go.
I am. It's gonna go. It's gonna go. It's not going nowhere. It's not running away. It's not disappearing. It'll be right there.
Okay.
But you're basically saying that Brian Norman Jr. hasn't done anything significant enough to be in the conversation with Devin Haney, right? We'll let it play though, so you can say
that's how you read it.
And keep in mind, just for whatever it's worth, Brian Norman also was coming off a little hiatus, hand surgery, wasn't in the ring for a little while as well. Not as long as.
All right, I'll give him that. Okay, we'll give him that. Then he fights Jin Sasaki, who shouldn't have been in the ring with him, but they took the fight because it was a fight that was challenged to them. The guy was ranked high in the WBO.
They took the fight for the money. Let's be honest. Brian Norman at the time trying to raise his market value, trying to make an argument to get more money at this point. They wanted to change the tax bracket.
All right, we'll put it on the tax bracket. I was giving them other credits, but okay, we'll put it on the tax bracket. That guy should have never been in a ring with anybody in the top 5 in the welterweight division across the board. So, likely with that being said, he laid this guy out who was 135 pound. Lightweight who moved up in weight and was able to hold his own just as Mikey Garcia did until Earl Spence put his hands on him. Now we go back a couple fights before that. He was in a rough spout with Centillion. Centillion almost really was winning that fight until chaos happened for him. So we go a fight prior to that. Damn near no contest, and he was getting his tail whooped. Got sat down on his pockets and all.
No, he didn't get sat down with Giovanni Santillan. I think you were talking about the Boca Chica fight. I feel like that's what you're describing now because he dominated and beat the shit out of Santillan. Is that what you feel like? You feel like Santillan was winning that fight until he stopped him? Or you're muted.
I don't care about none of this. Let's get that Devin was going to beat him up or win the fight.
Well, when he's going to win the fight, okay.
All that. When you hear that. Oh, is he who we say he really is? But he got a knockout against a guy he should have literally cleaned house with, right? Should have cleaned house with. That gives him the power to say, oh, watch out. This guy's the guy. Listen, some people don't need to play boxing, man. We heard this before. Play boxing, bad things happen. And I think in this case of Jin Sasaki, he was playing boxing. And he got hurt. It is what it is. Do I see something like this happen to Dev or someone else like Boots or anything? No, I don't. I think these guys are better boxers. I think these guys they're more well-rounded. And I've seen Devin get hit with a steroid-loaded punch, get up off the ground, not once, not twice, but 3 times, right? Finish the fight.
Arguably 5.
Yeah, well, we'll say 5. He still got up, arguably, right? Still got into that ring, and he did his thing. Now, on the other hand, we seen Devin wobble. We seen Devin back up in a Ramirez fight. So does that play a part? Does that make him feel like he's not him, but does that make us see that Devin's no way, shape, or form ready for a fight like this? Or does he have something to prove? That's what it comes down to. Brian Norman, obviously, he's a guy that they see some weaknesses in. They see something in Regis Prograis, because let me tell you, when Regis Prograis was fighting Devin, it was all, oh, Devin better watch out. Regis punches hard. Devin better watch out. Regis does this. Devin better watch out. It was always Devin that needs to do something and not Regis. And we watched the master class that fight. Do we see something similar? Possibly. Do we see Devin getting knocked out? Possibly. But the problem is, and what I see is, I think Devin to take the distance on this fight, and I think he outclasses Brian Norman without having to run. But teach your own.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Experience.
So did you make a pick?
Yes. I said I think, right? Yeah, I guess. All right. I made a pick. We'll say we make a pick. All right, we'll go there. Roll the tape, right?
No, it's not a pick. If it's not a pick, just say
not,
you didn't make
not necessarily. That's just my that was my thoughts and my opinion. That's totally different. Hold on. That's totally different than what Tim Bradley said, is what I'm telling you. I didn't say like, oh, this is this. That was an opinion given. Now I'm gonna tell you, when I make a pick, you're gonna hear me break it down. But okay, I'll go with it. But that's not
okay. So you're not picking Devin.
Because what did I say? Didn't I say also Brian Norman can also beat him?
No, you said you gave him the puncher's chance. That's cool. But at the end of the day, I feel like when I heard, it sounded like you picked Devin to win, which is not a big deal. I don't see why it's a big deal. I'm just saying that if everybody makes a choice,
he can outbox him. I think he can outbox him.
You said when it's all said and done, I think Devin's going to give him a master class, a 12-round fight, and give him a master class. Is that a win?
I said,
okay, how about right now? Are you picking Devin to win the fight, yes or no? Right now.
I'm not picking anybody yet. I'm not picking the fight ain't even made yet. So why would I pick the fight?
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So you didn't pick nobody. You're not picking nobody. My bad. So back to Tim Bradley.
Go to Tim Bradley.
Let's go back to Tim Bradley real quick.
Come on, freaking flyer. Come on, brother. Nah, that's what it is. But it's all good. We'll take it.
It is what it is, man, right? So let's go back to Tim Bradley and finish what he said. There we go.
Street made. Yeah. Street made. Thug mentality. That's what it is. Yeah, it's different. Disobedient. You got to teach me. You can whoop my behind. You have to show me, because you just can't say that. Crawford been doing this his entire life. His mama got him ready for this moment. His mama got him ready for this moment. Yeah. Fighting grown men when he was a kid.
So Tim's speaking to something significant. Once again, when we're talking about the build up to this fight, like you said, Ray, and a lot of other people, like Echoes has said, we can't pick the one. We don't know who's going to win. You can have your pick. You watch a fighter. You got the eye test. You've seen him fight other fights. You look at his skill set, and you guesstimate, and you try to manage the odds in your mind of who's probably going to do what they're going to do. And what Tim basically saying is that there's intangibles here, right? There are intangibles in this fight that people aren't taking into consideration. People take into consideration that Canelo Alvarez brings to the table his Mexican fan base, that he's invigorated, that he has that Mexican pride that he brings to the ring every time he fights. And this is something that's going to play a major role and a factor inside of this fight. And 100% I agree with that. But I think people sometimes underestimate or understate the intangibles that Terrence Crawford brings to the table and what he brings to the table and what drives him and his energy. And what he calls it a thug mentality, right? Some people might look at it like, oh, you know what I mean, take the word thug and kind of, but just basically referring to the lifestyle, the bringing up of a fighter like a Terrence Crawford. He compares it and says all the great fighters had it, or a lot of great fighters at a minimum have it. He brings up Floyd Mayweather. He brings up Andre Ward, and these fighters that came up in these very hard times, right? Who grew up in very humble spaces, and talks about Terrence Crawford and having his mother pay people to fight Terrence Crawford when he was a young guy, and fighting older people, and always being underestimated and having to show and prove and being tested and stepping up in those tests. And is that going to play a role in this fight? And the fact that Terrence Crawford's 9 out of 10 times fought bigger guys, you know what I'm saying, when he was younger. We talk about what he did inside the ring, which is something that can be celebrated, but also we're talking about the grit of a man and what Terrence Crawford brings when it comes to that conversation. How does that play in this fight? And has Canelo Alvarez fought this kind of grit before? And the last time he fought this kind of grit, how did it turn out for him? Well, what do you think about that thug mentality? Is that being stated enough? Is that going to play a big role in this fight? Is that going to be something that Canelo Alvarez is going to have to face and could be can move the needle in another direction away from Canelo Alvarez?
You lose $1 million and millions and millions and millions of dollars away from this thug mentality. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I've never even seen Bud represent that, in my opinion. Not saying he hasn't, but maybe when he was younger, I think he had a little bit more a grit, street grit, or that type of atmosphere with him. But it seems to be, as he gotten more and more away from his shooting, the accident that, or I ain't gonna say accident, but unfortunate situation that happened to him, it seems that he has been less and less likely to create that or live that lifestyle or have that lifestyle in his head. I'm not telling you he ever left him. That's not mistreat the conversation of a thug mentality. But what is a thug mentality? You know what I mean? Like, is that somebody that's I'm going in here to beat you up, or is that somebody that's I'm from the streets? Because I'm gathering the Tim Bradley statement is that, you know what I mean, it's that street thug mentality. Not I'm this barbaric, I'm just gonna come here and I'm gonna beat you up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand what he's saying.
Right.
I
think that's a good question. I think the thug mentality, defining that and the definition of that is important. I think we need to take that into context, right? As to what he's saying, right? Is he talking about Terrence Bud Crawford being a street dude, of being this violent street guy, maybe a gangbanger or a thug, or hanging out in the streets, or still dealing with, his life being on the line and getting shot and all those different things? Is that what he's talking about? Or is he talking more so about a mentality that can translate into life for anybody who's grown, anybody who's grown and to be successful in their life, who come from those humble beginnings, who come from that mentality? Does that thug mentality translate into the business world? Does it translate into being successful? Does it translate into being a man? Does it translate into your tough, a tough aspect of your life? Does this separate you still from your peers, even if you end up being in the biggest law firm, if you end up being a doctor, if you end up being in a business space, if you end up being on a stockbroker, if you end up being anything? Does that thug mentality and that foundation that you grew up on separate you from your peers, even in the most elite spaces, where other people who grew up in different backgrounds, in a competitive space, in a space of competition, does that thug mentality stick with you and give you your leverage and give you that intangible that separates you from your opponents? So, in other words, what Tim Bradley's talking about is that X factor, that thing that he has that potentially has stuck with him throughout his whole career and got him to this point. Are you saying that you feel like because he's been a millionaire, because he hasn't had financial difficulties in a long time, because he hasn't struggled or been in those situations in the streets for a long time, that there might be somewhat of a satin sheets type of effect that's happened off of Terrence Bud Crawford, and that he's lost that edge?
That's why I had to walk it back before I started speaking on it, and I'm glad you did. So what I'm gathering is the things that got him to this point, the dig down, the points that he came from, where he came from to move to where he is. He reaches back into those. That's what Tim. I'm guessing this is what you're saying. Tim is saying he reaches back.
I don't think he's saying he's reaching back as much as he's saying it's part of his DNA. It's who he is. He doesn't have to read. Who he is a product of how he was raised, of who he is. He's basically saying that intangible, the thing that separates his DNA from a lot of other people's DNA that you can't put in there, right? They say punchers are born, not created. Well, this thug mentality or this thug grit that he has about him is something that is in his DNA that you either have or you don't have, and he's shown improved in his life that he has it. Now, has he gone away? Has it been buried underneath satin sheets and money and freedom and comfort? Has it been buried away, or is this still part of who he is? And if it is who he is, does it play a factor in who he's going to be against a fighter like Canelo Alvarez on that night?
I'm a little conflicted on what you're saying, but it's okay. I think I know where you're going with it. I'm going to take it from. I'm not getting that vibe from that, but I can understand where you're coming from about when I say reaching back. Let me finish this one. Basically, knowing where I come from and knowing where I was, in the struggle, I will never forget that. That's always going to be a part of me. But as I go into each fight, I got to remember where I was, use that same energy to compete and push myself to new levels, new heights. If that's what he's saying, then absolutely, I agree with that 100%. But if he's saying, basically, what I'm thinking you're saying is, did he forget about those times and then he moved into the life of luxury? He became the Jetsons. The Jeffersons. Yeah, that's the Jetsons. The Jeffersons. And he went in a Twin Tower building or whatever they call it, and he on a different level because he got his cleaning company. He doing all this and living with the folks. That's different, right? And he forgot about where he was, but he always kept it with him, like George Jefferson always kept it with him, then okay, I guess so, right?
No, wait.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to. The first one I think is where you're going with it, but I think the explanation was towards like George. What did I say? George Jefferson. Right?
No. I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
And I have my opinion on what Timothy Bradley's saying.
Okay.
What 2 cents is here saying is what I think Timothy Bradley's speaking on. You brought up the point that he's a millionaire and been living a certain lifestyle for a while and kind of like threw holes a little bit in what Timothy Bradley was saying to say that, no, I don't think this guy has I don't think the thug thing is going to play a point in it. You were heading in a direction of saying that it's been so long since he's been in those scenarios, this wasn't part of him anymore. So I'm asking you, do you believe that because he's had a comfort in life, because he's made a lot of money, because he hasn't had to deal with the adversities of what goes on in the streets, that somehow that thug mentality, that grit that he got from being in the streets has somehow been buried a little bit underneath the laps and luxuries of life, and has a satin sheets situation potentially settled into his DNA, and he's not able to tap into that. Into this fight. I'm asking.
No. So to the point of you never forget where you come from and what your struggles were. Absolutely not.
I'm not talking about forgetting where you come from, but I'm just talking about.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because the question is, do I think he's moved on past that? I'm literally confused on this question, and from what I heard from Tim Bradley and what you explained to me were not in same representation. So what I'm trying to get from you is what you thought Tim was saying. You gave me your opinion.
All right, let's play it again.
All right, let me listen again.
You can whoop my behind. You have to show it. Yeah. Street made. Thug mentality. That's what it is. Yeah, it's different. Disobedient. You got to teach me. You can whoop my behind. You have to show me, because you just can't say that. Crawford been doing this his entire life. His mama got him ready for this moment. Yeah. Fighting grown men when he was a kid. Beating on grown men. She used to pay people in the neighborhood to try to kick her son's behind, just to man him up. This ain't nothing new. Just because you big. Crawford seen big dude after big dude, grown men. And he beat their ass. Excuse me, ESPN, but I had to say that. I can say ass because it's a donkey. Okay. So, his mama got him ready.
Okay. So now that you've heard it, what do you think about
that I heard it? That's his explanation of thug? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Again, do I think all those things bring that? Does he bring that with him? Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. But do I? All right. Skip this question, bro.
No, so I'm okay. So what I'm saying is, right, we're watching him say that, and he's talking about a thug mentality, right? And he's basically referring to street. He's using a word that describes a mentality that you got to have to survive in the hood, right? In the streets. But I think we understand that he's talking about the grit of Terrence Bud Crawford, right? We're talking about his grit. We're talking about his character. We're talking about what separates somebody soft from somebody strong. We're talking about the determination and will to overcome adversities in your environment. He's using that word thug mentality, right? Because of where he comes from, but he's talking about the grit. I don't think there's any confusion there, right? He's not trying to, I don't know what the definition of a thug, like we saw Tupac put thug life on his stomach. And I don't think Tupac was talking about crime and criminal activity per se, but I think he was talking about the idea of somebody fighting against a system that's holding them back and being successful in spite of the adversity, right? So he's talking about Terrence Bud Crawford. He's talking about Floyd Mayweather. He's talking about Andre Ward. He's talking about this thug mentality. And what he's talking about is the will to conquer adversity, to beat people who they think he can't beat, to be in front of a situation that he's supposedly not supposed to be able to win and win in spite of that. Right?
No, I got that portion. I'm talking about the whole, like, the explanation. Never mind. Just like I said, next question.
Okay. We'll keep on playing.
It's not. It's hard for me to kind of spew what he's saying and you're saying, though you have a different breakdown. It's the same thing. Ultimately, I got it.
Is my question for you is what do you think he's saying?
I told you. I think yes, what he's saying is accurate. If we're talking about the same thing, which is, you know what I mean, he fuels the fire with his way of life or the way he grew up, and using that as a background, and he's describing that as a thug mentality. Yes, I agree 100%. But that's what I'm saying. Yes, humble beginnings. Thank you. If we're talking about a hoodlum type atmosphere, a person had to walk through and see, excuse me for saying this, but see deceased people and situations and drunks on the corner. Yes, I understand that. You wanted to get away from that. You pushed yourself out of that position. I can understand that. Okay. And he always holds on to that because that was his pinnacle. That's his push. You know what I mean? I got that. That's what I'm thinking you're saying. But what I'm saying is he started going into other details of mama had to do this and mama did that and put it in. What the hell is that?
What he's saying is his mother put him in front of situations to make him tried true for this present moment in his life, that he's been fighting back and fighting unwinnable fights his whole life, and that it's all these things have culminated.
Say that shit.
That's what he said.
No, I'm saying to him, like, just say the point, like all this extra, because I don't know. Go ahead, man. We good. I agree. Yes, if that's the point. Yes. To your question, I agree.
This ain't nothing new. Just because you big. Crawford seen big dude after big dude, grown men, and he beat their ass. Excuse me, ESPN, but I had to say that.
So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so he's explaining right there. I think it's clear. I don't know what he's not explaining when he's saying like he's had to fight big dudes. He's had to do all these things. I think that's what he's
saying. I can say ass because it's a donkey.
All right, so.
I get that.
It's a donkey. So, you know, his mama got him ready for this.
Yeah,
I'm with that.
Doubt.
I understand. Got it.
You know, having a thug mentality is a kill or be killed. Kill or be killed mentality. That's what we operate on. When I used to go into a fight, I'm like, bro, you gotta kill me to beat me, bro. You gotta kill me. I'm willing to endure whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Floyd Mayweather grew up in the hood, raised in the streets. Yeah, it's a mentality. That's Crawford's superpower for this.
Boom. He summed it up right there.
I'm glad he got
Canelo got that Mexican pride, and Crawford got that thug mentality.
That's what he's doing. He's comparing. He's saying Canelo Crawford brings what his culture gives him to be who he is, but he's letting it be known for people who are underestimating that Terrence Bud Crawford, that you could say the black fighter if you want to, that these fighters also bring an edge from their culture that have prepared them for these big shows as well.
When I met Crawford and I talked to people about him, because I was saying, yo, this ain't no regular fighter, man. This ain't no sparring partner. This a world champ. You know what they told me? They said, hey, Tim, he a thug. He ain't gonna be nothing, man. He can't leave the streets alone. He a thug.
There it is, him showing, now he's bringing it full circle, right?
That's what they told me. I said, okay, yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. That makes all the sense in the world. Why every time when we was in sparring, I would step my game up, he'll step his game up. He will match my intensity. That's what sets him apart. That mentality, that winning mentality, being strategical.
Okay, you wanted to comment on it or something?
So I think the last part is, I mean, maybe that is the fuel. Maybe, they talked. They had their little conversation, so he knows more about what's going on in Bud's life than I do as a youngster. But to me, that sounds like when he's talking about matching my intensity, that just shows the fire. That shows the spirit. That shows the believability in yourself to push yourself further than ever. I mean, we all grew up in our situations. I'm not gonna put my personal life out there. I was about to, but We all grew up in our situations, and I have things that push me away from where I was, and I never want to go back there. Right? Is it a fear of going back there? Absolutely not. I still live in the same, same environment. I just live in a different side of town. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean that I run away. I don't talk to people. I don't hang out and things of that nature. You know what I mean? I'm just a little bit more mature than what I was back then.
But not for nothing, right? Not to cut you off. What I'm saying to you is, and what I want to ask you is, I don't think, and I don't know if that's what the issue is, right? I don't know if the issue is that Tim Bradley's using this word, and maybe is there an issue with him celebrating something that maybe coming from that community, something we don't want to celebrate. I don't know if that's what the issue is, right? But I think Timothy Bradley is speaking specifically to if there's anything positive, if there's anything to pull away from that thug mentality, and he lets you know, he's bringing it full circle and saying that when he tried to give Bud his flowers when he was sparring Blood, that people doubted Blood. Doubted Bud. And they said that the thing that was going to hold him back was his thug mentality.
Gotcha.
And here he is showing that in the 9th inning of his career, that everything that his career has culminated to this big moment, that in fact, his thug mentality that you guys thought was going to hold him back is actually what's catapulted him forward into who he is, and that he brings this intangible factor into these fights, and those factors are what he taps into. He compares it to intensity. He compares it to him having understanding of why when he sparred Terrence Bud Crawford as a more experienced, tried true fighter that he was, sparring a up and coming prospect of a fighter like Bud, and if he had questions in his mind of what is it that, maybe that's what it is. It's the thug mentality. And then he goes a little further and he goes, he's going to match your intensity. When you're trying to bring him down and push back on him and break him and taking him to a space that you think he's not comfortable in, and maybe it's a space he's never been in before because he maybe never been in the ring with the Timothy Bradley or a high-level fighter of that nature. What is it that gave him that drive to go ahead and, yes, Bub's Boxing, dig deep in that moment?
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
What it was and what it is what Timothy Bradley's speaking on is that thug mentality. Right. That a thug mentality is not a mentality of go do crime, go the easy way. Thug it out in the definition of the word is weather the storm, is go through it, is push through it and find a way, even when people say there is no way, to find victory, even in the most horrible, hardcore, worse, bad weather situations. That this is the X factor. This is the chromosome that everybody doesn't have inside their DNA that Bud brings to this fight that is being understated. It's being understated. It's not being spoken about in the right way, and it's not being given the actual value that may be the legitimate difference between victory and loss for a fighter like Terrence Bud Crawford, especially going into the biggest fight of his career, into the most competitive fight into his career. When you hear a Terrence Bud Crawford talk about going into a fight with Canelo Alvarez, and he says he's 70% sure he's going to win this fight, where we know he's normally 100% confident about going to this fight, well, then what's going to make the big difference for Terrence Bud Crawford in this fight? It's going to be this energy that Timothy Bradley's talking about right now. It's going to be that what they call the thug mentality. Tim is not celebrating the word necessarily. What he's saying is you guys tried to use that word and said it was going to hold him back. You tried to describe him in a way and use that against him. So we're going to use that word. We're going to allow that word to continue to hold the weight that you guys thought it was going to hold into his career. But the difference is it held the weight in a different way. You thought it was going to hold him back, but it actually pushed him forward.
Yeah, it was his push.
So I think it's important that people not get caught up. And I think that's what's happening, as that people are hearing this word thug and getting caught up with no. We work hard, I understand, but don't use that word. No, damn that. We're going to use that damn word. That's the word we're going to use. and we're going to push it forward, and we're going to be honest about to say that he came from a situation where most people thought that he wasn't going to make it, that he wasn't even supposed to be here, and I think he's going to tap into that too. He went into a space where he's supposed to die. He got shot in his head for being in the wrong place and dealing with that thug mentality. He wasn't supposed to be here, but alhamdulillah, you know what I'm saying? Nobody can do it better than God, and nobody can go what God has for you. Nobody can hold from you. So in turn, that thug mentality carried him to where he is to now, the father of 7 children, still with the woman he had his children with outside of one child. I think he had that he had out of that situation, but against all adversity, turned out to be a man amongst men, turned out to be pound for pound best fighter in the world, and found himself in a situation where he's getting in front of the face of boxing in Canelo Alvarez. And this is why we can't sleep on Terrence Bud Crawford. This is why he's a real dog in this fight, and this is why he will F around and win this fight. Do we know for sure that he'll win? Bud lets you know he's 70% thinks he's going to win and doesn't give himself a 100% chance of winning this fight. So he doesn't think that. So clearly we know Canelo Alvarez can beat Terrence Bud Crawford. But if there's any confidence we can find in Terrence Bud Crawford to win this fight, if there's any confidence that Timothy Bradley can have in Terrence Bud Crawford to win this fight, to where he can state on here that he believes he's going to win this fight, Timothy Bradley speaking to that factor, to that underestimated, understated, intangible that's not being talked about enough, which is his
what I said in the beginning.
Mentality.
That's exactly how I started off in the beginning. I said, is it this one or is it something else that I'm missing? That's why it was my question. So I was never wrong or
it's not about being wrong or right.
Hold on, let me finish.
Your perspective. It's about your perspective.
Right. I just wanted to make sure I had an understanding of where, because I didn't hear the whole thing yet, right? You paused it. If I heard the whole thing, I would have had a better understanding because he broke it down.
Right, so I understand, but it's not about right or wrong. But what I'm trying to say is, you shared your opinions. Okay, we can move forward on it, but I'm sharing my opinion on it. It's all good. And yes, as things get explained, perspective will be clearer. But at the end of the day, I'm just sharing my perspective on it. I'm not arguing with you.
No, I got you.
What I'm saying. What I'm saying is, okay, I see what you're saying, but I don't think that's what this is. I think this is what's happening.
No, I said it keeps him pushing, it keeps him going. That's what I first said. That's literally what I said. That's why I was like, and that's why I said dig deep was a better version of what I could have said. That would have summed it up better.
Okay.
But me saying him, that just keeps his drive going. I didn't use that word either, but I said it keeps him going. Yeah, I get that. What's up, Blue? Salute.
What's good, Blue? Breaking down the Timothy Bradley video right quick, and then we're going to jump on because we got other things to talk about for sure.
That's part of being a thug, too, being in the streets. And look, let me tell y'all another thing. Crawford is here for a reason. Crawford's supposed to be dead. He's supposed to be 6 feet under right now. God spared him for this moment. God spared him for everything that he got going on right now. He spared him for this moment. 6 feet under. Remember, he was sitting in the car, chilling with some homies. Bullet come through the back window. Yeah, thank God the bullet slowed down, hit him in the back of the head. If it went all the way through, it would have been over for Crawford. But God spared him for this moment right here. Right? Spared him for this moment. Seriously. You can't mess with God's plan. You can't mess with his plan. I don't care how you look at it. I don't care what you up against. You cannot stop it. You can't. I'm telling you. You can't stop it. Yeah, go back to 2012. 2012. If my memory serves me right. Manny Pacquiao, Tim Bradley. You can't stop God's plan. It don't matter who you are or what you think. This is a part of his plan, man. All odds against Crawford. Yeah, all odds against him. So, Canelo, real quick, let me recap it. Man, don't put down the competition, bro, because you're taking away from your victory if you beat him. All right? 2, Max Kellerman himself said that Crawford, regardless of what Inoue has done, regardless of what Usyk has done, Crawford is the best pound-for-pound fighter on planet Earth right now. even without the resume y'all say he ain't got. Ooh, that's powerful. And y'all know Max Lord knows boxing. Yeah. Oh, he's been watching boxing his whole life since he was a little boy. Historian in the game. Yeah, he see it and he knows it. So y'all can miss me with that, man. Canelo, stop putting down Crawford. You're a fool for putting him down. You're supposed to build him up.
That's enough. I mean, at this point, he's just going to filibuster for Crawford, right? But I played the video, ladies and gentlemen. The reason I played the video is because I thought that Timothy Bradley said it in a better way than I could even say, right? And it captured me. I'm not going to lie to you, because I legitimately feel like this. And I think Ray knows it. Anybody who talks to me about this fight, when I talked about this fight years ago, well, not years ago, right? But ever since he tried to make it happen, let's say 2 years ago, year and a half ago, ever since he's been campaigning and trying to get Canelo Alvarez to agree to do this fight, and Turkey Al-Sheikh, I believe, saw the same thing. That's what made him passionate about it and wanting to see the fight happen, is because Terrence Bud Crawford is a special fighter, man. Yeah. And without a doubt, this is a fight that he can lose, that he's probably favored to lose in. And and it's due to Canelo Alvarez, as far as Canelo Alvarez is owed the respect of being favored to win in this fight. He really is owed that. We got to respect him. And I think that's what Terrence Crawford was doing when he said he's 70% sure you can beat him. He was given the respect to where respect was due. What did my guy Just Do say? He deserves his just due. Shout out to Just Do if you're in the building. If you're not, when you watch a replay, he deserved his just due. But Terrence Bud Crawford brings in that special intangible that I've always talked about. And when people bring up there's weight classes for a reason, I have to say I agree. When you bring up the punching power of Canelo Alvarez, man, I gotta say I agree. Even when you bring up the resume conversation, man, it's hard for me to argue against Canelo's resume in comparison to Terrence Bud Crawford's resume. But what gets understated and what doesn't get spoken about enough when it comes to Terrence Bud Crawford is that intangible. Here, Timothy Bradley's calling it that thug mentality. And I know it's easy for people to get distracted by that word and become offended by the word. And they don't want the word used. They don't want the word celebrated. But I think if we choose to use our critical thinking and we choose to look deeper and understand the direction that he's going into it, whatever word you choose to use to describe it, it's a factor. It's one of the biggest factors and one of the biggest things that Bud Crawford brings to the table that makes this fight, that separates Bud Crawford, let's say, from what we saw Jermell Charlo do against Canelo. And Jermell Charlo, I'm sure, come from the streets. He has a thug mentality to a certain degree. But here we see it manifest in a different way. For some thug mentality is to run off with the bag. Is to make off like a thief. Not give you nothing. Take. Some of your favorite fighters have a thug mentality when it comes to that conversation.
Right. Exactly.
They don't give you nothing.
Listen,
it's a criminal. Hold on. It's a criminal aspect of it for some fighters and some people in their lives. And they carry it into where they embarrass you as a race. And they do things that make people look at you weird. But there's other people who pull the other part of the thug mentality into their life. And they show you that, yeah, the streets made that, but the streets also made this.
Right.
The streets made Jay-Z, right? The streets made Kanye West, even though he's crazy, he's on his shit right now. You know what I mean? Shout out to Kanye, you know what I'm saying? But that will and that grit that he has just to be successful in spite of the odds. The street makes the people who come from the streets, who are doctors, who are lawyers, who are big time business owners, who are successful boxers. They come from the same streets, and that thug mentality translates in their life as well. They use it for a positive thing. And he's saying that that's the factor, that you're looking at that Mexican pride and that machismo and that support he gets from his community, and that makes him who he is. Well, Terrence brings his own thing to the table too as well.
Right. And salute to everybody on the grind. That's what I'm getting at, Clay. The saying, if you want to grind, you push them. You know what I mean? You push yourself forward. You remember where you come from, and you can go back to where you come from. That's what it's all about. You know what I mean? And not being not using thug in the wrong way, but if you can be that thug, people recognize or use that thug mentality. Just use that correctly. Use that to your ways to convince the youth, the younger people of the generations to understand. Like, look, you don't always have to be a 6-foot pine box. You don't always have to be, I mean, behind bars looking through a wall. That's what I'm getting at. That's why I said I understand.
Jackie's world, it's above your pay grade, brother. It's all good. You either trolling or you just don't want to get it. I get it. It's not my responsibility to teach you, and I don't fault you for not having the mental capacity to process and get past what you know and the limitations of your thought process. I'm comfortable. I'm okay, bro. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Coming from adversity, pressure builds pressure, busts pipes, but pressure also makes diamonds.
Right.
What we're talking about, what we're talking about is pressure that exists in a space from a neighborhood, from a humble beginning that could have broke you, but on the other side of not breaking you may make you stronger than the people you face in the future. If you can't process that, that's something that's hard for you to comprehend. I don't fault you, bro. But stick around. We'll get that IQ up a little higher. Make it a little easier for you to deal with these type of situations. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, we good. We good. I got you. All right. Yeah, we on the same page. I got it. Like, we was always on the same page. It was just me trying to just break down the consensus. That's all. We got
yeah.
You. We good.
And I think that thug mentality that he's talking about, or whatever word anybody wants to use to describe it, and I played the video because he used it, but I wanted to highlight that don't sleep on a man on a mission's will to win and how powerful that can be in the most adverse situation. Don't sleep. Feel free to, by the way, because it's your life and your world. But I would encourage you not to sleep because there's something about. Shut up. Oh,
yo, it's cool, bro. You
no,
right.
It is what it is. It's okay.
No,
it's okay.
You right. You right. If that's how you feel, you right. But that's your opinion. That's not anybody's.
It's all good, bro.
But let's go. Let's go next.
I see these comments sometimes, and outside of boxing, that mentality, you're so triggered right now. You're so triggered right now to defend black people. I'm a black man who come from where I come from. I don't need to go into it or prove it is what it is, right? But if you can't wrap your mind around this is what holds back a community. Your inability to remove yourself and stop with this black people from a disadvantage, not the streets. Brother, if you don't get it, you ain't never gonna get it. There's a genuine place in my heart. I'm not gonna lie to you. You could take it. I really feel sorry for people who can't get past this mentality. I genuinely wish there was something for you. No problem. You know what I'm saying? Damn, bro. Try to grow past it, man. Try to grow past it because life isn't as hard as most people say it is, but it's not as easy as some people want it to be. You're not all the way right. You're not all the way wrong. There's a middle ground. So, yeah, like I said, Timothy Bradley trying to highlight this understated factor and intangible that Terrence Crawford brings to this fight. And, you know, me personally putting perspective on the 70% confidence and saying that, yeah, he's not as confident maybe going into this fight as he was going against Errol or Sean Porter or against Victor Postel or against a Gamboa or against Amir Khan or against what's my guy's name from England? I can't remember his name right now, but him too. You know what I'm saying? What's his name? What's the black guy's name? My brother from England, bro, who's supposed to fight Amir Khan, never fought him. What's his name? Errol Spence broke his eye socket. Triple G broke his eye socket. Kell Brooks, right? Yeah, he was probably a little bit more confident going into those fights. 100% confident. He knew what he was going to do when he got in the fight with those guys. In this fight right here, he's acknowledging it as being a big challenge for him. He's not too sure as he normally is. But what he's going to tap into, what makes this fight interesting, is he's going to tap into something like Timothy Bradley said, something that his mother's been on him about since he was younger, and something that he's dealt with his whole life that prepared him for this moment. And it's the mentality. I won't say thug mentality anymore because I don't want to trigger nobody with the word thug. I'm just going to say the mentality is going to translate into making this fight competitive. And if he wins the fight, it'll be the mentality that got him that win more than anything else. It is what it is. I want to move on to 154 pounds because I also want to open up the panel up so people can come up and share their thoughts. But I'm going to move the conversation to 154 pounds. Robert Garcia, in a recent interview, reviewing Jerron Boots Ennis's view and perspective on how, I don't want to say how, but reviewing Jerron Boots Ennis' response to a question about him fighting Virgil Ortiz. And basically the consensus is, and the understanding is, that Virgil Ortiz has a hand injury that he's dealing with. And this is the reason why he can't get into a fight with Jerron Boots Ennis in August, September, because as Jerron Boots Ennis is looking to be active and get into a fight in August and September. And he says that from his sources, who Robert Garcia considers to be credible sources, that Jerron Boots Ennis is looking for 2 tune-up fights before he gets in the ring with Virgil Ortiz. And that, in fact, if Jerron Boots Ennis was ready to fight Virgil Ortiz will be ready to fight in September, and that can be the next fight for Virgil Ortiz. This on the back end also of Turki Al-Sheikh communicating that he has a mega card he's putting together in November, and he's very interested in putting that fight together between Jerron Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. Any opinions on that, Ray Davis?
Cat
from who?
Robert Garcia. Now I'm making this is a statement. Let me be clear. All right. I'm making it. It is cat. I'll tell you why. And we'll see if I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, just a filler, right? So pause. I don't believe Virgil Ortiz is ready for this fight with Boots Ennis. I think it's something that took him by surprise. I think that the goal for Virgil Ortiz is to get a championship matchup before he takes on the likes of a Boots Ennis and not derail him from his goal or propel him on his goal. It's too high risk, low reward for Virgil Ortiz right now. And I don't believe that that's something that they're interested in when they are already in talks of maybe taking on the winner of Fedora and Tim Tszyu. So I call cat. I call bullshit. I'm just saying it is what it is on that notion, and I'm gonna leave it there.
I definitely understand where you're coming from, man, because I do also remember Robert Garcia speaking towards the Rayo Venezuela Tank Davis situation when Tank was looking for an opponent. And Robert Garcia was asked a question about that. And I think he said something about Rayo having a rematch clause or not being able to fight Isak Tank Davis because of that. Or I don't know what it was that happened. Or I don't know what it was, but I know he was wrong. And this is not the first time I've seen Robert Garcia speak on what's going on with a fighter he's training and not necessarily be on the same page of what, you know, potentially an Oscar De La Hoya in this situation or whoever his personal manager is. He said the name. I can't remember what his manager's name is, what they have planned for Virgil Ortiz or the understanding of Virgil Ortiz Jr.'s availability. Me personally, I did speak to Virgil Ortiz for a little bit at an event, at the Times Square event at the weigh-in. And I remember him mentioning to me that he was heading into the hand surgery and that he was looking to make a fight. He mentioned September, but didn't say that he was looking to make a fight in September, but that he'd be available for fighting. You know what I'm saying? He's thinking around September. And what I walked away thinking was that he'd be looking and open to negotiating for making a fight, not on September, but that around that time is when he'd be open to negotiating fights. Mm-hmm. That being said, Eddie Hearn spoke on it and said that they were looking to make that fight happen, but that he had a hand injury that he was dealing with, and that, you know, the fight, you know, making a fight happen between him and Jerron Boots Ennis in September, August wasn't going to be realistic. So therefore, they were looking to move on to other opportunities that are there. I think there's truth everywhere, right? I think the one thing that's getting misconstrued in this conversation and not really getting any type of respect is, guys, there's no reason for Jerome Boots Ennis to duck Virgil Ortiz. I don't believe for one moment that Jerome Boots Ennis has any issues with fighting no damn Virgil Ortiz. And I think anybody who wants to sit here and play that game is just lying to themselves for whatever personal reasons that they want to have, right? I think that there's no reason for Virgil Ortiz, to be honest with you, to duck Jerome Boots Ennis. I do think that there's a business aspect to this sport that we have to always take into consideration and understand that there's more pieces involved in negotiating and putting these fights together than two fighters exclusively wanting to fight each other. That we have to always take those things into consideration, man. It is what it is when it comes to this conversation. So in turn, how can this turn out, and what's the best case scenario for this to turn into something that makes sense and puts us as boxing fans in front of a fight that we all want to see, and also give these guys an opportunity to get past all the confusion and put all the rumors to rest? Well, Robert Garcia confirmed that he expects Virgil Ortiz to be available in September for a fight. I believe Robert Garcia. I don't think he's capping. I don't think he's lying. I think he's sitting there working with Virgil Ortiz in the gym, and he knows what he's looking at, and he knows if this guy's hand is healing in a great way or if it's not healing in a great way. And I think, according to him and what he's saying, that he sees that that Virgil Ortiz should be ready for a fight in September. Well, I say perfect, great. Then for all argumentative purposes, to put that to rest, Turki Alashi's game plan of putting a fight together between Jerome Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz in November seems like it's right on time. And it makes me optimistic, outside of somebody from either one of these guys' teams getting in the way of this fight happening. There's no excuse for us not to see Jerome Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz in November. What do you think?
Yeah, there isn't. You're right. There is no reason for it not to be, unless they have something in place. And I believe that there was already something in place in their marketing with Oscar De La Hoya.
They who, by the way? You talking about Virgil
Oscar, Robert, and Virgil. I believe there's something already gained for them. And because it's gained, it doesn't make sense to move off that plan unless the money is right. If that makes sense, unless the money is right, there's no sense to move off that plan. Now, regardless of Turki being interested in this fight and wanting to help Boots and Virgil Ortiz make this fight happen, does that make sense for them to make this opportune moment for them to take a Boots fight when they have a championship fight lined up in their own situation right now? Like, they're literally on the brinks of trying to get this WBC title belt. Mm-hmm. If it happens, it happens. I mean, if it falls through, it falls through. But again, it all comes back to what's best for Virgil, right, at this point. Because Boots knows what he wants. Boots just wants to fight whoever he wants at 54. He believes making a big splash in the division is the way of doing it. Virgil Ortiz is that guy that's been a wrecking ball up there. So why not go up there and challenge that guy that called you out? But I just think that they have a plan, man, and they're not coming off that plan at all.
Yeah. I think there is a game plan. I think that more than likely, Ray, and I'm right there with you, right? I think what they're looking at is the winner between Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. There's a WBC title that's going to be defended by Sebastian Fundora against Tim Tszyu. We know the interim title is being held by Virgil Ortiz. Without a doubt, getting Virgil Ortiz to be a champion has to be the primary goal of Golden Boy Promotions. That's where they want. I mean, it's all cute and fun and games to put together the spectacle of a fight between him and Jerome Boots Ennis, being that these guys have a history going from 147 pounds into 154 pounds. But ultimately, as a priority, it makes complete sense to me that the people who have vested interest in Virgil Ortiz's future are going to not allow an opportunity at Virgil Ortiz becoming a champion to slip away on the back end of making this fight happen. But we know there's politics also in the game. We know that there is a story and an agenda behind us watching Sebastian Fundora vacate a WBO title just to make an in-house fight with the PBC to watch Sebastian Fundora defend his title against Tim Tszyu. We understand that the politics of this sport sometimes make more sense than the actual logic of the sport, which is the logic being that Virgil Ortiz is an interim WBC champion and quite arguably the mandatory and next in line who should get the winner between Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. But we know the politics a lot of time trump that logic, where they might see more of an advantage of the winner of that fight fighting, let's say, a Keith Thurman, right? To keep the fight in house, to make that happen.
Right.
And on the back end of that, and understanding that that could potentially get in the way of the big game plan that Oscar De La Hoya has at getting Virgil Ortiz to the big show of becoming a champion. Should they bet on that, knowing that this is an across the street politics potential situation, or should they take the actual bird in hand, which is Turki Al-Sheikh's ability to, number one, facilitate this boxing match between both Jaron Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz, and not to mention the big payday that's going to be there to make this fight happen. I think it's a 50-50 thing, maybe even a 60-40. Once again, I think legitimately this fight has legs, that Turki can execute this outside of the PBC becoming cooperative in making way for the winner of that fight to get Virgil Ortiz next. What's the best option for Virgil Ortiz? If it's not for the title, the next big thing, I don't see anything bigger than Jaron Boots Ennis, not monetarily and not career-wise as far as on your resume. Now, clearly, if people got to believe in Virgil's ability to beat Boots, because I don't think, I'm going to be real with you, I see nothing on Jaron Boots Ennis' side of the conversation that should give him any doubt about his ability to beat Virgil Ortiz.
I agree.
I think Virgil Ortiz can win the fight too. I think he's a puncher. A puncher's a puncher, bro. And we've also seen him being tested in his last two fights in a great way. We've seen him perform against Serhii Bohachuk, win a fight that some people felt like he didn't win, but it still showed the dog in him, was a fight of the year candidate, showed you the grit. And that's an important part. And then we saw him fight against Madrimov, somebody who gave Terrence Bud Crawford all he can handle, ran it with him and competed with him at the highest level. And we saw Virgil Ortiz beat him. So I think Virgil Ortiz has the intangibles, and I think he's become a better fighter. I said this to Virgil Ortiz right to his face personally, that I thought he is the best 154-pound fighter in that division, and I meant it. This is before Jaron got there. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I believe. I think he is. I think he's tested. I think Sebastian Fundora checks a lot of boxes as far as being the most awkward and difficult fighter to get in front of. I think Bakram showed great things with what he did against Tim Tszyu, but we didn't know who Bakram was before Tim Tszyu, right? I think Virgil Ortiz is the more tested, tried, true 154-pounder right now. Right. But at the same time, I don't have faith in Oscar De La Hoya and that team over there. I don't believe that they necessarily are as confident as Virgil is in Virgil. Maybe they are, but I don't know that they are. And being that they control the pen, and we know that the pen historically has been more powerful than the sword in a lot of ways, I think in this way the pen may show to be a little bit more powerful, and it's going to take them being on the same page when it comes to Jaron Boots Ennis for this fight to go through. But I think Turki Al-Sheikh brings a lot of money to the table, and I think money sways and moves people a lot. I think in an ideal world, I don't think Oscar De La Hoya would put Williams Zepeda in front of Shakur Stevenson. I think in an ideal world, he would have never agreed to have Floyd Schofield Jr. go to Saudi Arabia to go fight Shakur Stevenson. I think in an ideal world, he would have stopped Ryan Garcia from fighting Gervonta Tank Davis. But you know what moved the needles in every single one of those situations?
Money.
And that may very well be what we're looking at here between Virgil Ortiz and Jaron Boots Ennis. So I say, let's keep an eye on it. We don't know what's going to happen, but there's a good chance, I think, that we might be seeing Virgil Ortiz and Jaron Boots Ennis in November.
Word. It's pretty party going on, man. Pretty party going on.
I see people cooking in the chat.
I know it's a pretty party. It's not really cooking. Listen, man, it is what it is.
It is. No, do me a favor. Hold it down for a second. I'm gonna dip off for like 2 minutes.
I'll do the same thing. But go ahead, do your thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, wait for me to come back. I'll be right back.
To your point, I'm gonna keep going on this Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis. So I mean, like the whole, I just don't see it. Like I said, I just think it's cap on Robert Garcia's in. I think Robert knows what's in play for Virgil Ortiz and what the game plan is. Why would we see anything different? Why would we see a push for our boy Boots right now? Like I said, the risk is too high. Why take this guy away from what we're trying to push and accomplish? So I think Boots is going to be on a subtle win of accepting like maybe a Charles Conwell fight if that's what they're willing to do that. I like the fact that he might be able to fight Erickson Lubin. I think Erickson Lubin's a decent fight for him. As far as Virgil, we already know where he's going. Maybe even somebody, I think Blue said he should fight Bully Chuck. I was like, nah, Serhi, nah, leave Serhi alone. Let Serhi get back into the graces of where he is to make that fight mean something to me, in my opinion. But it is a good fight. I think that establishes a lot for Boots moving up to fight Serhi Bolichuk. But I don't think that's a fight we need right now. September, Virgil's going to fight somebody else, right? Oh, yeah, I agree. He's going to be Virgil's probably going to fight somebody like maybe like trying to think who's on De La Hoya's card or on the zone, maybe like in that area of the zone. But I don't see him fighting. No, I don't see him fighting anybody crazy right now. The worst thing is, I think we're looking at maybe Braden Adams might be a good fight for either one of these fighters. But Boots is definitely not going to be the guy on the list because it's too high risk. Why lose that opportunity? You climbed all this way, right? Remember, he was at 147. He was right there for Bud Crawford. Decided to drop the belts and go for the WBA against what's up, boy? Stanionis, right? He dropped the belt and decided to go for the WBA. So he was right there already. I don't think Virgil has time to keep playing around on chasing opportunities and taking risks. I think personally, Virgil and his team wants a title. I think they want to be world champion. And I think they blew it one time. They blew the opportunity one time. They blew it twice because they could have fought Boots another time for the IBF. But he decided to move up. He could have fought Stanionis twice. I think we had that situation where Stanionis got sick once and then Virgil got sick another time or something like that. So those fights were postponed until he moved up. So I don't think it happens in September. If anything, I think early next year. Maybe. I'm sorry.
I mean, not September, November, but I mean, still same. I mean, as far as I know, you don't think it's going to happen in November either, but it would be November.
I don't think Boots happens till next year. I think after we see this Fedora fight, we'll find out where those cards align for Virgil. And I think Virgil, the more time he takes to heal his hands, he may just sit out and wait for the winner. It makes sense. And worse comes to worse, he may wait for the loser. The big payday for him either way is going to be Tim Tszyu, I think, at the end of the day. Regardless if Tim has the belts or not, he's the bigger name. That'll be a fight that he would take in a heartbeat, regardless if there's a risk or not, because of the fact that it gets him either closer and it puts another name on his belt. If he decides to go straight for the championship, if Fedora Fedora wins this say for whatever sakes, then he goes for Fedora. That's the team's motto. That's where they're going with it. I can see it. I think it's capped that Boots is even on their minds. They're just trying to save face because it's public. You know how social media runs today. Ray your daddy? I'm talking to you. What, bro? Leave me out of this, bro. Don't bring me involved.
Yo, look away. Just look away.
Yeah, don't put my name up there.
When it comes to Virgil, and I agree with you. I think once again, I think what you're speaking about right now definitely represents the mentality of the Oscar De La Hoyas involved in the conversation. Whoever his personal manager is, I think that represents it. I do think that the fighter's mentality does hold a lot of weight in the conversation as well. I've seen Oscar De La Hoya been trumped. Or you know what I'm saying, by what the fighter wants. He's done that. He did that with Ryan. He did that with Floyd Schofield. And arguably he's done that with William Zepeda. Virgil Ortiz and Jerron Boots Ennis do have that history. And I do believe that the longer they wait, the more difficult it's going to be for Jerron Boots Ennis. If you want to catch Jerron Boots Ennis and give yourself the best chance of beating him, not to say you can't beat him at the best version of himself, it'll probably be at his first fight, not allowing him to get the tune-up. Allowing him to be that first fight gives you a really good chance. It gives you some sort of an advantage, being that you have so much experience in the division at this point. And arguably have fought difficult fights. Your last two fights, I think, are more difficult than the fights that Jerron went through. Granted, Jerron was in competitive fights with Karen, competitive fights with Stanionis, and they weren't competitive. But I would say that he didn't look his best in all those fights. Stanionis he looked great in, but in the Haratunian fight, and not Harrington, sorry, in the Abanesian fight, and in the Dodge and Karen fight, it looked like, you know, the weight cut and everything like that was having an effect on him, and he wasn't able to deliver the performances I think we become accustomed to seeing him do. So him coming into the 154-pound weight class division right now, trying to make a fight in August, Turkey being interested in putting him in a fight in November, there's a chance that he can actually get a tune-up fight in August, early August, and still make it and fight Virgil Ortiz in November and make that card. There's a chance, right? Because you're talking about September, October, November. You know what I mean? You get it early in August, he gets 3.5 months to prepare for that fight. It can still happen.
Right.
Is Robert Garcia capping to the point to where the reality is Virgil Ortiz's team does not even want this fight? Or is he capping in a sense, in the spirit of, it's not that they don't want the fight, it's that they're not comfortable with negotiating the fight yet because they want to give time for Virgil Ortiz's hand to fully be rehabilitated, even though Robert Garcia is very confident at it. I don't know.
That's another good point.
You know, I would say that we're going to clearly, we've got to stand back and watch it and see what happens because we don't know. But I think that there's a bigger chance, there's a better chance of this happening than people might want to take in consideration, even though it seems like there's so many politics going on right now. I just look at the landscape and say, you know what's going to happen between Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora. And on the back end of that fight, what happens is the PBC going to go ahead and allow Tim Tszyu to go fight Virgil Ortiz and defend that WBO title, or they're going to allow Sebastian Fundora to dip off and fight and defend that title against a Virgil Ortiz, quite frankly, a very highly ranked and, you know, at a minimum 50-50 chance of winning, if not bigger than that, according to what Virgil's been doing? Or do they take an advantage of the in-house opportunity to capitalize off Keith Thurman's little bit of market value that he has left in the tank and allow those guys to fight Keith Thurman? And on the back end of that, maybe at that point, look to entertain the winner between a Virgil Ortiz and Jerome Boots Ennis. Now, the PBC can also choose to play chess and not checkers. They can take advantage of Virgil Ortiz right now. And who do they think they have a better chance of beating and winning against, Jerron or Virgil? And who do they think wins between Virgil and Jerron? Now, we're talking about matchmaker conversation right now, right? What matchmakers are thinking about when they sit at the table and they make these decisions and they choosing to play chess, not checkers. Right. How many steps ahead can they think of when they're making these decisions? I don't know.
Easy work. I think if Fundora wins, De La Hoya brings him to market. You give us the fight. We'll bring Fundora's sister on the same card. Now you got two Fundoras on the same night. We book this fight, and we make a lot of money together. Because I think right now, when you put both Fundoras on the same card, I think that right there is a selling point. I think that's a one-time thing you'll never see again in a lifetime. And it's a way for them to bring the fan base in for Texas. Because remember, they're both from Texas too. That's another big thing.
Talking about Sebastian and Virgil,
Fundora and Virgil.
Is Virgil from Texas or is he from California? Isn't he from Riverside?
Texas. He's like from South Texas, something. He's like San Antonio or something like that. No, Houston, I think, something like that. Wherever Robert Garcia is, that's where he's. He might be from
Robert Garcia's from SoCal. He's from Riverside.
I know, but they're out of Texas. They're stables out of Texas, so they fight out of Texas. Man. I think it's like El Paso or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. Dallas.
Okay, but yeah, that's a huge marketable fight right there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I ain't never even think that. I just put that together just now. Just thought about that. Yo, I don't know, man. Like I said, either way, it doesn't matter to me. If he fights Boots, maybe because they go a different direction, Jose Ramos or Keith Thurman, God forbid. Matter of fact, they need to make that Keith Thurman fight with Boots Ennis, how Keith Thurman was talking grimy early on when he was like, yeah, man, that kid Boots, I don't even know him. Does he even have a name? Yeah. Make that fight happen. I would like to see that.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up happening, though. But I thought that was interesting.
I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll see how that ends up playing out and see how that comes full circle. I want to go ahead and move in and jump into the 130-pound. No, let's jump into the 126 a little bit. So Bruce Carrington puts out a statement, I think it was yesterday, and just disappointed basically with this whole entire Nick Ball versus who's Nick Ball fighting again? Sam Goodman.
Neri.
No, he's fighting Sam Goodman. It's Sam Goodman.
They changed it?
Yeah,
he's fighting Louis Neri on this card.
No, he's fighting Sam Goodman. Last I checked, I'll check it again right quick. But last I checked, he's fighting Sam Goodman.
I thought he was on that card where he was fighting. Hold on. Yeah, let's check this out.
Yeah, he's fighting Sam Goodman.
Wow.
So Bruce is in a situation to where he's high risk, low reward. But now with the new affiliation with Turki Al-Sheikh as an ambassador of Ring Magazine, he has the financing behind him, right? So Bruce Carrington says, listen, my team has sent official offers out to every champion in the division, including Stephen Fulton. And every single one of these guys have denied me the fight. Exclusively and specifically on the Stephen Fulton side of the conversation, he's actually Stephen Fulton. He's number one in that sanctioning body. So really, that fight should be next. But we know what Stephen Fulton has decided to do. He's going to be going up to compete and challenge for O'Shaquie Foster's WBC title. He'll be leveraging his title at 130. At 126 to go and fight up at 130 and compete for that belt. Can't fault Stephen Fulton. Who wants to cut all that weight? And plus he gets an opportunity at another championship in a division that he was already telling us he was going to go into 2-3 fights ago. So it's okay. But when it comes to the conversation of Nick Ball, when it comes to the conversation of Angelo Leo, when it comes to the conversation of Rafael Espinosa, according to Shushu Carrington, they put offers out there to all those guys. And none of those guys want to take that fight. The politics, and he holds issue with Nick Ball fighting Sam Goodman and fighting against him instead of taking that offer to fight him next. What do you think about Shushu Carrington at 126? How difficult is it going to be for this guy to get in the ring and get these unifications going on? And I'm saying that because of the age he is. And the reality is that I don't care how comfortable he's making the weight cut. He is making a weight cut to stay there. How long is he willing to stay there before he finally maybe comes into understanding that he should go up to 130? Maybe he goes the Jerome Buch Ennis route and just gets one belt, maybe a unification possibly, and bounces? Or do you think he can actually hang back? Because also what's hanging over this division is the introduction of Monster Inoue at some point after he finished handling his business. Shushu already plans and thinks that's a big fight he wants to make. I also spoke to Shushu face-to-face about this and said that he doesn't want to leave the division until he can unify and become undisputed, but also he's anticipating an opportunity of fighting Monster Inoue. I think we know Monster Inoue has at least 2 more fights before he heads up into 126. So we should say that Shushu is planning on staying in that division at least for the next year, minimum. Right. But you think 3 years?
No, 3 fights. 3 fights.
Oh, 3 fights before he goes up to. So, he has to wait a while if he's trying to make that fight happen. What do you think about Shushu's current situation? 120 and Shushu probably being the biggest risk to any of those champions' reign as champion, right?
What can you do at this point, right? He tried, excuse me. Yeah, he tried getting into the ring with a lot of these guys and calling these guys out. But then again, sometimes when you run your mouth, people move away from it, right? We know that to be the sense. Bruce Carrington is nobody to me that says he's a real big trash talker. He's just he comes off as a confident boxer. He's never came off on some like hateful or disrespect, like ultimate disrespect type heat. Towards anybody. He always comes off with traditional boxing chat. Like, look, I can beat you. Let's get it on. Blah 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 blah. Pause on that. Let's get it on thing. But I just want to say, I think Bruce Carrington with Ray Vargas coming back. I think he's moving up as well. I don't think he's coming back either. So who's the next guy? The guy that was last champion before Stephen Fulton. Give him another title shot. Maybe he had a bad night, which they're talking about him moving up. So who do you go with next? You have Nathaniel Collins. Well, I don't even know who Nathaniel Collins is. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm pretty sure he's a good boxer. He's ranked number 2 behind Bruce Carrington. But that's your guy. You fight this guy for the title. Like you said, instead of waiting around, you go try to unify. Perfect person to unify is that guy Rafael Espinosa, who says he ain't afraid of you and he wants to fight you, but you're nowhere on his radar, with a belt, you will be on his radar instantly. Instant gratification. Mega fight happens. You win, you stay. You win, you stay. Yeah, you win, you stay. You get that Monster Inoue fight. Maybe you take on another fight just to defend one of the mandatories or some stay busy fight for Inoue. Inoue comes up, boom, there's your mega fight right there. Or you move up, take an opportunity to use that WO leverage, move up in the 130 division, go after Navarrete, maybe take the title from him, and then you can leverage yourself there. Inoue is still one division away. You can call him up and say, yo, I know you just made it here, but what do you think about coming up one more division for another title? Maybe you skip a division. What do you think about that? It may happen. He may still get the Inoue fight, but he may still get the Stephen Fulton fight. But the thing is, he has so much on it. He has so little and so less time to do all this. He's trapped into a ceiling, as they call it, and that ceiling's closing in fast. So he has to make decisions, or he has to get fights quick, or he's going to be on the boots in this movement workout plan. We don't want to see him as a Jalil Hackett, right? We don't want to see him staying at a division where he shouldn't be at and getting clipped by a guy that nobody expected him to get clipped by.
Yeah. I think I agree with you, by the way. He has to find a way. I think Bruce has to find a way to maneuver in the division. I don't think he should go up to 130. I think he does have big opportunities there, but I do have a little bbit of his, don't get too hyper-focused on fighting Monster Inoue, because we don't know when he's actually coming in there. And at the end of the day, although right now, he feels right now that he's making 126 pretty comfortably. When I spoke to him, he said he could probably see himself ending his career at 140, potentially, max. But ultimately, you know, the prime time in his career outside of this Monster Inoue fight is probably going to be what he does at 135, right? That's probably going to be where it culminates to, where he has some of his biggest fights. 130 obviously has Raymond Ford up there. You've got champions like You've got champions up there like Emmanuel Navarrete, and you've got a fighter like Rafael Espinosa, who's probably going to find himself at 130 pounds before it's all said and done as well. Even though he's at 126 now, he's probably going to end up there as well. So opportunities will open up. I think that with the Turkey Al-Sheikh and Ring Magazine ambassador relationship, that's going to open up a lot of doors slowly but surely, just because he is going to become a payday for some of these fighters, because Turkey's going to facilitate it. So, you know, he's going to have to maneuver accordingly. He's fighting for an interim title in this fight card coming up. He'll be on the undercard of Xander Zayas versus Jose. What's the guy's name again that he's fighting again? Pedro's Garcia. What's his name? The guy who
Jose what?
George, right? Jorge. I said Jose.
Jorge. Yeah, Jorge.
Yeah. Right.
I'm like, what? Jose.
Yeah, my bad. No disrespect, respectfully. No, I mean, definitely confuse Jorge and Jose for sure. But
got you.
But he'll be on that undercard fighting for an interim title. This will put him in a mandatory position. And also, there's a good chance that he'll get elevated, because I doubt Stephen Fulton comes back to 126. I don't know where you're at on that, but I don't see him coming back unless he loses against O'Shaquie Foster. Maybe he'll do it. But even then, going up in weight is one thing. Most fighters, I think, agree that they don't like going back in weight, right? And he's had a little bit of a bad experience with a bad weight cut against what he said was a bad weight cuts against a Monster Inoue. So how motivated will he be to come back down and defend his title against probably the most dangerous fighter at 126 outside of Rafael Espinosa? I don't know how you guys feel about it. I think that's where I'm at with Bruce Carrington when it comes to him at 126. So
right.
So we'll see what ends up happening, right? We'll see what ends up happening. So Raymond Ford, we'll go to 130 pounds real quick and talk about Raymond Ford, and then we'll open up the panel for people to come up and build, except for certain people. If y'all come up here on that BS, we're not having that. We're not having it. I see y'all up in the chat, bro. Y'all wilding, but that's y'all business.
Told him, man.
I'm not gonna let y'all distract me. Trust me. So, it is what it is. Going on to Raymond Ford at 130 pounds, getting ready to also fight on that undercard. He'll be fighting against Anthony Kakachi. We know Anthony Kakachi, the guy who stopped Joe Cordina, the guy who, let's be honest, vacated his IBF belt to allow Sugar Nunes to fight for it. Now Sugar Nunes being the IBF champion, Anthony Kakachi went and took a bigger payday, I guess, in making a fight happening for an IBO title, won that fight. Raymond Ford was looking to make that fight and get the winner of Sugar Nunes, and I can't remember who he fought against, but I know Sugar Nunes was favored in that fight. That's the fight that they thought was going to happen. Eddie Hearn manages both Raymond Ford and Sugar Nunes. That fight isn't happening. Raymond Ford annoyed, to say the least, and frustrated at the idea that he's going to have to fight Anthony Kakachi and not fight Nunes, as Nunes is choosing to go ahead and defend his title against somewhat of a mandatory, whatever have you, or another fight, maybe a tune-up fight of sorts, not wanting to go into another difficult fight, and leaving Raymond Ford out there wanting to be active, fearful of being inactive, is going to take this fight with Anthony Kakachi in Saudi Arabia. Needless to say, I think the fight's going to be a great fight. I think Anthony Kakachi is a great dance partner, right? He's a great dance partner for anybody, but I expect Raymond Ford to show up and do his thing. But he seems to be a little bit disheveled about the politics of the sport and the way he's being moved. Where are you at with this conversation? You have any opinion on Raymond Ford not getting the Sugar Nunes fight and having to take this fight in Saudi Arabia, a place where he took his only loss, right? Against Nick Ball, losing his WBA 126-pound championship, now getting a chance, I guess, some sort of redemption, but not comfortable and not really wasn't looking forward to going to fight in Saudi Arabia. What do you think about that?
It's crazy because I always thought that Kakashi was moving up in weight anyway, which I think is odd that he's staying down after he vacated his belt for the money to take that other fight. Now he's on the card of Ray Ford. Dangerous fight for both fighters. I do think Raymond Ford feels slighted. You know what I mean? I don't think he should be upset with Eddie Hearn. I mean, Eddie Hearn did what he got to do. The fighter also has to sign the contract. I mean, you know, that's why we was talking about last time, managers and promoters and what goes on there. Nunes might see that this is too much of a threat for him right now. He just got his title, maybe get a defense or two before he takes on a guy like Raymond Ford. Plus, there's a guy in front of him. You know what I mean? So we have to see how this markets and changes up pace. I mean, Kakashi, if he was smart, he would have been, I'm dropping my belt to be the champion, we call it, in recess. Mm-hmm. Then that changes the whole factor of maybe Raymond Ford going to take that fight, because then he can take that title away and then he can go get that Nunes fight.
Right.
I mean, so now it changes everything. But now you're fighting the champ that's not the champ, and the champ that is the champ don't want to fight. So it's crazy how this all plays out. Eventually, you'll see Raymond Ford moving into maybe the Lamont Roach. I think he'll get the opportunity for the Lamont Roach belt. I think Lamont Roach is not coming back to 130.
That's another
and
underlying.
I think that's where we'll see Raymond Ford after this Kakashi fight, playing in the boxing ring and seeing where he's going to go for his titles. And I think he's WBA satisfied. So
yeah, and I think he's holding a belt in the WBA ring. He's holding some sort of belt. I don't know which one it is.
It's like a Continental. It's nothing serious.
Right. But at least he's in the conversation of what's going on over there with the WBA. We'll see what happens with Raymond Ford. But, you know, that being said, and not to segue, but we are going to segue and just talk about a little bit. This card coming up on August 16th with Moses Atuma and Dillian White. Obviously, we know about Nick Ball and Sam Goodman on it. Raymond Ford is going to be on that card as well. And Philip Ergovich will be fighting against David Adelaide. Mega fight card, in your opinion? Or just what do you think? I like this card, man.
I mean, you know what it is? Do we call it a mega fight? Yes, because we like boxing. But is it? I mean,
mega fight card, like the card in general.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. I'm sorry, card. Do we call it mega fight card? Yes, because we like boxing. It's all good names on there. It's all good results of winners. Like things can grow from there. Like the sport is
100%, right?
You know what I mean? The sport has somewhere to move.
Like it's all these fights are significant in their weight classes.
Correct.
They're all significant fights. Yeah.
Correct. And so I think it has a lot of play in being a great card. Ultimately, you'll have your fanatics and your casuals and your boxer boys, as they call them, or boxer girls, out there saying that it's terrible. You know what I mean? There's no huge names on there that we know, and it's no the American fighters are going to be here, and whatever the case may be, excuse-wise. But the fact of the matter is, you have boxing, and you have boxers of the world globally out here putting on a performance and moving towards a greater goal. and a greater fight that we'll see and we'll get firsthand experience with to see how they would look and can make comparisons to the challenge of the championship belts. So have at it, Clay, because I'm great to just say that. That's an amazing card. And anybody that has doubts, it's on you.
Yeah, I think you'll be missing out. You don't see a card like that. I think Moses Atuma getting an opportunity to fight Dillian White is amazing, man. They're fast tracking this young bull. He's checking a lot of boxes, but we just don't know, right? He needs to be tested. And unfortunately, that's the name of the game. Now, Moses Atuma, we know, is young, 20 years old. Does he need to be fast tracked? No. I think there's an argument to say that he shouldn't be fast tracked, right? But the same exact time, some people mature faster than other people. And not only, because of the skill set, but also because he's a heavyweight. He's in great shape. There's opportunities there because the heavyweight division is wide open. We're dealing with veterans now who are champions, undisputed champions, and Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois, who are, Alexander Usyk's definitely 1 foot out the game as far as I'm concerned. He has about 2 more fights, 3 most, in my opinion, left before he's probably entertaining retirement. Daniel Dubois is a young guy, but experience in that ring. His experience kind of puts age on him. Joseph Parker, old, on his way out the door as far as I'm concerned. Rumors of him and Dave Allen potentially negotiating a fight. I heard that Derek Chisora fight is not getting any love. Nobody wants to see it. Right. So that fight might not be happening. He might be fighting against Dave Allen, but he's an older fighter, right? And then you got these other fighters coming up, the Moses Atumas, even Deontay Wilder, who has a fight coming up this weekend, and we'll talk about him next as well in the heavyweight division as far as the American heavyweights are concerned. But you got these older fighters, and it's time for new blood to get up in there. And Turkey, is super focused on the heavyweight division. He's a big-time subscriber to the idea of as the heavyweight division moves, so does boxing. So he wants the heavyweight division to stand out and be able to headline big cards. So they're fast-tracking Moses Atuma, and they're giving him an opportunity to get in the ring with the Dillian White. Dillian White, who's fought Anthony Joshua, who's fought Tyson Fury, who's fought Derek Chisora, who's fought Povetkin, who's fought fights, big fights. I think this is a great name for Moses Atuma and a great litmus test on who Moses Atuma may be. And now that the WBO has moved him up at number 1 in the WBO rankings, and he's in the conversations of potentially fighting a Joseph Parker, this is a big fight for him to have against Dillian White. You think he shows up in this fight, or are you thinking this might be a little too much for the young bull, or you think this is right up his alley in a fight that he's probably
this is him waiting to get it in with some significance? Yeah, he shows up. He beats this guy. Look, Dillian White's a great fight for him. Shows a lot of character, but Dillian White is not the same guy. I think we talked about this last time. And I said it is a good fight for him. It's a great move for him to get growth. Is there a guarantee that he wins? No, it's never a guarantee. You got a puncher on the other side of you now, and a guy that's been in championship experience fights. So, do I think he has enough to beat Dillian White? Absolutely. Foot movements there. I mean, lack of straight movement back. Like, he moves straight back in the line. He doesn't really move off the line too much. But as far as him having the punching power and the ability to be slick in the ring, absolutely. He has every opportunity of showing us who he really is in this fight. Absolutely. I think he wins easy.
No doubt. I think it could be easy, but I think it also could be competitive. But I think at the end of the day, I hope he gets good rounds in. I hope he doesn't end this too early. I know the fighters don't get paid by the hour, right? So at the end of the day, the quicker the better for him. But at the same time, I think there's some experience that he can get from this fight. And you want to see him get that experience before he jumps into the biggest fights there. Right. After this fight, would you say that at this point, beating a Dillian White, that it's natural that we should put him in the conversation of fighting for a belt or getting in, being that he's ranked so high in the WBO rankings? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think?
No, I don't think you jump Joseph Parker. But
he might have to fight Joseph Parker.
I was going to say, but if he had to fight Joseph Parker, or maybe even
especially if Daniel Dubois beats Alexander Usyk, you got to assume there's going to be a rematch.
Right, exactly. So I mean, that might be the way to go. If not, we'll probably see somehow.
Could you see him in there fighting for an interim title? Maybe fighting in Ajit Kabayel.
That's where my next thing was. Probably seeing him fight Ajit Kabayel. We know he's not fighting Fabio Worley because they're buddies or whatever. That's your core Keyshawn method going on. Same camp, same
also
this.
keep in the back of your mind, Turkey's super interested in Moses Atuma versus Martin Bakole, which we thought was a little too early, right?
Yeah.
But that might be the fight that Turkey's looking to put together between Moses Atuma and Martin Bakole. And after knocking out Dillian White, do you still feel like it's a little too early for him to get in there with Martin Bakole?
No. It's not that I thought it was too early. Let me rephrase what I said before. I think it's high risk, low reward for him. I think because his career is growing. If you're going to do it now, because if you take an L, it ain't going to hurt you too bad, right? You're in the heavyweight division. That guy's a puncher. But at the same time, me having some type of weird like care for Marcus Bakole career growing and coming up so far so fast and then getting stopped and then coming in the ring and looking like subpar because he didn't make weight and stuff like that. I think Marcus Bakole still has a lot to grow. You know what I mean? I think he's a good name for the sport. And I don't want to see him get decapitated by a young bull and his career just takes a while in. You know what I mean? I want to see him be in the ring for a little bit. So not to be funny, I just kind of want to see like maybe they meet later on or before title fights. But now, maybe after this fight, it would be a good time. Yes, but I just didn't want to see that. It's
right.
like
no, I understand. I mean, I agreed with you when we spoke about it before. I kind of agree with you. You know, I mean, I like I said in the beginning of this conversation to say that he's young, 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? So there's no rush, but at the same time, sometimes opportunity doesn't come. You got to stay ready. You got to stay ready so you ain't got to get ready, right? Because you never know. And when an opportunity knocks, it's not always necessarily when you want it, but when it does knock, you don't want to be the type of person turning away from opportunity because opportunity isn't promised for everybody. But Moses Atuma has a promising career, looking career. He's doing very well, poised, stoic, gentleman, dangerous puncher, good boxing. IQ seems to be doing well. I think his training camp, as far as working with Ben Davidson, they're both young. You know what I mean? I think he could do better as far as trainers are concerned. But look, man, successful with Ben Davidson. He's able to execute. And that's what it is about Ben, too, as well. Ben is a good trainer. It's just that sometimes I think he applies strategies to fighters who aren't physically able to execute. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The game plan. They don't have that foundation. And it looks like Moses Atuma does have that foundation. He's able to execute and, he's able to take instruction from Ben Davidson and manifest that into action in the next following round and able to execute stoppages, just like Ben Davidson probably sees it when he strategizes these custom, game plans to go in against these fighters.
Right.
So I like what I see.
While you bring people up, let me go grab something to drink. Cause
go do your thing, man.
This weather is crazy, bro. Even in the AC is crazy.
Yeah, I got the AC going in my crib. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm sure that bill's going up to keep this crib the temperatures at.
Yeah. So, all right, go again.
No doubt. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So I think that's pretty much it. I think I spoke to you guys a little bit. If we have one last thing, and I might even save it for the panel, we could talk about in the panel. No, I got like two more things that we need to talk about. Damn, I got so much at 147 pounds and 160 pounds. I want to talk about Conor Benn and Chris Eubank, and I definitely want to still cover this Floyd Schofield Tevin Farmer fight. We've got Jake Paul versus Cesar Chavez Jr. coming up this weekend. But me personally, I think the Tevin Farmer Floyd Schofield Jr. fight is the fight that's going to be the one that I think is going to be finally we get a chance to see and get a litmus test on Floyd Schofield Jr. We know Senior and Junior just signed a 5-year deal for $5 million with Golden Boy, and Senior's been talking and he's been talking and he's been selling his son to be this fighter. What a complicated year Junior's had, ranked as high as he is in the WBA rankings, but having an opportunity to do something with Shakur Stevenson and completely botching that up. I'm sure he would say he didn't fumble that bag, that this was just a situation of circumstance that he went through as far as getting sick over in Saudi Arabia. Everybody can get their personal thoughts and have their personal opinions on how they look at that situation. But I think it's universal that it didn't look good for Floyd Schofield Jr. But here on the back end of all that controversy and all that nonsense that happened, Floyd Schofield Jr. getting an opportunity scoring this $5 million deal that I assume he's super excited about, getting this $5 million deal. We know he walked away from $1 million to fight Abdullah Mason, but taking this 5-year deal, this is the first fight on that deal. It'll be against Tevin Farmer. A real litmus test. Tevin Farmer this close to getting that significant win he needs, as it looks like. I don't know what the powers are behind Tevin Farmer. When Ray gets back, maybe he'll elaborate on it. I don't know if Tevin Farmer is officially a Golden Boy fighter. His last 3 fights, well, 2 fights have been against Golden Boy fighters. Raymond Mortala being a top-ranked fighter. But he seems like, this will be his 3rd fight with a Golden Boy fighter. Oscar De La Hoya loving the product and loving the performance that Tevin Farmer puts out there. I think he looks at Tevin Farmer as a true litmus test for his fighters. He likes that how Tevin Farmer performed against William Zepeda. Probably gives credit to William Zepeda being as ready as he's going to be to fight against Shakur Stevenson. And he looks to get some answers, right? You might want to say that he already believes in Floyd Schofield Jr. and that he's already invested in Floyd Schofield Jr. by putting $5 million behind him for 5 years. But there's also an argument to say that offering Schofield $5 million for 5 years kind of represents the market value that you see. You know what I'm saying? In Floyd Schofield Jr. But regardless, Jr., in my opinion, not being tested yet, right? He hasn't been properly tested yet. His last couple of fights, we've seen him ever since he stepped it up and started getting into these 10-rounders. We've seen him go through a little bit of adversity. You look at the scar tissue on Junior's face, you know that he's been in some wars. Some might say that he shouldn't even be in wars like that at that young of an age. Was it bad managing? Was it bad matchmaking? Was it bad luck? I don't know, right? But it is what it is. He gets his opportunity to get inside the ring with Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer, a real crafty veteran, a lot of experience he brings into the ring, a champion in his own right, an ex-champion in his own right, and a real test, I think, for Floyd Schofield Jr. I'm 50-50 with this fight. I'll be honest with you. I'm legitimately 50-50. Either one of these guys can win. You can't throw away Floyd Schofield Jr.'s what you've seen from him. But at the same time, in his past couple of fights, we've seen him get sat on his pockets. We've seen him take unnecessary damage against an Esterio Suero. We've seen him just look pedestrian. And now, coming full circle to getting in the ring with Tevin Farmer. And I think we all kind of were favoring, I don't think there's anybody who wasn't favoring him to lose against Shakur Stevenson, but that experience was going to be priceless for him, right? It was just going to help him be that fighter. Well, now he goes against a Tevin Farmer who probably brings the same type of look, but not the same type of reward that he would have gotten from that fight. It's going to be a very, very interesting fight, right? And where does it put Floyd Schofield Jr. on the back end of a victory? Either one of these guys on the back end of a victory, where does it put them into the conversation of 135 pounds? The 135-pound division has moved a little bit, right? We see Abdullah Mason about to be in position right now to probably be the next WBO champion. This obviously on the back end of him defeating Sam Noakes, but I would favor him to win that fight. We've seen Keyshawn Davis arguably moving out of the division. He lost his title on the scales against when he was supposed to fight against Edwin De Los Santos, that title being vacated. So Abdullah Mason, a prospect just a few fights ago, now getting ready to be a champion before Floyd Schofield Jr. even gets an opportunity at the title. This fight right here may make or break Floyd Schofield Jr. On the back end of a victory, where does he go? Well, he's ranked very high in the WBA sanctioning body right now, where Tank Davis holds a title. But Tank kind of iffy about what direction he's going to go into. Does it make sense for Tank to fight a Floyd Schofield Jr.? Not over a Shakur Stevenson, not over other unification fights that can happen at 135. So I don't think that WBA sanctioning body is going to play favorable to Floyd Schofield Jr. The WBC sanctioning body that Shakur Stevenson currently holds a title in, well, Shakur's already had a horrible experience with Floyd Schofield Jr. I don't see him giving Floyd Schofield Jr. an opportunity. And what are the other two? Raymond Mortala with the IBF, right? Or Abdullah Mason if Abdullah Mason becomes a champion. Does Abdullah Mason give Floyd Schofield Jr. an opportunity to fight for that WBO title? I don't know. On the back end of this, Ray, what do you think Floyd Schofield Jr. on the back end of a victory? What opportunities are there for him at 135? Because I'm going to be honest with you.
They're talking about him fighting Zepeda, bro. If he wins.
I mean, are they talking about him fighting Zepeda, taking into consideration
either
that are they either way?
Yeah, I think it's either way.
I mean, hey, I guess that's a Golden Boy can facilitate it for sure. You know what I mean? Right. What do you think about the idea of Floyd Schofield Jr. going to 140 at some point within his next fights?
Him going to 140? Sorry, did I laugh out loud? I had to think. I was thinking about that. I laughed.
That's kind of messed up because you thought so highly of him 2 years ago.
I did. Right? You know what? I did until he started doing all these damn matches. He was boxing 2 years ago. Maybe matter of fact, 3 years ago he was boxing. Now he became this slugger and not listening and wants to be self-made superstar and daddy can't shut up. And it's not like it's a Bill or a Brian Norman can't, or even a Teofimo can't shut up.
I hope you're not disliking him because of his father.
No, it's not a dislike. It's not a dislike.
Know, Devin.
That's what I'm saying.
Devin got one of those dads, and you find a way to still like Devin. Come on, man.
I get at Bill all the time, bro. Like, you know that. I like Bill.
No, I'm not talking about Devin. I'm talking about Floyd Schofield Jr.
I think
he hasn't been talking crazy, has he?
That's what I'm saying. So I was like, I think, I'm putting everything in one bundle, like how it looks, right? So then him turning down, like going to Saudi and then moving away from the fight, like all that plays a part. The H2O thing never happening. You know what I mean? Didn't fight Lucas Body when he won. Like, it's so much that just like speaks like you don't want to fight the elite fighters or the fighters that can box. Mm-hmm. And to me, it shows that you'd rather play in that playground with the lower, in the sewer with the Ninja Turtles, dog. Not trying to be funny, but it's like you want to play down there. You don't want to move up. You want to come surface level.
Right.
And I think him moving to 140, it's nothing but surface level fighters, bro. What he gonna do when he get there? He gonna fight wild like he does at 135, like he in one of these exhibition matches? Hopefully not.
I mean, the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is just as far as him fighting at 135. I'm be honest with you. This is me speculating. I believe that weight cut got hard for him in Saudi Arabia. I think it was a bad weight cut that had him in that situation. I don't believe the food poison. I don't care about all that stuff. I don't believe that, bro.
I take it to another level and say Oscarine strikes again. You can call it for what it is. And I think that was a cover-up. I think that was a cover-up because they knew what they was going in with. I think Oscar has some nice laboratories over there in De La Hoya land. And I think his fighters, for some reason, even Munguia, who left his land, and they're blaming now Canelo's trainer, right? They're blaming Canelo's trainer, but yet he was over there with Oscar. Right? He just didn't get caught. I'm telling you, bro, listen, man.
I'll say this, right? Because when it comes to that PED stuff, I don't like to speculate in that area because if you don't pop, you don't pop as far as concerned. So, but I will say that what makes sense to me during that week was that he was definitely cutting weight. And people said when they saw him that he did not look like he was on weight. Shakur said it. People from his team said they saw him and they saw somebody who they were like, damn, bro. They were kind of like, yo, is he going to make the weight? There's people concerned about it. And I think that the weight cut may have been a little difficult for him. Maybe, I don't know if he, I'll tell you this. If he's hired a nutritionist for this Tevin Farmer fight, I think that speaks volumes. I'll say it like that, right?
All right. I'll go with that.
So me taking that into consideration, saying, all right, well, if there's no real titles in the crosshairs for him at 135, then what's there at 135 then is realistically a loss that may happen for no real prize. He's got a 5-year, $5 million deal with Oscar De La Hoya, and he's got to be looking to build up his brand. Mm-hmm. If he's not fighting for a title at 135, who's he fighting? Right? William Zepeda, maybe. If William Zepeda, that's about it, right? Like, who else? What kind of title contention is he in the conversation of fighting for? What is he going to fight? Andy Cruz? That's going to be a hard fight for him.
No, Andy Cruz. They're also Turkey wants to see that fight with Zepeda. So
exactly,
Zepeda's name is out there either way. So
And at the end of the day, I think if we're going to make a real argument, more than likely what Turkey wants is going to happen over what Oscar wants when it comes to that. Even though both of them are golden boy, at the end of the day, the money talks, right? So my thing is, all right, well, Floyd, you're going to fight this fight with Tevin Farmer. On the back end of a victory, this will be a good fight, a good fight and a good victory for you, a good name to have on your resume. How are you going to best capitalize off the momentum you build off of having this fight and having this victory? What's your next step going to be? And at 135, there are opportunities there, but I think he's closed a lot of doors in 135. I think when it comes to Gervonta Tank Davis, he's just not even on the radar. When it comes to Shakur Stevenson, he's not going to give this guy a fight. When it comes to Raymond Moratala, he ain't thinking about no Floyd Schofield. He's not thinking about no fight like that. And he's golden. I mean, no, right? And when you're talking about Abdullah Mason, you already done walked away from $1 million offer to fight Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason being a fresh champion. I mean, at the end of the day, that is still Turkey Al-Sheikh. That's still Ring Magazine. I think there might be, I don't see Ring Magazine really being interested in betting on a fight happening with Schofield, especially if they understand the truth, which is that this guy had a bad weight cut. We're not betting on that again. We already had a bad experience for you. And if we're going to take a chance on you, we'd rather be a unification or something big. If the 135 doesn't truly offer him the opportunity to do anything special, and the weight cut was potentially an issue, because even if you said Osterine, they use Osterine for the weight cut, right? Like if you are saying these things, maybe 140 might be the best move for him to head in that direction. I don't know.
Listen, it could be the way to go, but like I said, who's he gonna fight there? That division stacked like 154, bro.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's about the competition. I think it's about value of fights, money. It's about Oscar getting his. It's about Oscar getting what he wants out of a fighter like Floyd Schofield Jr. When you sign somebody like $5 million deal for 5 years,
he'll fight him against somebody like Mark Masayo or
they'll try to build him and put him in a position to get a belt.
They'll put a Sam Noakes or what's his name, the dude Padley, somebody like Padley.
Yeah, but those fights aren't.
I know the build. You said to build him.
No, I'm not saying just only build him. I'm saying not build him. I'm saying make money off of him.
Oh yeah. Well, he's gonna make the money no matter what. That's the thing.
No.
But I got what you're saying.
Not Floyd Schofield making money. Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy making money.
Yeah, Oscar. It's no way to make money off him at 140. I mean at 135. No.
Really? I mean, outside of the big
unless he fights like the big names there.
I don't think they're interested in him. I think he goes to 140. He can get a fight with a Let's look at 140. He can get a fight with Edwin De Los Santos. He can get a fight with a Frank Martin. He can get a fight with the Isak Cruz. He can get a fight with a Rayo Venezuela. He can get a fight with the Liam Paro. He can get a significant fight in there that could put him in position to potentially fight for a title. There are fighters there who are not scared to fight him. You know what I mean? He could, the winner of Alberto Puello is going to fight, move on, but who's the loser going to fight against?
Don't laugh. Don't laugh. You said, what's the name? Chosen to build his name up, right? Hitchens, right?
George Kambosos.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, there's fights there for Floyd Schofield to have that could be significant. That if he wins those fights, a combination of certain fights, he can get into the conversation of fighting a title fight. And I think Oscar's looking to build this kid up into that direction. I think he's already taken so much damage by poor matchmaking and managing, in my opinion. If you're going to make something happen with this kid, a 140 seems like more realistic for him to achieve something than sitting at 135.
And quick question. I don't know if you got the rankings up. Why is Antoine Russell, who's a champion at the WBA, ranked under Teofimo number 11?
I think that's politics and people trying to manage and put him in position, maybe even the PBC pulling some strings to kind of force something to happen. I don't understand it either. I saw that. That makes no sense to me. I don't even understand how a champion could be ranked in another sanctioning bodies.
Crazy. Diabolical.
Yeah, I don't even understand that at all. At all, man.
Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't the only one that's seen that.
Yeah. No, I saw it. That was a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Yeah. I haven't seen it. Steve Claggett from 147 to 140 ranked. Okay, get a Claggett fight.
Oh, L-Dub says Rayo back at 135.
Yeah,
That's a
I knew that.
That's a fight that can happen for Schofield.
I don't think that happens either. I think he gets under that Ray Mortala banner and tries.
Oh yeah, No Mas Ma wanted to talk with. Let's talk about the heavyweight division. I put the link out there. If anybody wants to come up and build, feel free to hit the link. Here for boxing, I see you in the back. I don't want to see no drama, no smoke, no nonsense. I'm not part of that. So I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna pull you up. If it's something in the direction I want to hear, I am gonna pull you down, brother. Matter of fact, I see you and Anton at the same damn time on this damn thing right now, bro. I'm telling y'all right now. Matter of fact, let me build for a second before I even get into it with y'all. Hold on. I want to talk about the American heavyweight division right now, Ray, real quick. I want to dial into that conversation about we got Deontay Wilder fighting this weekend, and he's looking to make an entry. According to Deontay Wilder, he's still shooting his shot at becoming a champion. He feels re-energized. He's recalibrated himself. He's addressed his mental health issues, and he's done something I think is super important, which is he separated from Malik Scott. He's not working with Malik Scott anymore. I don't know who he's working with, but it's not Malik Scott. So what's the forecast? How do you feel about Deontay Wilder and also the American heavyweight division right now, as we also hearing rumors of Jarrell Big Baby Miller and Jared Anderson potentially fighting each other as well? How do you feel about this?
Okay, so the best American heavyweight boxer that I can talk have somebody that we don't know of right now, but currently that's in boxing will be Jarrell. Jarrell Big Baby Miller. I think he's the epitome. Like that's who we have to go with. I think he beats Anderson when he fights him. I think he beats Wilder, current state, right? Wilder's on a comeback tour. Hopefully, something happens differently. I mean, Big Baby Miller does gas out, and Wilder could stay far enough away from him. On the ropes, leaning back, not catching nothing seriously until he can use his thunderbolt punch to knock him out. But other than that, I think if we're talking about boxing, I mean, you know what? We forgot about the guy that Big Baby Miller fought. Right? Who was the last guy he fought? Andy
Big
Ruiz.
Baby Miller. You're talking about Jarrell Miller. Yeah, he fought
Jarrell.
Andy Ruiz.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you, Jarrell Miller.
I mean, they're both Big Baby, but yeah.
Yeah. Jarrell Miller. Yeah, thank you. He fought Andy Ruiz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's another guy we could put in the conversation. He's American.
Well, no, yeah, 100%. He's right here on my paper for sure. Andy
right.
Ruiz.
So you know what I mean. I think if anything, it's hard to say who's the next guy for America to be.
Not necessarily who's the next guy, but I would say that
who represents.
Would you agree that America has no real representation in the heavyweight division right now?
Absolutely not. No, they get schooled when they go over to Europe or across the world.
They're having a hard time, but I think Jarrell Big Baby Miller has put himself in a conversation in a legit way.
Yeah,
right.
I think he has. Don't laugh at me for saying this, but I definitely think he has homeboy's status right now. Chisora.
Yeah,
maybe like a younger version. Yeah, he has that energy right now. Right. So he can bounce back off of things. Yes.
Right. And a fight between him and Jared Anderson, there's a little story back there. And, Jared Anderson kind of needs to be tested. We need to get a final confirmation on what we're going to deal with him and how we're going to deal with him, right? Like, is he going to stay or is he going to go? And I think Jarrell Big Baby Miller kind of checks the boxes on that. Like, he's going to make you're going to either show improve or you're going to show improve one way or another. You're going to show us that you're on your way out the door, and he might even convince you to walk out the door. Or you're going to have a great victory against him, and we'll see a resurgence of Jared Anderson, and boom, there we go. The heavyweight division in America has a face, a young guy who's athletic, who's got the skills, and hopefully has the heart and the will to stay in the game for the right reasons, which is become champion. But as far as Deontay Wilder is concerned, his return into the space this weekend, fighting against Herndon. I don't know who this guy is. Without a doubt, this is a fight that is tailor-made for him to show up. I watched a couple of the Mitt games and what he's been doing training. He's working on throwing some power shots. Do you think that killer is back? You think Deontay Wilder, the knockout guy with the crazy right hand, you think he's ready to flatline somebody again? Do you think he want to kill somebody, unalive somebody in the ring? That hungry Deontay Wilder is back? Or are we still looking at this guy who's eating too many shrooms and psychedelics and not where he's supposed to be?
I mean, that's a whole different level of where I was thinking. But I think if we're going to use the same catalyst and I hate to bring this up, I'm not going to bring it up. But if we're going to use this same information for other people that fight, right? Sometimes that post-traumatic syndrome stuff can be there, man. Ever since that fight he had with Fury, he hasn't been the same fighter. Yeah, he went in there and beat Urkovich and whatever, but who has he fought since then? You know what I mean? He fought Joseph Parker. He fought Zhilei Zhang. Zhilei Zhang had him doing a daggone disco night, whatever John Travolta did in the middle of the ring, getting KO'd. So, I mean, what has he done since then? Who has he fought since then? So I don't know if he still has that mentality of getting clipped or not, or you know what I mean? Does he bring boxing back to his element, keeping the range, using the rangefinder to punch and knock people out? I don't know if he does that anymore. Clay, he never showed a really great defense because he had a good punch. And people were in fear of that punch. Now they know that if they hit him, they can disrupt that punch. Do people really stand there and let him set that up? That's the difference. And I don't think people do. I think once you're exposed, you're always exposed. And he's been exposed. Salute.
So are you picturing this Tyrell Anthony Herndon being in position to take advantage of a now exposed Deontay Wilder, since there is a blueprint potentially put out there on how to get a victory that he made? So do you have him victorious in this fight?
I think Wilder wins this fight easy. I think this is just like we was just talking about Urkovich, right? So came in there with a license to hurt somebody, and Urkovich was somebody that came in there with fear. This guy knows what he's getting in the ring with. He knows this guy has a lethal right hand, and he's been that champion, and he's been the top of the heavyweight division. This guy is a guy that probably somebody that was shoveling or throwing bags in the back of a truck at Home Depot. I never even heard of him. No disrespect to him, but you know what I mean. Somebody that's been fighting on the lower ranks, they found and they pulled him in the ring, and now they're about to get their gloves tangled. Pause. I'm trying to think of the right words. They're about to fight, and Deontay Wilder probably has the psycho edge over this gentleman. I don't know his name. I'll be honest with you. That's how low on the totem pole he is. He has a psycho edge on him, and I think that anything's possible. This dude could come out and be like, yo, maybe I can go in here and beat this dude. Maybe if I just keep throwing punches, it'll wear him down. And then that's back there. Does that make Deontay Wilder look one-dimensional? Super duper, right?
So you think it's important that you got Deontay Wilder winning, but you're still concerned about the performance. Like he's going to win, but the performance may still be.
We gotta see. This dude's got to be in fear when he gets in that ring. And if he's not in fear, it's going to be a long night. We're going to start seeing Jarrett Hurd fights with Deontay Wilder. You know what I mean? Jarrett Hurd,
a lot of punishment. Yeah.
Right. Jarrett Hurd was once a guy that people feared in the 154 division.
Right. Towards the end of his career, though, he took a lot of damage because people were not scared to fight him no more.
Right. Now, he get in the ring, what happens? People don't
Salute Moti 83.
Yeah, nobody.
Let me go ahead and address. We have two other super chats in here, and then I want to bring up these two guys and see if we can iron this out, and hopefully this works out in a positive way. Yes. But Adult Choice, man, salute to you with the $5 holler earlier today. Said, what is assalamu alaikum? Oh my God, walaikum salam. I got to get used to the ASA. Crawford gets more props beating Spence than Canelo in my book. Nah, I don't agree with that. Here for boxing says my boy bounced back at cracking 80s. I don't know what that was in reference to. I don't remember what was going on at the time. I hope it's not because of another person in the chat.
Think about Bud.
All right, so I'm bringing up the gentleman up here. Please be respectful. I'd love to talk about some boxing, but at the same time, I don't got a problem addressing whatever issues y'all are going through.
Hey, Clay, real quick, my super chat was to your health. I'm sorry. That's all.
Okay.
You look good. You look good.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that,
sure,
man.
Bro.
I appreciate
no
that.
No diddy.
I'm hoping that everything is good, man. Let's
listen, man. I'm chilling, man. I'm good.
Okay. That's awesome. That's awesome. So was there something you guys wanted to speak to? And salute to Anton Ziegler in the building. And by the way, I saw what was going on in the chat, and I just want to address something very quickly, right? I don't give a legitimate damn about where anybody goes, what channels they go on, what they talk about. What I genuinely 100% to my bone marrow could care less. And I can't impress that enough. I don't. Please do not ever feel the need to A, audit where you're going and what you're saying on other channels, and B, other people here who support this channel never feel the need to check the temperature or address or confront anybody about whatever they may be saying on another channel. I don't care. I care more that somebody might think I care than I care. You know what I'm saying? Than I care about anybody going over there. I genuinely don't even think about it in any capacity that's worth even measuring. You thought Ryan Garcia had a nanogram of ostarine in his system and wonder how that affected him? Well, what's less than a nanogram? You feel me? Because I got less than that concern in my system about what's going on another channel. I promise you. Salute to everybody, man.
Peace.
Salute, black man.
Salute. What's good?
Can you
What's
hear
good
me?
with
Can you hear
Anton?
me, Clay?
Yes, sir, Anton. How you doing today, brother?
Hey,
Assalamu
Ray,
alaikum.
wow, they come sit down. I'll come on to a little better cut too. Ray, I wanted to correct you. Wilder never fought Hergovich. He fought Hellenius. I know what you were trying to say, but you were saying the wrong name. Yeah, Hellenius.
Appreciate that.
But other than that, what was going on in the chat? I ain't here for that. I'm here to talk what y'all was talking about. I don't. It's not my opinion.
No doubt. I got you, brother. Let's get to this boxing, man. So look, we talked about a lot of things today. We talked about Terrence Crawford. I went into my speech. I got into my passionate speech about that thug. What did Timothy Bradley call it? The thug mentality.
Thug mentality
that Terrence Crawford brings to the ring. And we had a nice conversation about that. And we also spoke about Brian Norman and Devin Haney and this offer now that's been sent out there, that Turkey Al-Sheikh has put an offer out there for Brian Norman and Devin to fight in Saudi Arabia. We talked about Virgil Ortiz and Jerome Boots Ennis and the confusion with the ducking conversation and all that nonsense. You talked about a couple of things, bro. Those are probably the three big things that we talked about today. Is there any topics you guys want to talk about or any points of views that you guys want to challenge or bring to the table that we could talk about?
Yeah, I was listening to what you said about Deontay. And if I get like 60 to 90 seconds to cook, I'll unpack it. I think it goes back to Mark Breland and what happened with Mark Breland. I think in that first fight, we saw what happened in the first fight. I think Fury won the first fight, even with the knockdowns. I think Fury did enough to win it. The second fight, people don't understand with that going out on your shield nonsense that Deontay likes to talk about. The purpose of a trainer is to protect you from yourself. And when what's his name? Mark Breland did exactly that. He protected Deontay from himself. He was made the villain. And what Deontay did in response to that was he fired Breland and brought in a guy who took a dive against him. Everybody know that Malik Scott took a dive in that fight. No doubt about it. So how could you even dare bring a guy in to train you who took a dive against you? And what's also not understood is that Mark Breland stopping that second fight allowed there to be a third fight. Because if Mark Breland didn't stop that second fight, there may not be a third fight. That might have been Deontay's last fight.
Right. He might have been devastated.
That could have been real damage. And there wouldn't have been a third fight. So Mark Breland never got the apology that he deserves for doing his job as a coach. And we can go back to so many other fighters. Like maybe Bill Haney should have stopped Devin and Ryan. Maybe what's that dude's name? Derek James should have stopped Errol Spence. He should have stopped Spence from fighting any further. These guys and that go out on your shield shit is nonsense. You have a duty and an obligation to protect that fighter. You know his mother, you know his father, you know his wife, you know his children. You have an obligation to those people, not just the fighter.
Man, I love it, man. That was a great build, man. Great perspective. You know what I'm saying? But that being said, you know what I mean? That being said, and that was golden. I love the take. So is Deontay Wilder just a fighter? And I've always said this myself, and I caught hell. This was another topic I've caught hell on certain channels about saying that Deontay Wilder never developed. He stopped. He got so comfortable and lulled into the security of that right hand and what it brought to the table. We never saw him develop as a fighter. He stopped developing once he figured out this little hat trick, or I'm not gonna say hat trick. Let me not dismiss it. But once he figured out what was it when we played video games? And we had the cheat. Once he figured out this cheat code, right, on what he could do, he stopped developing as a fighter, and we didn't see the jab get better. We saw it get worse. We didn't see the footwork get better. We saw it get worse. We didn't see things get better with him. We just saw him become consistent in what he did. And once that was figured out, he didn't seem to have the answers. He switched coaches now. He's left Malik Scott and he's gone in a different direction. Are we expecting to see something different from Deontay Wilder this time around? Are we expecting to see the old Deontay Wilder? Or are we expecting to see a different Deontay Wilder? And I think there's a difference, because I think the old Deontay Wilder is tried true for him, and it may be too late in the game for him to be changing who he is at this point. So what does he do? Does he gamble on who he is, or is he still on this evolution and just journey? And is he trying to become a better boxer? And what does that look like in a fight against these big time heavyweights in the division? I think Anton was going to speak to it.
I think, like Ray always say, like, I think a lot of fighters that he fought and the last couple of opponents, like Zhang and Parker, mostly, they got the game plan now. Smother his punches, get inside, try to fight him on the inside, whereas though he can't extend and get that power on that right hand like he want to. Right. So I think when they watch film, probably, what's the guy he about to fight now?
What's his name? It's a nobody we don't know.
I seen him do an interview on the Boxing Voice.
Yeah, Tyrell Anthony
but
Herndon.
I can't remember his name. Yeah,
Tyrell Anthony Herndon.
Right. So he probably literally just watching those last two fights and seeing how they was able to close the distance and get inside and restrict his power. He don't really have no good movement as it is. Like, even though he probably been working on his power shots and all of that, like you said, you've been seeing him hitting those mitts. Bro, his legs is like this,
man.
So, like,
is it me or is Deontay Wilder? Is he chinny? Like, is he not taking shots anymore like he used to?
That's what I would think.
I think he's chinny
Fury
now.
Ruined him, and Zhang just kind of compounded that. Deontay took a lot of big shots, a lot of big uncontested shots, like jaw shots, like.
And Tyson Fury, I think those Tyson Fury fights probably weathered on him too. Probably have an effect on who we looking at as well too. Those three fights were heavy.
Him going to Malik Scott, whatever was left of Deontay, Malik Scott ruined it, because Malik Scott was a yes man. Whatever Deontay wanted to do, Deontay ran that camp. Scott didn't run that camp. Deontay did. Whatever Deontay didn't want to do, they didn't do. And Mark Breland held him responsible and held him accountable for things that a fighter needs to do. This is an Olympic gold medalist, right? Breland won an Olympic gold, didn't he?
Yeah.
He knows a thing or two about boxing. That's somebody you should listen to, not somebody who didn't want to fight you but took a fight. He showed you in the fight against you that his priority was getting paid. So Malik Scott will do whatever he has to do to preserve that paycheck, even if it means telling you what you want to hear and not what you need to hear. Mm-hmm. So I think Malik Scott ruined whatever is left of Deontay. So I don't expect much in this fight. He should win this fight, but I'm not certain that he does. And I mean, at this point, you really can't teach an old dog new tricks. Deontay is who he is. Whatever is left of him is going to show in that ring. He's not going to get better at 40 years old, 39 years old. It's over.
Wow.
And you got to talk to the fact that it's a heavyweight fight. So dude can go in there and end him with one punch as well. They big dudes, man. So
that's what I was getting at. The problem is that he's 6'3", Deontay's 6'7", whatever frame. The other thing I see, though, and I'm looking at BoxRec right now, Deontay Wilder is a 1-star fighter. That says a lot.
Is he 1-star on BoxRec now?
He's a 1-star fighter.
Jesus Christ.
That's sad, to say the least, that he has dropped so far from contention.
What's his heavyweight rank? It got to be in the hundreds.
Yeah, it's got to be down there.
I don't 1-star. He got to be in the
I don't want to kick the dude back in, but
no, we're just talking. No, we're just talking.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We got to keep it 100, Ray.
Yeah, but he's. I don't even see what his rank is.
No, I'll tell you right now.
Click his name. If you click his name, it'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm on his name right now.
And then go a few slides. Unless does it say inactive?
It says inactive status.
Yeah, he won't have a rank there. He won't be ranked on there. You won't find it.
He's nowhere in any of the sanctioning bodies. I mean, listen. How about this, right? And this is a question I asked to the panel. Where there's a will, there's a way. So we like to hope that and believe in that, because we can't give up. You know, I mean, life is a challenging.
Yeah, I hope he bounced back.
That being said, what kind of performance does Deontay Wilder need to give us in this fight for us to even entertain his return?
I don't think it matters against an opponent like this.
Wow, that's why I
don't think it matters.
That wasn't the case. I was hoping that wasn't the case. I feel the same way, but I was hoping somebody would give me something.
It could be fool's gold. It's just like you did what we expect you to do against a non-contender, like a guy we've never heard of. Let's be honest, none of us ever heard of this dude.
Yeah. I agree with
I
you.
think he should be more on. I think he should be more focused on what type of performance he.
But I'm saying as fans who the day after this fight or the following next week when the first show I do after this, we'll talk about this fight.
We don't expect much though.
With hindsight, we'll talk about it. And the story that's going to be headlining across the space is there'll be opinions across the space about Deontay Wilder and his return to the heavyweight division and how the heavyweight division is going to look at him now. How are matchmakers going to look at him now? How's Turki Al-Sheikh going to look at him now? How are the opportunities in the heavyweight division going to look at Deontay Wilder on the back end of this fight? And what's the best outcome that can come at the end of this fight as far as him getting a victory and his next move being his best move?
A cash out fight with Turki Al-Sheikh against Anthony Joshua. Winner take all. Go home. Both of you retire. You both fight. You both retire.
I agree.
Now, whatever happens.
I agree with that. I'm laughing because as I'm going through this guy's resume, that his opponent, I still know Anthony something. I see Richard Torres on there as a loss. He took a loss to Richard Torres. As I'm reading that, J.R. Spock must have been reading my mind. Does Richard Torres beat Wilder at this point?
Knocks him out cold.
It's so crazy, right? But I'm going to say I don't know because I think Richard Torres is too. I think he's too rushy-feely in the box.
Richard Torres will beat Deontay.
Richard Torres will knock Wilder out cold.
I think he'll smother his punches.
He'll smother him and knock him out.
I think it's a good chance he can also get caught by Deontay because
he can get caught. But Richard Torres, one thing that Richard Torres, in my opinion, one thing that he brings to the table is he is cerebral. He is cerebral, and I don't think Deontay Wilder does well against a cerebral fight. In other words, if there's a game plan there for him to stay away from that power, like what Joseph Parker did, I think Richard Torres is very equipped to deliver a performance like what Joseph Parker did.
Torres moves his head very well. He doesn't stay on the center line. He moves his head. He bobs. He weaves, he flips.
He got some power.
Overwhelmed. His defense sucks though. He may move his
head.
Right.
He's all right with his defense. He just takes chances. He gets in the ring with the Deontay Wilder, somebody who he legitimately sees a threat in. I don't think he fights him like he's done with these other prospect level heavyweights that he fought against. I mean, I think Deontay Wilder has that neutralizer, that equalizer that we just cannot ignore. You'd be a fool to ignore it.
I don't know if it's there anymore.
I mean,
he's gun shy. He's gun shy, Clay.
The thought of it being there somewhere, you have to consider it. You can't play the game and bet on it not being there. But I think Richard Torres is just, great boxer.
Deontay does no body work, so Torres could come in a high guard, rush in behind the high guard, get in close, and go in on him. Deontay ain't going to step back. He ain't going to throw to the body. He's going to kind of flail his arms out like he usually does. He doesn't really have the technique to stand in there and do it. So I think Torres would start Deontay like early, like four rounds.
Shadow round. Okay, Franklin. It makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean it is what it is. Salute to Coach Eddie in the building. How you doing, Coach?
Yeah,
Coach.
Hey, salute Clay and Ray. Salute to the panel, man.
Y'all
talking about the Deontay Wilder fight, upcoming Wilder fight?
Yeah, man, we're trying to put some perspective on how we should look at this. Deontay Wilder trying to make a return. We're trying to factor in the changes. He got rid of Malik Scott. He said he's addressed his mental health issues, got therapy. He says he's more motivated than ever. He's talking that I want to unalive a nigga in the ring talk. I'm trying to say, how do we gauge it and what are we looking at when we seeing all this talk? Does it mean anything to us?
Well, it's kind of sad to see that Deontay Wilder not getting the publicity, the press, or the buzz that he once got, man. You know, when he was fighting, everybody was looking forward. There was a lot of buzz when he was fighting. I think he had Don House. I think that's the guy who's training him now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's got who does he have? I'll tell you right now who he has. He has I think
Hey Clay, I'm about to grab some fuel real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, no doubt, man. Take your time. Let me see here. So I know L Dub put it in here. I'll tell you exactly who it is. Hold on.
Yeah, it looked like Don House, but from the picture when I seen the training video.
Yeah, Don House and Jay Diaz.
Yes, yeah. So Jay, he kind of like, he been there from the giddy up. Yeah, but Don House, that was the same guy who trained Bermain Stavern, who said Deontay Wilder was nothing. That's funny how all of a sudden now he's the head trainer.
Right.
But but at the end of the day, what I'm looking at when I'm looking at the training videos, and this how you kind of resurrect the champ, so to speak. I see them working on things, throwing a left hook to the body. I see the double left hook, body head and all that stuff, trying to show some new wrinkles. Now, if Deontay Wilder is able to display those new wrinkles against his opponent, and everybody, some people jump back on the bandwagon. They'll credit Dunn House, like, dang, Dunn House, basically reinvented the wheel. Deontay Wilder is going to the body now. He's throwing uppercut. He's punching in combinations. And that will, that'll kind of spark some intrigue right there. Now, it'll be a false intrigue, but it may be enough to get him back in the talks of getting another payday, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think without a doubt there's interest. Turkey has shown the interest. I think Eddie Hearn spoke a little bit in the direction about the possibilities of an Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder fight. That fight has a nostalgia appeal to it still, even though it's so long ago that we wanted to see this fight. It still kind of resides there, right? The same way people wanted to see Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury, win, lose, or draw. Those fights just kind of have a space in everybody's heart in the boxing community. So I think he can build to that, right? He can do something special tomorrow or this weekend, and then he can get maybe one more tune-up fight that makes sense, get himself in that conversation, and he can just jump into an Anthony Joshua fight. No, he doesn't have to earn no type of rankings in the sanctioning bodies. Yeah, he doesn't have to do nothing too special. He just has to show that right hand is still there, that he's still dangerous, that the imminent danger is still there with him, and him and Anthony Joshua can make something. I would say, I don't want to say YouTube worthy as far as it not. I'm just saying, like, it would be looked at as a Francis Ngannou versus, just a fight where you don't see these guys against nobody else but each other, right?
Maybe Wilder gets up one more time for AJ. Maybe that's the fight that wakes him up one more time.
Well, he says he's motivated. He says he wants all these opportunities. So we'll see.
He said that against Zaylee Zhang too, and we saw how that went.
You're damn right. He said that against Joseph Parker. He said that. So, you know what I mean? So
I think.
Let's say Wilder comes out and and now because he did have a decent jab at one time when he fought Bermain Stavern. He was pumping his jab. He was moving around. He was shooting that jab.
That was
letting his hands go.
That was 10 years ago.
So let's say it's not the right hand. Let's say it's the jab that does the job. Let's say actually Wilder goes out there and boxes beautifully. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Let's say that. Right? He goes out and uses the jab. Sticks behind the jab. Don't really rely on the right hand. Put combinations together and boxes a beautiful shot. About a beautiful boxing match. Does that change the conversation now? That hey, Deontay Wilder is back, or he's showing some new wrinkles, or you can teach an old dog new tricks?
No, go fight AJ and retire. Go get that turkey bag and retire. We're not going to be fooled.
I think
we're not going to be fooled by this.
In order for Wilder to get that, what you're talking about, it's going to be more than one fight. That's what I believe. I believe that whatever he does in this fight, if he dominates, if he knocks this guy out, if the jab looks beautiful, if all of a sudden we're seeing things in the eye test, and we can get intrigued on Saturday, but can we be convinced on Saturday? I don't know. You feel me? We can be convinced maybe in two fights, but I don't know if it's possible for us to be convinced in one fight, but we can be intrigued in one fight.
I think a knockout over this guy pushes him. Go ahead. My bad. You got it, bro.
No, I was going to say, like, the questions that we, like, after the Tyson Fury fights and everything happened, the questions that we had for Deontay Wilder, it's kind of like, the questions we was looking for to get answered in the Devin versus Ramirez fight. The only difference is in the Wilder fights, like, we already got our answer. We kind of know who he is at this time. He's a shell of himself. So the best thing he can go out there and do is kind of like Dude said, get a knockout, make easy, get a fight with Joshua, retire. And I just think, the best of him is behind him. And it's good. He had a solid career, but trying to learn to be a boxer at close to 40 years old, he might be 40 already, I don't see that.
And when we think of the top heavyweights, think of them all. We can run them down. Daniel Dubois kills Wilder. Usyk kills Wilder. Fury would kill Wilder again. Who else? Moses Itamu, if I'm saying his name wrong, kills Wilder.
Kill him.
They all do. So why put Deontay through that again? Give him a well-deserved cash out against AJ.
I think the bigger question is why would Deontay put himself through that again, right?
Because he's delusional. Because he's delusional.
Right.
He has delusions of grandeur. I think that
even Derek Chisora puts him away. I think Derek gives
You think so?
Deontay, man, look, I'm not a big Deontay fan, but Deontay carried the heavyweight division for 10 years. Give him a nice send-off paycheck against Anthony Joshua. Give him something to take care of himself for the rest of his life. I don't know, 15, 20 million, send him on his way. I think it's well deserved. I think he earned it. I think he put himself in that position. I think it's unfair to hold Deontay responsible for the last couple of years and put these last few years over the first 10. Like, give him credit for the first 10. He declined like most fighters do at this age, but give him credit for what he did and not what he's recently done.
I agree with you, and I think that if Deontay tries to get into the sanctioning bodies and get into these big fights, I don't think he gets to these big fights without going through some young dude that's going to embarrass him. You know what I mean? I don't see him getting through it without fighting Moses or without fighting Ajit Kabayel or without fighting, you know what I'm saying, these young fighters that, like, even a David Adelaide, Philip Ergovich.
Let me ask you this: Bacoli against Wilder, who you like?
Bacoli, bro, he's going to sleep him. He's going to do him dirty. He's going to do him bad.
Yeah, so that just goes to say Deontay's reign on top is done. Go get that easy fight. Not the easy fight, but go get your biggest payday. AJ's his biggest payday. Go get that payday and take off, bro.
I think AJ knocks him out, though.
Yep. Yeah, but at least it'll be a big payday.
Yeah.
But we'll get some closure on that
right.
Chapter. We'll get some closure. Not a lot, but we'll get some.
Yeah. He might. I think AJ knocks him out too. I think AJ's just a straighter, fundamentally sound fighter.
But
and
AJ don't like to get hit, and I think the fear.
He don't like to get hit, but he'll get hit.
Deontay Wilder doesn't like to get hit either.
Yeah, Deontay don't like getting hit, bro.
But nobody likes to get hit.
I think,
nobody likes to get hit, but I think AJ got a better chin than Deontay.
But AJ been stopped quite a few times.
No, he been stopped once.
No, AJ been
you can
stopped
say twice if you want to include Andy Ruiz.
Andy Ruiz was one.
Yeah, but that was more of a. That was a stop, but
that was a technical knockout. He was on his feet. He finished on his feet.
If the ref didn't stop it, he was on his way out of there. He was done.
Okay,
that's what
he finished.
He didn't get stopped though, because at the end of the day, if he did get stopped, it would be significant, because once that chin gets cracked, like how I think Deontay Wilder chin went away in that Tyson Fury trilogy. I think that's where that man was broken. I think that Tyson Fury broke that man physically.
It was the mask. It was too heavy.
Even I'm gonna tell you another fight too that we would have found out about Deontay Wilder earlier if this fight would have happened. If he would have fought Alexander Povetkin, we would have found out about this a whole lot earlier. Because one thing about Wilder, he always got hurt by guys who can get on the inside and throw short punches. He almost got dribbled off the canvas by a school teacher, John Molina. Had him on spaghetti legs. Ortiz got on the inside and his short shot hurt Wilder. And at the same,
he was too old to finish the job.
In the first fight, Earn got him stanky too. Had him walking crazy to the corner.
Yeah, so I mean, you go back and watch Joshua and Povetkin. Povetkin was laying some leather on Joshua till he got him out of there. You know what I'm saying? He was catching him with some nice shots, man. And you know that Eastern European PED cheat right there. He's strong. You know he was on the juice. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Povetkin, man. Shout out to Povetkin, man. If you ain't trying to win.
Who stopped AJ? It was Ruiz and Dubois, right?
Yeah, but Daniel Dubois put him to sleep. Yeah, Dubois put him down.
Usyk didn't stop AJ, right?
In real time.
Usyk didn't stop him, right?
Nah.
Okay,
no.
So it was Dubois and Ruiz. Okay.
Yeah, and Ruiz stopped him, but respect to Ruiz, but what Daniel did was a stoppage.
Man, AJ was on his way. If the ref didn't jump in, Ruiz would have got him next. Ruiz would have put him out. He would have got up.
He definitely had him on those legs, and he wasn't able to defend himself. And the referee did a good job of stopping it. I do think he would have gotten stopped.
Yo, I was at that fight. That was one of the greatest events I've ever been to. That was insane, bro.
Yeah, I heard about it. I heard it was.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you some video from it. I got some videos I had took from there, man. I was in utter disbelief, bro.
Yeah.
Because it was supposed to be Big Baby Miller.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Big Baby Miller. And he dropped the bag and went and was on that EPO like it was his favorite gummy worms or something that he was eating like every night. That boy OD'd on that one. But look, let's move forward because we at the 4-hour mark, and I do want to get an opportunity to get some perspective from you guys on certain topics here.
Ray look happy over there, man. Ray cheesing.
I'm tempted.
Belly worms, bro.
Listen, I'm tempted to get into this Virgil Ortiz, Jaron Boots, and his conversation a little bit, because and this is because HLD came in here on his BS, right? So HLD comes in the room and he's shaking up the algorithm. He's shaking the room up. And this is what he does when he comes in the room. Salute to HLD, by the way. Glad to see you in the building. But this is what he does. And what does he come in here? He comes in here on his BS about Robert Garcia, and Robert Garcia is speaking about Jaron Boots Ennis' team, saying that Jaron Boots Ennis needs 2 tune-up fights before he gets into the ring with Virgil Ortiz. Clearly, I think Jaron Boots Ennis is going to scream cap from the highest mountain. If you get a microphone in front of him right now, he's going to be like, boy, you crazy. And I have a hard time really quantifying the idea of Jaron Boots Ennis ducking anybody or needing a tune-up for Virgil Ortiz. But maybe I'm just dialed in and invested too much in the Jaron Boots Ennis brand, and I think so highly of him that this is something that I'm having a hard time conceiving. But I'm glad I have a panel up here of real boxing pundits in the space right now who really watch this. And I'd love some perspective if somebody could share with me about how you look at what Robert Garcia said versus what Jaron Boots Ennis said versus what Jaron Boots Ennis said as far as wanting to make that fight happen. Where is the lie? Is there a gray area? Is there potential miscommunication happening out here? Or, hey, you know what? Maybe we want to blame it on the guy we always blame it on. Is this Eddie Hearn's fault? Is he miscommunicating to Jaron Boots Ennis into Golden Boy? Or has Robert Garcia been misled? What's going on? What's your point of view, perspective? Share with me. What's going on here? Because I don't believe it.
I already talked about it, man. It's cat, but it's all good.
This for the guys on the panel. We can. I think I want to hear Coach Eddie's perspective on this. I got 2 Philly guys in here who I already know what they're going to say to a degree. But
I keep it a buck about Boots. I've been very honest about Boots.
I know you will, but I don't want anybody to dismiss the credibility of.
No.
Because they're from Philly. I know you don't. I'm saying people from the outside looking in. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I'm letting them know ahead of time. I won't.
I want to know the video when Robert was looking at Boots like on the little iPad or whatever.
Yeah, and ultimately what he said after the video, that he said that he heard from a very credible source. He's very confident in this source that Jaron Boots Ennis' team communicated that Jaron needs 2 tune-ups before he would fight Virgil Ortiz.
Did Boots call cap on that?
No, nobody. You know, Boots don't respond to stuff very easily. Right, he's probably waiting on Jamel to schedule some sort of interview if Jamel feels like it's interview worthy. But
Jamil.
I'm interested in what you guys in Jamil.
Jamil.
No, Jamel. That's his name though.
Jamil.
Oh, Jamil. Sorry, my bad. You're right.
Yeah, no, you go. Jamil.
But Coach, what do you think?
I'm like I say, I'm gonna have to call cap, man. I think Robert Garcia does a good job in shielding his fighters and trying to bolster their profile, which it's nothing wrong with that. You want to continue to make people think that Virgil Ortiz is that guy at 154. Boots presents a style that's going to be very hard for, in my opinion, for Virgil to deal with. Virgil is at his best when he's at war. When you're fighting with him, when you're standing there and you trading with him, that's his wheelhouse right there. And Boots is gonna present a complex puzzle. And like I said, they had plenty of time. They could have made this fight years ago. It was always Virgil was the one who wasn't ready. I remember one time they said we'll make that fight in 4 years. I think that's what Oscar De La Hoya said. 5 okay, 5. Yeah, he said 5 years. So they looked at Boots. It's like Virgil is nowhere near this guy's level, and it'll take 5 years for him to even consider making the fight. Now, all of a sudden, we seen Virgil in some tough fights, man. He's one of those guys, in my opinion, going to have a short career, man. Virgil, because the way he fights, man. He's an action fighter. He stands in the pocket. He's willing to take shots, to give shots. We seen Maurice Hooker, which is a small guy, kind of piece him up a little bit. That kind of raised my eyebrows right there. I seen how Hooker was able to land clean shots on him. Then we seen the shot, the last fight when he fought Madrimov. That was a good fight. That was a good affair, a back and forth, but it's too much action. I mean, I like action, but for his liking, that thing is going to shorten his career. And I think Boots has no problem taking that shot. As a matter of fact, I think they said they wanted that fight next. And then, they talking about, Virgil's talking about he's hurt and all this stuff. But, I think it's all cap, man. All cap.
Yeah. What is the rest of
question is we believe in Robert or not? That's the question.
Yeah, is Robert lying? Is he is it a miscommunication? Are we buying into any of this? Boots needing tune-ups and his team turning away ultimately from a Virgil Ortiz fight in September to find tune-ups?
I mean, I think if a contract would have came across like Boots Vest or something like that, I think they would have signed it. But as a fighter that's moving up to 154, something like that, if he wanted, I wouldn't blame him. Not like 2 tune-ups, but like I said, if the fight came across his desk and he turned it down, that's a different story. But if he's go on record when he go on YSM or something and admit and say, I'm trying to get my feet wet, I want to fight before I take this or whatever the case may be, then we could probably come back but right now it's like it's too much in between stuff. Like we don't really know. But I think it's cat. Like I don't think Boots has a reason to duck Virgil. Me personally. Like I think he beats Virgil easy.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I think even if he were to lose against Virgil, I don't think the fear of losing against Virgil at a minimum would sway this man from taking this fight. You know what I mean? I think he goes into it very confident. Here for boxing, let me get your point of view on this one, because the next thing I want to ask you guys is about Turki Al-Sheikh and his interest in making this fight happen in November on a big card. It looks like he wants to headline having Virgil Ortiz and Jerron Boots on that card. Robert Garcia also said another significant thing in that interview. He said that Virgil Ortiz would be available to fight as early as September. That being said, a November clash between these two guys becomes even more realistic now that we know that Virgil is forecasting a great recovery. Said that Robert Garcia forecasting great recovery, says that Virgil right now is in the gym and looking good and letting his hands go. How much more realistic does this fight become for a November clash between these two guys, being that Turkey's going to be financing it? But here for boxing, I mean, you can speak on that as well, but I'm definitely interested in your perspective on Robert Garcia said.
I'll make it quick. So I saw the other day Virgil said that he had something done to his hand surgically. His hand was surgically repaired. I think that aligns with the timeline to give Boots. Boots doesn't need 2 tune-ups. He needs 1 tune-up. 1 tune-up and fight Virgil. I think we're closer than we were ever to that fight now. Both of these guys are in the heart and the primes of their careers. They're both in their late 20s. I think there's no time like now. I think Boots deserves 1 fight at 54, and I think it should happen sooner than later. And I think that we should be looking at a late fall, early winter showdown between Virgil and Boots. And I remember there was a time where, and I talked to Jamil about it, and Jamil is he's a Bozy Dungeon. He's a Bozy's Dungeon guy.
Yeah,
I've told him. I've told him. I said, you biased for Boots. And I've told him that directly. If he's listening right now, I've told him that on the phone. We've talked about it. He never took offense to it, but I told him that there's a lot of confusion that comes from Boots and Bozy separately, because one will say one thing and the other will say something else. Going back to after the Corinne fight where Boots said, I think, it might be time for me to move up to 154. And then he doubled back and said, I'm not sure. But Bozy said, we'll take that fight in a heartbeat. The fight was offered. They turned it down. So there's been a lot of confusion. I said to Boots, I said to Jamil that they kind of need to get on the same page, Boots and Bozy both, because they kind of double speak. One says one thing, the other says the other, and there's confusion caused. So I think that before they give interviews, I think they should be on the same page. Not to say that either one of them is lying. They might just see it from 2 different perspectives. But what happens is people try to say, well, Bozy can't speak for him, but he can speak for him. He's his coach. And not just his coach, but he's his dad. So if anybody's qualified to speak for him, it is his dad. And the same kind of with Devin and Bill. People get mad at what Bill says, but Devin has never come out and had a problem with anything Bill said. So until you come out and denounce what your father said, then it kind of goes hand in hand with what you would say or what people would expect from you because it's from your team. I ain't talking about your spit bucket guy saying, I'm sorry, your dad said it. So I do think we are closer than we've ever been. And I think that is a fight that could happen late this year, very early next year. And if it doesn't happen, then we got to start kind of looking at who's the true problem here. I don't know who it is right now, but if that fight doesn't happen within 6 months, we've kind of got to look at what's being said, but what's not being done.
Yeah, no doubt.
Can I recycle this? Because I don't think HLD was here. I just want to be quick.
Wait, hold on. Just 1 second. I'm going to highlight this super chat, and I want to bring up a tweet that has something to do with this conversation, and you could definitely have at it, but I'm going to address the tweet. So HLD says, get off Robert Garcia's nuts and get on Virgil Ortiz Sr., who confirmed on X, Team Boots needing 2 tune-up fights. Virgil ready for September, October. Listen, number one, whatever Virgil Ortiz Sr. is saying, I'm sure him and Robert Garcia are accessing the same people for the information. The question is how accurate the information is, because neither one of them confirmed that they got it directly from Jerron Boots Ennis' team. They're hearing it from some sort of mediator or some sort of 1-2 degrees of separation from the actual team. And we haven't gotten confirmation one way or another from Jerron Boots Ennis' side of the conversation. So clearly, I believe that they believe that this is what's been said and what's been understood. But is that necessarily as accurate? Because the way it's being said is that Jerron Boots Ennis is not ready for Virgil Ortiz, and that's hard for me to believe. Now, what I will do is I'll do this just to be fair and put, I want to hold on a second. I want to be fair and have everybody have access to all the information, right? We don't need to play that game. We can stay accurate right here. You guys are seeing what I'm seeing here. Good, perfect. Let me go ahead and read what's up on here. Virgil Ortiz, June 23rd, which is 2 days ago, puts up this in response, as you can see, to the video that Jerron Ennis put up there. Now, first, let's read what Jerron Ennis says. Jerron Ennis says that the first person he reached out to when he decided to move up to 154 was Virgil Ortiz, but he is dealing with an injury, so he'll fight him after his next fight. So he's acknowledging the injury to Virgil Ortiz's hand. He's not saying Virgil Ortiz has ducked him or Virgil Ortiz doesn't want the smoke. He's acknowledging that this man has a hand that he's recovering from and that he's rehabilitating, and that fight isn't realistic for the next fight. So that being said, taking that information, saying that he wants to move on and he'll fight somebody else. And that's normal, right? A fighter, especially going up to 154, why not take advantage of the quote unquote so-called tune-up or whatever have you, but also just activity, right? We don't want to hold up our activity per se, waiting on fights. Those fights are there to be made happen. Anyway, Virgil Ortiz responds to it, senior. This is not junior. This is senior speaking, saying, number one has reached out. He said no one has reached out for an August fight. So he's basically throwing shots at the idea that Virgil Ortiz walked away from an opportunity of a fight in August. But that being said, let's continue to read it. He says every promoter knows Virgil wouldn't be ready until September, October. So there's some consistency there as far as understanding that Virgil Ortiz wouldn't be available for an August fight. I think there's an argument to be said that an offer wasn't made to Virgil Ortiz, but it was taken into consideration potentially to make a fight with Virgil Ortiz. But like he said, everybody understands that Virgil Ortiz won't be ready until September, October because of the hand injury. So that still is a legitimate reason why the fight isn't happening. I think maybe the narrative getting pushed out there is that Virgil Ortiz was offered something and turned away from it, right? And didn't take the fight, and then people want to put the duck thing out there, but that's not necessarily what's being said. What's being said from my point of view is that the fight isn't realistic for August because of the hand injury, and I think that's consistent with what the consensus is, that Virgil Ortiz is communicating is available for everybody to know, right? Not just Jerron Boots Ennis, but all promoters are aware of Virgil Ortiz going into that surgery and knowing that his availability would be a September and October situation, not an August situation, right? That being said, he goes on to say that we would have been happy to accept the fight again, but we were told also they would like 2 tune-ups first. Eddie trying hard to sell a fight that's already been sold. I think that's Virgil Ortiz Sr. taking a little offense to the idea of his son ducking. I don't think that Eddie Hearn put it out there to make it look like it was a duck. I think Eddie Hearn, more importantly, wanted to put out there that, yeah, we know Virgil Ortiz is the fight that all you guys want to see, but that fight can't be made now. My fighter wants to be active. We want to get him in the ring August, September, the latest. And at the end of the day, we can't count on Virgil Ortiz's hands rehabilitating in time. And we are not going to even send him an offer because I doubt that man will accept an offer to fight Boots in September, being that I'm sure he wants to make sure his hand is on point and doesn't want to sign his name on the line to do something and commit to something. We don't know what can happen. He's sparring. Things can happen in the gym. He can get re-injured. It could but not be fully rehabilitated. The doctor could give him a bad consensus on us and say, hey, let's give it another month. Let's give it another 2-3 weeks before we go ahead and commit to fights. And you've already committed to a fight in early September. And now you're looking crazy for pulling out the fight because you're not ready, right? Now, once again, Virgil Ortiz Sr. puts on there, and I think he's trying to be as respectful as possible when he says, if you notice, I'm not saying anything negative or bashing. So I have no reason to lie. Hopefully he gets done. Virgil has been wanting this fight for a long time. It's a good fight. That's all Virgil asks, is to be in good fights. So that being said, and taking into consideration what Senior said about the situation, does that put any kind of perspective or context to what could actually be happening between these two fighters and where the confusion might actually be?
Right. I mean, right. I think this is a simple fix. You get Boots in the ring as soon as you can to get him to tune up. The best time to get the tune up done is while Virgil's healing. You give Virgil a couple extra months in between the time because, you know, Boots ain't going to fight 2 months apart. So you get Boots in the ring and try to get him in the ring in September-ish, late August. Maybe you get him something quick, August, September. And then you get him ready for maybe you could get him on the Bud card. I don't know. Maybe put him on the Bud and Canelo undercard and then get him ready for December, January. By that time, Virgil should be healed. Somebody with the power to do it, with the platform to do it, needs to get these dudes on the call together and get them to agree to a January fight.
Well, I mean, but Turkey is still pushing for the November fight, and I think that's still very realistic if everything is moved around the right way.
I don't know if it's realistic because Boots said he wants to tune up. Well, there's a rumor that Boots wants to tune up at 54. So
I don't think he wants a tune up, and I think that word is it can be toxic because
a feeler fight.
He just wants to be active. He just wants to fight. He has a plan to fight in August, and he doesn't want to hold up his plan just to hold off and fight Virgil. He's like, we can fight in November, but I'm fighting in August. That's what I want to do.
I think the perfect opponent would be like somebody like Israel Madrimov, even though he's coming off of 2 losses. Bozy said that Boots will knock Madrimov out. I think Madrimov is kind of ripe for the pick, and he's a good feel-out fight for the weight class. Common opponent for both of you guys, and then to get you ready for November.
I think it's possible. Ray, go ahead. I know you were saying something.
No, that's cool. I like what he's saying, but I think
let me just read this one last super chat so I can get it off the screen and then you can go at it. Ill Will says Boots said that he may be stuck fighting 1 or 2 gatekeepers because everyone fighting each other, and Boachuk versus Ortiz may be ordered in September. Aha! I didn't know that. Thank you so much for that information. So I don't know. There's different ways to look at what's going on here, bro. We got to be honest. Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
Right.
Exactly. Wait, Anton, let Ray build. Go ahead.
Like I was saying, there's already stuff in the works with Oscar De La Hoya. All this stuff is cap on Robert Garcia's end because though they can change things on their end, you know what I mean, the promoter already has stuff in sight and talking to the management team, the fathers, and things of that nature. It goes where it is. We have to understand that they want this guy to have a belt. I don't think they want to put the risk of Ortiz losing the opportunity to get his shot at a belt or a title before he fights somebody of the likes of Boots Ennis, unless the pay is right. The money has to be right. It has to be life-changing, per se, for Ortiz to take this fight. Yes, he's a competitor. Yes, he's willing to take the fight. I don't doubt it. But I also think that his goals are great, creating himself to be a champion at one point or another. He had opportunity after opportunity, and missed opportunities on those because of certain options. Now, we know that some of the fighters are with, as Clay alluded to earlier, PBC. We know some are with Eddie Hearn. Whatever the case may be, you have to cross the street to get these shots. But at the same time, this guy wants to align his stable up with a champion. And he hasn't had a champion in that stable in quite some time. I think he only has one right now in the cruiserweight division, so with Zordo. But bro, he wants Virgil to have this belt, and I think he's willing. Oscar's not willing to put that on the line currently to entertain Boots. That's why I said it's capped for Robert, it's capped for Ortiz Sr. Yes, they may want to fight, but they're not going to get the fight because Oscar ain't going to allow it to happen.
No, I got to push back a little bit. I don't think, like I said, we use powerful words, cap and all this stuff. Cap. I don't think that's it at all. I don't think Serhii Boachuk is a duck to Boots. I think that's a fight that he just fought last year. That was fight of the year that a lot of people thought he lost. For him to go back into fighting, into negotiation with fighting Serhii Boachuk speaks volumes of Virgil Ortiz's character. Is a fight that he doesn't even need to do. He's already got a victory on this guy. He has an interim WBC title he's walking around with. He could easily go ahead and wait if he wants to be really, that way and try to get a Sebastian Fundora, Tim Tszyu fight, or fight a Keith Thurman for a big payday, or even fight a Jerron Boots Ennis for a big payday with Turki Al-Sheikh. I think that I like, to be honest with you, the spirit and the thought process and the idea of a fight of these guys negotiating between Serhii Bohachuk and Virgil Ortiz are fighting each other. I like it. I hope that is what's going to happen, man. That sounds that's a very interesting fight. But that being said, Boots Ennis also, he's been in a place that the experience he's had on waiting, he's not waiting for anybody no more. This guy literally sat there, went through a whole entire Showtime getting away from boxing situations, Steven Espinosa not being able to do nothing for him, his manager and Cameron Duncan dying. He's done enough time sitting on the sideline, and ultimately during that time, there's an argument to be made that he couldn't even make the weight no more after that long wait. Coming back into being an active fighter and making that 147-pound weight class division was an uphill battle. He's suffered enough from the waiting conversation, and at this point, he's going to want to be active no matter what, and he's not going to wait on nobody, especially somebody who has an injured hand who can't even sign a contract to make a fight with him in August. Now, HLD put something in here that I know HLD, I think you're steering the narrative right here, because look at the words you're using to put in here, right? You said if Boots won't be fighting in September and October, and Virgil Ortiz is ready for a fight in September, October, there's no excuses. We are disregarding August. You've skipped over those months.
That's what I'm saying. Get a quick fight done in August for Boots. Get something quick done. Give Virgil time to heal and let Boots do a quick turn and jump in there with Virgil. We can't skip August. You
skipped August, exactly. You skipped August in his activity and his game plan, and too much boxing fans are too quick to dismiss a boxer's game plan and strategy and approach to boxing. You guys love to do that. You want to say, what's the big deal? You want to dismiss and you want to marginalize a game plan that Jerron Boots Ennis and his team have come with on the way they're going to approach boxing. If Virgil Ortiz is not available for August, why shouldn't Boots look at August fights that are available? Especially if you don't even know if Boots ain't legitimately considering returning in November to fight on that Turkey card, to make the money. And why not the pressure be put on Virgil Ortiz to put himself and make himself available and not fight in September, October? Don't fight in September, October. Why doesn't Virgil Ortiz wait until November to fight Boots and make his payday? And I'm speaking in a way to say that I wouldn't ask Virgil Ortiz to do that. Why should he not be active and stick to his schedule? At the end of the day, both these guys have a right to move, and if it's meant to be, it will be. But if Boots wants to fight in August, that's a fight that he should make a fight happen in August. If Virgil Ortiz is negotiating fighting Serhii Bohachuk in September, October, then that should be the fight that they're focused on. Right. Let's not act like Virgil Ortiz being in negotiations to fight Serhii Bohachuk isn't a good reason as to why he wouldn't be willing to fight Jerron Boots Ennis in September, October. They both have things going on. Let's be real.
Right.
I just wanted to get a timeline of when did Virgil, when was the announcement about his hand? When was he?
I'll tell you this:
supposed to be cleared
at Times Square, at the Fatal Fury in Times Square, Ryan Garcia. I spoke to Virgil, right?
Okay.
I spoke to him face to face, and he told me there about the hand injury and told me about his availability in September, October. He already had told me about that. So this is not coincidental. This is something that I already knew was in the mix. I've been knowing about this, right? Okay. Virgil has spoke on it to me personally, and I'm sure I'm nobody. So I'm sure he spoke about it to a lot of people. This is not about these guys ducking each other. And I just think we play with that game too much. I think when we sit here and we turn this into fighters being scared of each other or diabolical things made to happen so these fights won't happen, I think sometimes we go a little too far. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't like that word duck. I think that's just like a new term or something. I don't know. That's just funny.
Did I use the word duck in any of my conversations?
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm asking the question.
I was just trying to get a time.
I know. Not you, Antoine.
Yeah.
I was asking.
Why you always add letters to my name, man? My name is 5 letters, man.
Okay, all right. I'll figure it out, man. Antoine. All right. My bad. All right.
What I think we can all agree to is that Boots and Virgil are indeed on the collision course.
That's it.
And it should happen within 6 months. The money is there. The promoter has the bag. Turkey will pay for it. Turkey will gladly pay for it. It's a main event fight, man. He's putting on such great cards, so that could be the co-main.
Right. Exactly.
And I think we can stop arguing. I'm not saying we don't got to stop talking about it, but I think we can stop kind of put an end to the who's to blame stuff for a couple months and let's see how the thing plays out. If it doesn't happen in 6 months,
thank you.
If
here
it
for
doesn't happen
boxing.
in 6 months, we start kind of looking at, all right, who's the problem here?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that legitimately this fight could not be happening because a conflict of schedules.
But I don't get duck energy from either guy. I like Virgil too. Virgil's like cool as shit, funny as shit. Virgil's alright dude. And Boots is about that action. So I think that give it to like February before we start throwing a duck word around. Let's see what's going on
But
in
I
February.
think the duck thing is I feel as though they be trying to put that label on Boots more than Virgil. Like
100%.
There's people that saying that he Boots duck Theo and Brian Norman. It's like 3, 4.
100%,
Anton. He duck.
Well, I think a lot of that is the miscommunication I spoke about between Boots and Bozy. Sometimes they say Boots will say one thing, Bozy will say something else, and then the public, like me,
I agree with you on that. By the way,
I'm a listener. I listen. Ray will tell you, I listen to everything people say, and I'll be like, wait a minute, that ain't what you said the other day. This is what you said regarding that, and that's why I made a lot of enemies in this shit because I hold people responsible for the things that they say. And when I hear Boots say one thing and Bozy says something else, I'm like, wait a minute, these things don't align. So we've got to get on the same page. And I think that's where the duck talk come from because Bozy says, oh, we'll take that fight in a heartbeat. And Boots is like, nah, I'm taking my time. I want to unify the belts. So people are like, well, wait,
I can't agree to that.
Bozy just said, we'll take the fight in a heartbeat. But then Boots said, I'm not speaking to any particular moment. I'm just saying that that's kind of how it goes. Bozy will say, oh, we'll take that fight in a heartbeat. We'll fight Virgil in a heartbeat. We'll fight Teo in a heartbeat. And then when the fight is presented, it's like, we ain't on that right now. So that's where the issue comes in. That's where the miscommunication comes from.
I think that people have a hard time giving people space to speak their truth, right? And I'm explaining to you what I mean by that, right? Bozy Ennis has the right to say we would take that fight in a heartbeat. In other words, there's no fear fighting these guys. But at the same exact time, Bozy can also be in agreement with Eddie Hearn or whoever he's putting the power to move the career of the fighter that of Bozy and Boots and say at the same time, I'm going to allow my guy that I've hired to do his job, bro. So what he's saying at the same time is A, we don't duck no smoke. We're willing to fight everybody, but B, also we're going to allow our management that we've hired and we put on the payroll to do their job. So if the schedules don't allow, so when I think Bozy speaks very frankly, and sometimes a little bit extra might help, but he doesn't owe nobody extra, right? So I think in a perfect world, Bozy Ennis would say, yeah, we're willing to make that fight. We don't care. We'll take that fight in a minute if it makes sense. You feel me? If he adds that, if it makes sense, maybe he adds a little perspective to what he's saying. But he speaks to
believe in his boy, you know what I mean? So he
believes in it, but at the same time, he's not going to overextend himself to prove anything to nobody. Right? In other words, I'll fight Virgil Ortiz, but if it don't make sense to fight him now, we won't fight him now. But don't think the reason we ain't fighting him now is because we think he's going to beat us. We might have bigger fish to fry and a bigger opportunity on the table, and we're going to make it make sense. Don't get it twisted.
But the problem is the word we'll take that fight in a heartbeat. When you say we'll take it in a heartbeat,
it shouldn't be an issue because
Bozy's is 70 years old. Also, he's coming from a different generation. He's not from this internet generation. Well, I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire. You know, if you say I farted on Monday, I changed the I meant Tuesday or whatever. Oh no, you said Monday. You said Monday. You know
how old people are. Old people don't think that they don't like to get caught up in their words, and they don't want nobody. They don't want nobody to. They don't owe nobody no explanation that way, right? But people should also take into consideration the fighter. And you know damn well, if you watch Jerome Boots Ennis fight, that him ducking anybody don't align with what you've seen him do in the ring. So stop with the duck. No matter what Boots said, no matter what Bozy said.
I don't think there's any ducking going on. I think there's miscommunication.
No. I'm here for boxing. I'm not talking about you in particular.
I know what you're saying.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the weight of the confusion being put on the back of Bozy Ennis saying something, turning into Boots ducking somebody. No, he's not ducking nobody. We know damn well he's not ducking nobody. And I'll go on the record and say that Virgil Ortiz is in the same conversation for me. He ain't ducking nobody either. I watch him fight Serhii Bohachuk. I watch him fight Israel Madrimov next, and I'm hearing about him negotiating, fighting Serhii Bohachuk again. That man ain't ducking nobody. That man is here for all the action. He returned from adversity. The man almost passed away and lost his whole boxing career trying to cut weight, and he's back in the sport in an even more dangerous division than what he came from. The man ain't ducking nobody. What is happening, though, is business must make sense because they're putting their life on the line to be in these rings, to be in these fights, and it should make sense, and we should allow them space for them to do what makes sense as well as take on the fights we want to see them take on. We spend a lot of time trying to make sense of and talk about what's logical and not logical and trying to throw shots at Jaron Boots Ennis for wanting to fight in August and not be willing to wait until September and October to fight Virgil Ortiz, or throw shots at Virgil Ortiz for wanting to negotiate and get his lick back in a fight that people question as to whether he won or not against Serhii Bohachuk and take a fight against him, or even not be willing to sign a contract to fight Jaron Boots Ennis in early September until maybe he gets confirmation on where his rehabilitation is going to be or whatever else is moving the needle. 100 different things that could be going on at the same time that don't involve fear or a fighter ducking another fighter. That's all I'm saying. I want to take a pause for everybody in the panel for 1 second. I want to read Ill Will's super chat. And then I want to bring Blaze into the conversation, and I also want to bring Coach Eddie into the conversation as well because he hasn't had an opportunity to speak for a while as well. So Ill Will says, got to remember Ortiz, I'm going to assume, refused the 4-month turnaround and had it changed to, I want to say February, because he wouldn't be ready. So Boots may need 2 fights to line up. That's true as well. Maybe he needs fights just to get on the same schedule as what Virgil Ortiz is trying to figure out and to be available around the same time. We don't know that. That is true. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring in Blaze. Go ahead, Blaze. Tap in, and then I'll bring in Coach. And I think I got Pop Shop in the back as well too. So Pop Shop, hold on, man. I'll get you up here, but let me let the guys.
Clay, I'm gonna jump off. I'll get with y'all later.
All right, no doubt here, brother. Thank you, Kevin, man. Great building with you, family. Let me pull him down.
Peace, Clay. Peace, Ray. Peace, panel.
What's good?
I do want to give a shout out real quick to Anton and Here for Boxing, to see him on the panel. You feel me? Getting back to chopping it up to boxing, man. I commend you, brothers. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I know we be in the chat and get heated up, but when cooler heads prevail, man, we get back to what we here for. So I definitely want to give a shout out to them brothers.
No doubt, no doubt.
My thing is
everybody, we got a few people in the building. If you haven't hit the like button, sometimes I got to remind you guys, take an opportunity to go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet. Go ahead, Blaze.
But yeah, my thing is like this duck stuff and all this speculation in between fights is just the negative side of the coin with just the social media and then all the access to the information that we have. Because the business is not transparent. That's not, and what I literally would say is that's literally not our business. Like they're talking about contract negotiations. There's millions of dollars on the line. There's so many moving variables before you get to a fight. Back in the day, we had to just wait for the poster to come up. And then we get to make our opinions on what the matchup is, what people gonna do, and then maybe hope to see what somebody was gonna do in the future. So the duck stuff, just like clout chasing, that stuff comes into this lexicon of the era of social media. And I got a different perspective on it because I did 18 years in the pen and got out in 2022. So I missed a large chunk of the evolution of the social media on where we're at. I've only been experiencing it over these last 4 years on how it done created this whole different or and what our just what the environment is for us right now. Like while we're here, right? We're here like on YouTube chopping it up. Like we didn't used to do this a few years ago. You feel me? We definitely didn't used to do this stuff back in the day, right? And so we get caught up in some of the just individuals random comments who are not on the inside that don't know shit about shit, but it just catches the algorithm and goes viral. So we get to having arguments about who's a duck, who's what, and contracts and all that. When it be like, hey, bro, we ain't read none of these contracts. We don't know what be going on in people's camps. We don't know what the health is of these particular fighters, right? Coming out of these fights, going into other fights, right? We don't know the politics behind the promotions, right? And it'd be like when you got all this stuff that's behind it, you don't know what's going on. It might be best for us to reserve our opinions because we'll be on here talking for 3 hours about some shit that none of us know about. And then all of a sudden, next day, we really get some traction on what was going on as far as what's really about to go down and what's happening. So for me, like as a boxing fan, I take everything in like y'all do, but I separate like speculation from what we actually know, right? And then for me, also go into it where it'd be like, look, bro, this is I respect the business and respect not knowing the business and let the business play out. Because historically, and then just being just a black man, we can talk about foundational black Americans and just black boxers in this sport, right? Where back in the day, we were getting exploited, we were getting beat. You feel me? Some of the greatest fighters of all time were getting beating out their money, beating out a support group for their health, and the best decisions that they made within their career. And then we witnessed something that changed the game forever with the business of boxing mixed in with the sport coming into this social media era. And that's Floyd Money Mayweather. The genesis of Floyd Money Mayweather coming out from Pretty Boy Floyd, specifically coming out of buying out his top rank contract, creating money, creating Mayweather Promotions, owning 100% of that company, having 18 employees, and determining his destiny as a boxer, right? With the wisdom that he had from his dad and his uncle being high level boxers, right? With somebody who can determine their destiny, and then we got to witness him at a high level promote his fights, all the fights. Like he did, like Floyd had the same situation right now. He'll pick a fight, and then they be like, "You could have fought him, you could have fought them, or you didn't go for undisputed, or you didn't do this, or you didn't do that, right?" And it'd be like, what the fuck does that shit matter now that his career is over? When we look at his career and see what he actually did, we're talking about individuals in the prime of their career. Devin's 25, Shakur is what 27, 28, right? Tank is in his prime at 30, right? These guys got like 6, 7 fights for us to ultimately determine like who they really are, and they're all in position to continue to be great and do great. And then I'll leave like this and end where we start with Boots, Jerron Boots Ennis, where he's giving you, like Clay says, spectacular tape. So I'm gonna look at the tape because that's what's actual factual, and be like, hey, I ain't hearing this ducking shit because from what I see on tape, it looks like, in my opinion, if you put him against anybody at 154 or 147 with me, I would be picking Boots based on his tape. And you can't tell me nothing about him dodging nobody in that division because I'll be like, hey, you talk that duck shit. His dad, old school, say whatever. They say whatever. Everything's negotiable. Shit changes with business. You feel me? I know when he get in this ring, this is what I believe how he's going to show up, just like with Bud. It's like you can't tell me nothing about the Bud, his resume, or whatever. He hasn't had a split decision in his career. 41 fights. 2-time undisputed. And we talk about, oh, he had it the easy way, or oh, he didn't fight this person and that person. And then he's moving up to 168. And it's like, hey, bro, Bud ain't gave us no indication that he's going up to 168 and gonna be on some bullshit with a bullshit fake fight. And he ain't gonna be a dog like he done been every 41 of his fights. And he's walking around and showed us the tape for anybody who really trained and really know what's up. He's been walking around at 188. And I suspect we're gonna see when he hit the scale that he's gonna scale in between 166 and 168 and rehydrate to over 180. We're gonna see what it look like. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just, I'm looking at the tape right here, brothers. So at the end of the day, Cass can say duck it all we want, but the beautiful thing is Cass is locking up. There's a lot of good fighters right now. There's a lot of good fighters with that's undefeated records or just illustrious careers that are in position to have these fights, particularly Jerome Boots Ennis going to 154 and fighting whoever. And with that said, I'll let my plane right there.
I love everything he just said, man. Damn.
Sorry, my bad. That was honestly a great little bill right there, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. Coach Eddie, man, any perspective to add to this? And we about to close it up soon. I'm gonna go to Pop Shop talking. We're probably gonna do our finals. We had damn near 5 hours, bro. You guys do what you need.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. This could be my final right now because I'm getting ready to make a move myself. But what my brother just said, man, was right on time, man. Especially when he talked about the social media era. And what it is, we got a lot of, I call them internet detectives or sleuths who will go back 25 years. Like, see what you said 25 years ago? So what you said, you bought the beer like a Menace to Society moment. You said you bought the beer at 8 o'clock. No. Not now. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like everybody's trying to get their aha moment, that I got you moment. To try to to build some type of agenda to either support the fighter that they like or discredit the fighter that they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what it's all about. And one thing about Robert Garcia, good trainer, but at the same time, all his fighters don't last long. They have short careers, man. Outside of Mikey, you could arguably say his career was short because he retired very early. When he got when Errol Spence got through with him, it was over with. He broke that kid, man. He broke him. And same thing with Virgil. I want Virgil to fight Boots next. I know that's not going to happen because what's going to happen, they're going to make excuses. Because if you really look at Virgil's career, he's been in a lot of tough fights. He was in a tough fight with Mean Machine. He was in a tough fight with Sergey Borchak. He was in a tough fight with Madrimov. If he goes into another tough fight against Borchak, the kid is old in boxing years, if you ask me, because the way he fights like an action hero. And he takes a lot of punches. And he gives a lot of punches, but he takes a lot of punches also. And then when Boots goes in there and Washington, if he goes in there Washington, they're going to have some type of excuse to make. Well, he's been in a lot of tough fights. He's coming off a hand injury. It's going to always be something to discredit the win, if it's a fighter that you don't rock with. You know what I'm saying? All the usual talking points when it's a fighter you don't rock with. But like my brother just said, man, he summed it up in a nutshell, man. People are entitled to change their opinion, man. You got to remember, these guys are also being asked questions by several different interviewers in a different context. So context does matter. They may ask you a question and you'll give a certain answer one way because of the way they worded the question. But then they'll take a little snip or a little clip it, you know what I'm saying, and try to say, oh, no, you contradicting yourself. Well, I'm supposed to keep up with everything I said. I've been asked this same question or this same question in a different way by 25 different people. So I can't give them a different answer. It's crazy, man. But like the internet is good, and the internet can be toxic at times, man. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna land my plane right there, man. It's a good bill, brother. I appreciate you having me up and talking, man. And like my man just said, man, that was a mic drop. You know what I'm saying? He really shed some perspective on how everything is going right now in this boxing planet.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it, OG.
I appreciate you, man. And yeah, just to add a little bit to it, just to say that, yeah, man, if somebody asks Bozy, would you fight Virgil? Is there a difference between that to will you fight him next? You know what I'm saying? There's just different ways of asking questions that will get you different answers. Would I fight him? Hell yeah, we'll fight him. No problem. Are we going to fight him next? Look, I remember when Bozy was getting confronted with the whole entire Terrence Crawford situation in Boots. And he said he got the offer, but he sent him to Steven Espinoza. Yeah, we'll take that fight. No problem. Just go talk to Steven Espinoza about it and make sure he's on point because that's what we putting everything through. Does that mean he's ducking Boots? A lot of people, ducking Terrence. A lot of people try to paint that picture, but no, he wasn't. Steven Espinoza didn't feel like it was something to move into. He wanted to protect the fight with Errol, so he made a decision. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Let's keep in mind, Bozy ain't the promoter. Bozy is Boots' father and his trainer.
100%.
That's what I'd be like the difference. You look at Floyd Mayweather, Money Mayweather, he was the promoter. So what come out of his mouth was law because he was A-side. He was putting it all together. You see what I'm saying? You can't. I'm not gonna listen to anybody in their camp. Somebody say anything else in Buzz camp, and then we gonna run with it and create. Oh, they said, Bernie said, the fighter said, this is about to happen, and we got a whole debate about him saying he was gonna fight. Bernie said Bud was gonna fight somebody, and we run around calling him a duck. Make it make sense. Now, Turkey said it. You feel me? Because that's who he's rocking with, who's making shit happen with Bud right now. Then we can debate about, hey, what they really talking about, because who's involved in actually having the power to negotiate, to make these decisions. That's why I like old school back in the day, bro. Ignorance was bliss. I don't care to hear about the promoters. I don't care to hear about the sausage all in the middle. Make good matchups, and we going to respect it or not. I want to talk about what's going in the ring. We be arguing about all this shit going on outside the ring like this is reality TV, bro. This is like some love and hip hop shit, bro. Because We can spend our time just analyzing old fights. We can just talk about debates. We can debate for an hour what happened in the ring. We can go round by round. We can go styles. We can go whatever. But you know what we do? We run around and have motherfuckers in the chat, motherfuckers on these panels arguing and characterizing fighters with one particular fight. So, like, for instance, you got Shakur, that De Los Santos shit. I'm a great Shakur fan, but he made himself a character. They think he runs. But if you go and watch all his fucking fights, bro, he don't be running.
He
He
fight in the
got
pocket.
superb offense and defense inside of the pocket. Talking about he make a motherfucker miss all his shots and hit him with a 5-piece. He's done this several times if you watch his fights. You see what
I
I'm
agree.
saying? But
I
we
agree.
don't
Yeah.
be talking about what be happening inside the ring most of the time, Clay. And y'all, we be talking about what's
No,
going on outside. These goddamn antics.
but
Yeah, I
you
want to
know,
say something, Clay, when you're done.
yeah. Just to add to it and say this, and then at the when Anton's done, I'm gonna let Pop Shot kind of get in right quick, and then we're gonna be out of here, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. What happens is people expose themselves. They wait like creepy people inside of a bush for a fighter to slip, and once the fighter slips, they use that as a complete narrative they're going to move forward with, and they're going to try to sell it into the whole entire space that this is who the fighter is. They wait. They don't say nothing. They don't say nothing. And then as soon as the fighter slips, oh, I told you guys, this is who this guy is. And all of a sudden, we're supposed to discount everything we've known about this fighter for this whole entire fighter's career. And if you're an intelligent person, you're a critical thinker, you see past all the nonsense. But if you're sheep, right? And if you're just waiting for somebody to tell you how to think, you'll grab onto the narrative and become an echo chamber for some nonsense that doesn't even add up to anything.
Seen it so many times.
Yeah. Anton, go ahead and tap in, and then we're gonna go Pop Shop Talk. We're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, like kind of like Blaze is saying and y'all saying. So I don't want to go into the whole spill, but I told y'all when I first joined this channel, I'm not really with this. Like, I watch it for entertainment, listen, get some knowledge on boxing and stuff like that. But a lot of stuff that I hear, I can decipher the difference. I will take it with me, and the rest that don't apply, I let it fly, man. So I don't come on no platform. I don't speak about no other channels unless it's something that's talking like I see an interview or something like that. I don't speak on this channel, on no other channel. I don't speak on no other channel on this channel. The history, stuff that happened years, months before I was even on YouTube is not my business. I don't get into that. I don't even do drama with my lady. I don't do drama at all. That's not me. That's not my character. And I apologize to y'all brothers because I got out of character. But that's just not me. I'm not with none of that, man. I listen to boxing. I'm not gonna lie to you. And Ray will know because Ray said something to me earlier. I could be on a different channel. I promise you. When that clock strikes 11, I click off and I'm here.
Salute.
Tuesday to Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I be waiting for them shows to be over and y'all be on. I wish y'all was on other days. And I probably wouldn't have to go other places or different times. But I love boxing. So I go and listen to boxing talk where I can get some boxing talk. But I'm grown enough and wise enough to be able to decipher when it's some BS and when it's some real stuff being said. Now, people might not agree with everything that somebody else say, and I get that. We all different. But you can't make me something that I'm not. I've never been the biggest Devin Haney fan. My right-hand man to tell you. But I respect that man's career. I respect what he do. But yeah, I have questions. I can criticize Tank, even though I'm a fan. I can criticize Bud, even though I'm a fan. Sometimes I hear people that bias where they don't criticize certain fighters, but they will criticize somebody else. And I'm here on this platform because I don't see that going on here. You understand what I'm saying? But some other platforms, they don't get whoever channels people talking about, you'll never see me give them a super chat. This is the only channel I ever gave a super chat. And when you was on with Blue after, I think the Caleb Plant and Racindi's fight, I gave Blue a chat that night. And I'm not even a member of their channel. So I can decipher the difference between who doing what and who's saying what and what narratives they trying to push and all of that. but I'm grown enough and wise enough to know like that stuff don't cloud my mind. Can't nobody poison my mind. It's
Word.
not even happening. I read the Quran, I believe in the law. That's it.
Word.
The other stuff don't even get in here.
Word.
That stuff, if it don't apply, let it fly, man. I'm here to talk boxing. That's it. I don't care about none of that other stuff, man. I don't like to get personal over no damn sport, over some dudes I don't even know.
No,
We just
you
fans at the end of
right.
the day.
I mean,
That's
say
it.
less, King. Like, and I'm glad, I'm glad you used this opportunity to kind of address that. Not for
I just
nobody
didn't
else,
want
but for
to go
yourself.
left when what's his name was on the platform. I
No,
didn't
no,
want it to go left. I'm not trying to disrespect y'all
right,
like that.
right. No, without a doubt. But I'm glad you had an opportunity to express it for yourself. Me personally, we Muslim brothers, bro. I never even took a second thought or consideration or care about whatever you doing on another channel. I never cared. I don't care, but I do.
Right.
I did want to give you an opportunity when you felt comfortable to address if you felt it needed to be addressed for yourself and for what other people. But me personally, bro, not even a half a second thought. I don't give a damn. Just as much as you don't care, I don't care. We all grown and, like you said, families, lives. I got my wife right here cooking dinner. I got my kids. Listen, too much going on to be sitting here on the internet playing any games outside that's going to get me outside of the character I have. You know what I'm saying? And God is good, bro. We ain't got to prove nothing to nobody, bro. So I hope that helped you out and relieved whatever kind of pressure they put on you, but you don't never got addressed again as far as I'm concerned. I'm not confused. I'm on point.
Say
I'm
no
good.
more.
I promise you. Pop Shop Talk. If you want to go ahead and tap in and build right quick, and then we be out of here, man. We going on 5 hours. You guys are diabolical. Go ahead. Pop Shop, go ahead. Feel like whenever you
think he in a bad spot.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah, I hear
Y'all
you.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably in a bad spot. Yeah. Peace to the channel, man. You know, I've been listening in on you guys. You go strong, man. 4 hours, some change. Nobody don't do it like this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm loving it. Carrying me through my day. I just had a couple of little 2 cents thrown on the boost situation. I think that it's genuine that he does want to wait because they asked on the interview what would he do, what his thoughts on Crawford moving up. He said that, if he was in that position, he would wait, get a couple of tune-ups, and then move up. So that's his genuine thoughts. So I'm thinking he's probably going to follow that same advice. That's the way he thinks. So I do think it's genuine that he's going to try to get a tune-up or so before he moves up. And two, get his body right, because if you've been draining yourself for all these years and now you're moving up, you got to make sure that all your nutrition and all your your body and all that is back working like it's supposed to before you go into the ring with possibly one of the biggest fights you've had thus far. So yeah, I think that that's a genuine move. The next hot topic I feel that's coming up is going to be when Devin and Brian Norman Jr. going put pen to paper, and I'm hoping they can be the undercard. I don't really want them to wait till November. Back in the day, dudes used to fight 2 or 3 times a year, 15 rounds. These dudes fighting 1 time a year, barely getting through 10 rounds, and then they always in the gym. Man, come on and be the undercard September. Jump back in the ring. Y'all been doing all this talking. I like boxing. I want to see some boxing. Make it happen. That's all I got.
No doubt, man. Slow and steady wins the race, said a wise man. I appreciate everybody in the building, man. What a crazy one we did today. 5 hours. This may be the longest live I've ever done. And I've done longer ones as far as when I'm covering big fight events. But as far as building on this boxing, man, it was great, man. We talked about a lot today. It wasn't a dull moment as far as I'm concerned. I enjoyed every moment of it. Shout out to everybody who jumped up on the panel, from Pop Shop to Blaze to Coach Eddie to Anton to Here for Boxing. All you guys that were up here, man. Salute to all of you guys. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Here for Boxing in the chat. JR Spock, Nick Kinnaman. 2 cents, Easy, Eastside Easy, Chris Legg. I mean, I'm trying to go as fast. 2 cents for sure, man. Salute to all you guys. Ross Clot in the building. Salute to all you guys, man. HLD, thanks for coming up here and stirring the pot up and causing all this drama. All you do is you go around causing drama, HL. But we appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping by, man. It's that ATP Combat Media. I'll let Ray close it out, man. Get his opportunity to say something nice or mean to y'all. I don't know. You might have been getting on his nerves today, Liz, so you might say something.
Nah, man. Listen, I don't care what anybody think. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Anyway, I don't really care. Listen, it's been a great conversation today. I think we get a lot of little points from HLD that what Blaze is dropping. Antoine, make sure I say it right. Ziegler, he said don't add letters. Here for boxing. Pop Smoke, I was listening to you. I mean, a lot of you guys have a lot of similar values, and even Coach Eddie, similar values in the way you guys approach your conversations. And I think when you share your true and honest thoughts, man, it doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. It's just a matter of just being on the same page. You know what I mean? We're fans of the sport, and if you're a fan of the sport, sometimes the reality strikes. Sometimes the fandom strikes. You know what I mean? Depending on where you're at and who's fighting. I think we talked on that when it came to Wilder. When it comes to Virgil Ortiz and Boots, we see different. You know what I mean? How it changes. So with all that being said, man, you know what I mean? It's good that we have this going on in boxing today, and that we're allowed to share these thoughts amongst each other and keep it 100. So, I mean, I'm good on there. I was going to say Coach Eddie because I was looking at his profile. But I'm good on that, Clay. I mean, and shout out to everybody that dropped their super chats today, man. Appreciate it. Much love to y'all. And anybody, if you haven't, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, you know what I mean? Hit that bell icon to get your notifications when we come live. Because when we do, you know what I mean, we bring it 100%, man. It's all boxing talk. No gimmicks.
No artificial coloring, no artificial flavors. Salute to everybody in the building, man. It's the ATP Combat Media Show. Salute to you guys, and you know what it stands for. But I'll say it anyway. At this point, we out.